Welcome to Draft Utopia. Chris Ransom here. My other co-host Joseph Potter's with me. William, we hope you get better, man. And I'm looking forward to your draft on Tuesday. The sleeper rookie draft, which is going to be presented live on Under the Bleachers on Tuesday. I'll probably have a thumbnail for that on Monday. But we'll dive into the topics. There's a lot of stuff going on in sports right now. NBA Finals, 2 overtime games in the Stanley Cup Finals. We'll get to both of those. We've got some coaching firings. Tom Thibodeau from the New York Knicks axed. Peter DeBoer from the Dallas Stars also axed. What's ironic is the Dallas Stars and the New York Knicks both share the same catchphrase. Bing bong. Yep, they do. They both share the same catchphrase. That's whenever the Knicks score or the Stars win, their radio stations say that, which is pretty ironic. Annoying, but annoying if you don't like that sound. Ironic in the sense regardless. We'll provide an MLB. I said if William wasn't here today, we would provide an MLB draft update. That'll be later in the show. We got Aaron Rodgers signing with the Steelers, which we'll get to after the NBA and Stanley Cup Finals. Tracy Porter wanted an update on the Women's College World Series. I know the Texas third baseman actually played through an injury. She had a torn ACL, and she actually played despite having the ACL injury. She played through it, which is amazing. But yeah. So a lot of sports topics. Oh, we're also at the halfway point of the MLS season. So when I say I have a laundry list of topics, we do have a laundry list of topics today. And I know those are the shows that kind of irritate Joey the most, but there's just a lot on our plate this week. And it's better that we just get it out of the way this week, because then the next 2 weeks we could spend focusing on the NHL and NBA mock drafts before the draft specials later in June. So we'll start with the NBA Finals, because I think we used the thumbnail for the NBA Finals, and I think that's the most entertaining topic. It's not that Florida-Edmonton isn't entertaining. You could argue it's even more entertaining than last year. It's just, for me, it's not a fun rematch. And let's face it, Indiana and Oklahoma City, 2 teams searching for their first championship. That's a hell of a lot of fun. Probably the most fun since 2021 when we had Giannis versus the Phoenix Suns. And this was a game where it looked like Oklahoma City was going to win. They were pulling away up by 9 in the first half, and it looked like they were going to pull away again. They led by 7 with 2 minutes to go, but the Indiana Pacers, they pulled off another run in the final 60 seconds. Tyrese Halliburton hits the 3, and the Pacers win 111-110 to take game 1 of the NBA Finals. I did pick Thunder in 6. I know Emmanuel Watson picked Thunder in 5. It just feels like everybody's overlooking the Pacers this year. I mean, last year they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. People thought it was a fluke because Brunson got injured, but it wasn't. They beat the Knicks again, and they beat the Cavs this year. I feel like they weren't on your radar until they knocked out the Cavs, but they've been on the radar for 2 years now with this team, this core they have, and the coaching staff. Bird.
You're wrong about that, because the Pacers were on my radar as of last year's draft. And even more so when Larry Bird came back as a consultant right around that time. Because
was this 2023 or 2024 when
the Pacers have been relevant in NBA history was when Larry Bird was involved. Had significant draft situations. And now they have one of the best clutch players in the NBA. I think in the stat is within 2 minutes with on game-winning or game-tying shots, Halliburton, I think it is 13 for 15 over the last 3 years.
Yes. What's crazy here is
he's got it.
Yeah, he definitely does have it.
Carlisle is one of my favorite coaches of all time.
Were the Pacers on your radar after the 2023 or 2024 NBA draft? Because they got Benedict Mathurin in 2023, and that's kind of when I began to take notice of the Pacers and what they could do.
I thought they were probably a year away, but let's face it, the Cavs were a more talented team. The Pacers were tougher. And that's something that I said with New Orleans, why the Pacers could win this series. New Orleans, similar to the Cavs.
Oklahoma City, you did it again.
I have done this for 3 weeks in a row. It's like,
2 weeks.
why can't I get the cities?
One team has Thunder for their logo. The other team has Pelicans. New Orleans has the Pelicans. They play in the Smoothie King Center.
It should be easy. I have been getting these cities mixed up for 3 weeks.
You know what's sad? The Sacramento Kings had De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton on their roster. They traded Halliburton because they thought they were going to keep Fox, and then Fox comes out and says, "I'm not signing with the Kings re-signing with the Kings when I become a UFA." So they had to trade him to the Spurs, and now they have neither player. They had 2 all-star point guards on their roster, and they couldn't find a way to keep both long term. That's pretty sad.
It's very sad. And the thing is, though, the Pacers may be the toughest team physically and mentally in the NBA right now. And that's why they have a chance of winning the NBA championship this year under the guidance of a very good general manager, a very good head coach, and a very good talent consultant, I guess is his new title in Larry Bird. And
Chad Buchanan's been the Pacers GM since 2017.
And the toughness that they instill in these players is unlike anything we've probably seen since the Pat Riley Miami Heat teams.
Well, to be fair, Chad Buchanan's been the Pacers GM since 2017. So he's been on the Pacers longer than Larry Bird, even though Larry Bird has the most influence with that organization.
Well, Larry Bird he was the top guy in the organization. Then he took time off. And so Bird's been there intermediately. But the thing is, I mean, Larry Bird may have hired him. I don't know.
No, because he was hired in 2017. Chad Buchanan was hired in 2017.
Yeah, but Bird, I think at the time, Bird was still president of basketball operations at the time.
I'm looking it up right now. I'm looking up the exact...
That was about the time Bird stepped down, so I'm not sure whether he hired him or he had just left before the hire.
That's what I'm trying to find out right now, Joey, so that we have the correct factual information. Because I'm not downplaying. I think what Chad Buchanan's done's amazing.
It's like, you're good. I'm trying to look at the symmetry between the front office because they're so well aligned that it seems like there's some kind of connection between all three. So this is good if we can find that connection.
Okay, so Bird became... Okay, here we go. Bird was hired as president in 2003. He was executive year of 2011-2012. On the day before the 2012 NBA draft, the Pacers announced they'd be parting ways, saying that he had health issues. But Bird returned a year later in 2013 after being cleared of health issues, but then he stepped down again in 2017 as an executive, but stayed with the team in an advisory capacity. So I'm guessing the GM got to make those decisions that Bird made. I'm guessing Chad Buchanan, Larry Bird basically took Chad Buchanan in and told him what he wants him to do and advised him, but let him make all the decisions that the president would make. And he served as an advisor until July of 22. And then a year later, he got rehired as a consultant.
Yeah, so it sounds like Bird basically chose his successor and then stepped away. Is basically what it sounds like from what you described. Is that kind of what it sounds like to you?
Yes.
Okay, so, that would be where the connection and the symmetry comes in because Carlisle and Bird, they were teammates. Bird hired Carlisle.
But Chad Buchanan, they're all Chad Buchanan. Larry Bird, Rick Carlisle.
They're all in sync.
Yeah.
All connected. And I think that same message of toughness between the three and how they're doing things, I think that's why the Pacers are where they are.
I agree.
And you can say it all starts with Bird, and it started with Bird back in 2003. But you can also say, McKinnon and Carlisle, they just blown it out of the water. So I think it's a collective effort. I think they're all in sync. I think they're all connected. And I think that's why the Pacers...
Before Chad Buchanan was hired by Larry Bird, he was the assistant GM for the Charlotte Hornets for 2 years under Michael Jordan. And Michael Jordan just let Larry Bird poach his assistant GM.
That is a very interesting twist because Michael Jordan never beat Larry Bird until his Bulls beat Bird's Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals when Bird was a coach. He never beat Bird in any series for anything. And he gave Bird the compliment saying, I would not be what I am if Bird hadn't taught me how to play mind games. And then here comes freaking Bird out of left field 20-some years later saying, boy, your assistant GM that you were groomed to take over, he's mine.
Because Larry Bird hired him in 2017, which is exactly 20 years, I believe, after Jordan beat the Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals.
That just shows that Larry Bird, Michael Jordan rivalry. I don't think it's going to end until one of them's dead.
Well, Michael Jordan sold the Hornets last year, so the rivalry's over. The rivalry's over. Jordan just took an L. Probably the biggest L Jordan took as an owner is letting Larry Bird poach Chad Buchanan away from Michael Jordan.
Right? It's like the biggest L's Jordan took as a player were by Bird. The biggest L's taken by Jordan as an owner were by Bird. It's like, it is, that type of thing is just absolutely mind-boggling that it's gone on this long and they're just like, I'm still gonna beat you. That's just it's amazing. I love it because the rivalry continues, but at the same time, it's like, my land, how long are these guys gonna go at it?
Well, I don't know if Jordan can go at it. He sold his team. Ownership stake in the Hornets, so I'm not sure how he can get even with Bird. I guess Bird just has his number.
You can't. It's like if he's out, he's out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like he's only gotten over Bird on that one occasion, and
I think it was two occasions, the 97 and the 98 Eastern Conference Finals. I think they played the Pacers both times, and outside of those 2 years, final 2 years with the Bulls for Jordan.
Before he lost to the Pacers, Bird actually got to the finals as the head coach of the Pacers.
That was in 2000 against that was in 2000 against the Lakers after Jordan left the Bulls. No, Joey, the Pacers beat the Knicks in the 2000 Eastern Conference Finals. They lost to the Bulls in 97-98 with Jordan's final 2 seasons, and then they lost to the Knicks in the shortened 99 season. And
I think in 97, Bird was still an executive with the Celtics before the Celtics were sold. Because after they were sold, he had a falling out with the Celtics organization, which led him going to the Pacers. I think that was in 97. So I think he might have still been with the Celtics in 97.
No, 97's when he went to the Pacers. But they may be referring to the 97-98 season as his first with the Pacers. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now, because I don't think you're wrong, but it says on Wikipedia Bird took over the Pacers in 97. So I'm inferring that's the 97-98 season, which means the 98 Eastern Conference Finals was the first time Larry Bird was on the Pacers. But I'm trying to get all the facts here.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, people. Stick with us. It's been almost 30 years. We'll get it. The Pacers are a big story. We got to get it right.
Yeah, so he was a special assistant in the Celtics front office from 92 to 97, and then he went to the Pacers as the head coach, and then pushed the Bulls to Game 7. So it wasn't Jordan's final season. They did make the 97. The Pacers did lose to the Bulls in the 97 Eastern Conference Finals, but that was without Larry Bird. So, and then he got them to the conference finals in 99, where they lost to the Knicks, who were an 8 seed, and then they lost to the then they beat the Knicks in 2000, and then they got to the NBA Finals against the Lakers. So, yeah. So you were correct. You were correct, but I wanted to double check everything and get all the facts. But yeah, that's insane.
It's cool. It's like it was a long time ago, and my memory is not exactly one that you want to rely on.
My memory's good, but when I'm focused on multiple tasks like mock drafts, my memory can get a little bit hazy to where I'm out of sync. And that's not necessarily a good quality on my end, but I try my best to at least right the ship on certain topics.
I'm just old and got a lot of concussions.
Yeah. We'll get into Stanley Cup Finals. I mean, I really haven't watched the Stanley Cup Finals because I've been busy with my NHL mock and my NBA mock drafts, but I know the Leon Draisaitl scored the first goal and the game-winning goal in overtime in Game 1, and then in Game 2, it came down to back and forth. And what's crazy is Florida led 2-1 after the first period of Game 1. They were 31-0 when leading after the first period. They take a 3-1 lead. Edmonton ties it, and Edmonton wins Game 1 in overtime. And then the second game went to double overtime last night. Panthers led after 2 periods. Oilers tied it with 17 seconds left. Game goes to double overtime. Panthers win in double overtime. Brad Marchand, the former Bruins left winger, scores the game-winning goal. And you have Roberto Luongo, who was pissed that Brad Marchand scored on him in Game 7 of the 2011 Stanley Cup Finals. He's now an executive with the Florida Panthers, but he was the goalie on the Vancouver Canucks when Brad Marchand and the Bruins beat them in 2011. And you got Luongo texting Marchand, proud of him for scoring the game-winning goal against Edmonton. So it's 1-1, 2 overtime games, and goes back to Florida. And Tracy saying this rematch of last year's Stanley Cup is more entertaining than last year. And I would agree based on what limited sample size I've seen, based on what I've seen people say about this on social media. I would agree this finals has been more entertaining than last year. And Joey and I both picked Edmonton at the beginning of the playoffs, and we both hated Edmonton with a passion, but at the same time, we just knew on paper they were the best team. So I said that in the preseason at the start of the year. Still believe that now, even without Zach Hyman, who had a wrist surgery after the Dallas series. I basically stood on that. And it's going to be very interesting to see what happens moving forward. And there's definitely going to be some speculation here. Speaking of the conference finals losers, 2 of them fired their head coaches. The New York Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau, and the Dallas Stars fired Peter DeBoer. Which one of these firings do you want to get to first? And then we'll jump into the Aaron Rodgers conversation.
Thibodeau, because that was a stupid fire. Thibodeau, I believe, if I'm correct, won more than any Knicks coach since Pat Riley. Because believe me, the Knicks have been a horrific franchise. If they do not have a Hall of Fame player or a Hall of Fame caliber coach, they have sucked throughout their entire history.
But they could get Mike Malone, the Denver Nuggets head coach. Mike Malone, the Denver Nuggets head coach, did get fired back in March. He won the 2023 NBA Finals. You could get Mike Malone. That's probably the route the Knicks are going to go because that's the only guy who might be an upgrade over Thibodeau. And I say might because we don't know how Mike Malone's going to do without Joker.
Yeah, it was a stupid move by the Knicks. But they are the Knicks. And if they are the Knicks, you know they're going to do something stupid. I mean, it is what it is. They get the pieces they need and the people they need.
They did not have the starting five to contend for a championship until this season. This was the first year the Knicks had a starting five that could actually go the distance. And right when they get that, they decide to fire their coach and blow it up.
Who is arguably a top 3 coach in his league rankings. And you just blow it up for no reason. None. Zero. That's stupid.
And Mike Malone was born in New York, so I believe Malone will be the Knicks' next head coach.
He very well may be. It's just stupid to think that the Knicks continually screw up everything. Hell, I'm surprised. I mean, I think back in the day they fired Pat Riley. I'm surprised they didn't trade Patrick Ewing when Ewing was in his prime because you know they got rid of Bernard King when King was in his prime, and he was probably the best small forward, arguably the best small forward in the history of their franchise. I mean, the Knicks know how to screw things up, and they are damn good at it.
Tom Thibodeau is 510 and 394 as a head coach. Mike Malone is 510 and 394. I'm looking at Tom Thibodeau's record as a coach. I'll get into Stars firing, but at least you can justify that to a degree. It wasn't the best move. I mean, Peter DeBoer, the best NHL regular season record of any coach in the league the past 3 years, made 3 Western Conference Finals, but he pulled the goalie after giving up 2 goals, threw the goalie under the bus in the post-game press conferences, and players within the locker room lost trust in him. So you can at least justify that firing. I don't know if you can justify the Knicks firing of Thibodeau. And Thibodeau is 578 and 420. So he has 68 more career wins than Mike Malone. And he has a better regular season percentage, too, than Malone. But Malone is an NBA Finals and Thibodeau doesn't. That's really the only reason he got fired. And, you know, if Derek...
Bullshit. Because no matter how good a coach is, if they don't have the talent, do you think Pat Riley or Phil Jackson would have been seen the way they are? Or Tex Winters would have been
And
seen
Thibodeau got... There was only one other occasion where Tom Thibodeau got to the Eastern Conference Finals, and I believe that was in 2010, 2011. The Bulls were actually the higher-seeded team than the Miami Heat, but Derrick Rose got injured in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, and that allowed LeBron and Wade and the Big Three to coast their way to the first NBA Finals.
Yeah, and it's... I mean, you got to have the... I don't care what coach you are, you got to have the players.
Yeah, exactly.
If you don't have the players, you can only do so much.
Yeah. I believe Neil Graham will be the Stars' next head coach because he's done a phenomenal job with the Texas Stars in the AHL, and he's a young coach. And we saw how Edmonton got over the hump. They hired an AHL coach, Chris Knobloch, to be their head coach, and that's how and Knobloch had a lot of good strategies and in-game adjustments and remained calm under pressure. And those in-game adjustments were huge in Edmonton beating the Dallas Stars each of the last 2 years. So I believe Neil Graham, because he tells his players to fight back. DeBoer he doesn't tell his players to fight back when they get hit. And Neil Graham does. So I do believe Neil Graham will get promoted to head coach the Dallas Stars. You don't fire a coach who took you to 3 Eastern Conference Finals like Peter DeBoer unless you have a guy in your back pocket that you believe is the guy. And, you know, Neil Graham, a lot of the guys that are on the Dallas Stars now, Jake Ottinger, Jason Robertson, Leon Bixel, Thomas Harley. These are all guys Neil Graham developed when he was on the Texas Stars in the AHL before they got promoted from the AHL to NHL. So I would think that's the guy that's going to replace DeBoer. Jim Nill, a GM like him, does not fire DeBoer unless he already has a contingency plan in place and unless he's heard multiple people speak out against DeBoer possibly losing the locker room. The Knicks are just idiots. The Stars at least have a 2-time GM of the year. But the Knicks, I don't know what I could say about the Knicks that is positive, Joey. Scott Perry. He's been the Knicks GM since 2017.
There's girls. I would say.
Actually, he got fired too. So the Knicks fired their GM and their head coach. So they fired their GM and their head coach, and their GM, Scott Perry, got hired by the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
So
I will say, quite frankly, these guys are traditional screw-ups. That's all they are.
yeah.
I would say that they are people who shit on the Browns. Well, guess what? At least they have an owner that cares. I don't think the Knicks are just a lack of
Yeah. Stars too. They have a great owner in Jim Gallardi, and they've got Tom Gallardi. Tom Gallardi's the Stars owner. Jim Nill's their GM. They have a great owner in GM. Head coach is what they got to clean up, but I have got a feeling Nill's going to find the right head coach. I think they can. I think Graham can be an upgrade over DeBoer. Question is, do you want to turn the keys over to him, or do you want to go after a veteran coach that can bring you grittiness, bring you toughness like a John Tortorella, who won the 2004 Stanley Cup with the Lightning, but he's been around the block, hasn't really gotten over that hump, and the Flyers fired him. So that's really...
I think the Knicks may have the worst ownership group in sports right now.
They do.
They took over from the Washington Commanders, and not only did they take over, they ran with that ball to be the worst of the worst. They left no question. Do you have any objections?
I don't have any objections. This says Gerson Rosas is the new GM for the Knicks. Gerson Rosas he took over as the GM of the Knicks. He was the senior vice president of basketball operations, and he is the NBA's first Latino president and general manager of basketball operations. But he took over. He's been the senior vice president of basketball operations since 2022, but he's going to be the GM in 2025. And he was the Mavericks GM in 2013 for a year, but then he got fired after 1 year with the Mavericks. So
and that also doesn't sit right with me. It's like you can't turn a team around in 1 year. You give a general manager 1 year. That's stupid. That's horrible. Dude, give him at least 3 years.
He left the post after 3 months. He left the position. They didn't fire him. The Mavericks and Mark Cuban did not fire him. He left the position and resigned after 3 months due to disagreements and tension with Donnie Nelson. So he left.
That says more about the organization than it does about him. That's actually alarming.
So the guy who got in a conflict with Donnie Nelson is now the new Knicks GM. That's your new general manager. Way to freaking go, New York.
I don't get upset with him about having problems with Donnie Nelson, because that's the reason the Nelsons never really stick in one place, no matter how good they are. They're obstinate. Don Nelson, same problem. He was guiding the Warriors to the best run they'd ever had in their franchise. And they were on the verge of potentially unseating the Lakers. Guess what happened? Don, he pulled too many strings and got himself fired. Donnie's the same way. They're great coaches, but they're an obstinate bunch.
Yeah, and right now the top two betting favorites are Dan Hurley, the Connecticut head coach, and Mike Malone for the Knicks job. I think Hurley's staying at Connecticut. They're going to go Mike Malone. And right now the Dallas Stars head coaching odds, Neil Graham is the favorite at 22%. Jay Woodcroft, the guy who got fired from the Oilers before Chris Knobloch took over, is the number 2 candidate. Mitch Love, the Capitals assistant head coach, is number 3. Peter Laviolette, who was the Rangers coach when they won the President's Trophy last year and then got fired, won a Stanley Cup with the Hurricanes in 2006, got Nashville to a Stanley Cup. He's number 5. Number 4, actually, Steve Ott, the Blues assistant head coach who played for Dallas back in 2016, is number 5. Hackstall, who got fired from the Kraken 2 years ago, took Dallas to Game 7, is number 6. And Tortorella is 7. Derek Lalonde, the Red Wings former head coach who got fired by Yzerman back in December, is number 8. And every other NHL team has hired a new head coach. So we don't really have any other teams. I don't think Neil fires DeBoer without knowing Neil Graham's the guy he's going to promote. I'm sure he'll interview these other coaches and try to get a feel for them, but I ultimately think at the end of the day he's going to promote Graham, because you don't fire DeBoer, who got you to 3 straight Western Conference finals, unless you're confident Graham, the AHL coach, the young guy that's in your system, can mold this team and pick up where DeBoer left off. And I'm more confident in the Stars getting the right coach than the Knicks, because I just don't. Everything the Knicks touch turns to crap as far as GMs and coaches go. Players, not the case, but GMs, coaches, everything the Knicks touch turns to crap. And the Stars have Tom Ghilardi as their owner and Jim Nill as their general manager. Ghilardi's probably the best owner of any Dallas sports team, not with Mark Cuban stepping down from the Mavericks. And Jim Nill's the best GM in Dallas right now. You can make an argument for Chris Young, the Texas Rangers GM who got promoted to president of baseball operations, who's working directly under Nolan Ryan. You could also give Nolan Ryan credit for the Rangers turnaround too, but honestly, those are the 2 best minds in Dallas right now. Jerry Jones and Nico Harrison, they get roasted on a weekly basis in Dallas. So that's all I'm going to say on this Knicks and Stars hirings. I think we covered bases pretty well with both of those situations. And does that mean we're ready to talk about Aaron Rodgers signing with the Steelers? Because Aaron Rodgers signing with the Steelers does change things. It does. It doesn't change things a lot, but it changes things a little. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to have a resurgence with Pittsburgh. The Jets didn't have the best supporting cast, coaching staff for him. I think Rodgers is going to have a resurgence with the Steelers. I've changed my Steelers record on playoff predictors from 5-12 to 9-8. But I still think the Steelers missed the playoffs. So the Steelers are now 9th. The Jaguars are 8th. The Ravens are 7th. The Steelers are 9th. And the Chargers move up to 6th. So what ends up happening is the Steelers' 2 losses.
I actually have the opposite opinion of you on this, because Aaron Rodgers has always been about himself. He has always divided every locker room. But when he's the MVP, that division isn't going to come onto the field. Last year, he was not MVP. He was above average starter. And it divided the locker room, and that's why he's not back with the Jets this year. Because his crap doesn't fly.
I think part of the reason he
talk to the Sith Lords and go on darkness retreats with Mike Thompson. That ain't going to happen.
I think part of the reason Rodgers played bad is his first year back from the torn ACL. Remember, when Tom Brady came back from the ACL injury, he got them to the playoffs, but he wasn't himself. And then the year after they lost the Ravens, he returned to his MVP.
It wasn't an ACL. It was an Achilles.
Achilles.
That's a different beast.
But
every time you repair an Achilles, guess what happens? That Achilles tendon gets shorter. You can't stretch that out anymore the way it was. The Achilles tendon, if it tears, you are not the athlete you were before. That's why Aaron Rodgers wasn't that as good last year. Because you tear the Achilles, you're not the athlete you were. And when you have a situation where you still think you're a superstar and you can still go on these darkness retreats, you can still talk to the Sith Lords, you can still do all this, you can still do all that, but you can't. And then you go to someplace like Pittsburgh, where Mike Tomlin very well may be the Sith Lord of the NFL. You ain't going to get over on Mike Tomlin. You're not going to bully him like Rodgers did the Jets. If Rodgers tries to bully Mike Tomlin will shove a boot up in his ass. This is not going to work out well unless Aaron Rodgers submits to Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh way of doing things. It will not work.
I believe it will work.
He's going to have a problem.
I believe it will work.
You think Aaron Rodgers is going to bow down?
Yeah.
To the Pittsburgh way? Okay, well, that's...
I've got them beating the Jets in Seattle, but I think their first loss comes to the Patriots in Week 3. They beat the Vikings. They beat the Browns after the bye. So they're 4-1 with Rodgers, and then they lose the Bengals. They're actually 6-2 after Week 9, but they finished the year 9-8. They have a 5-game losing streak. After a 6-2 start, they have a 5-game losing streak against the Chargers, Bengals, Bears, Bills, and Ravens, which takes them to 6-7 before they beat Miami to get to 7-7, and then they lose to the Lions. They're 7-8, and then they win the final 2 games against the Browns in Cleveland and the Ravens in Baltimore to finish 9-8.
Look, if Aaron Rodgers bows down,
this can happen. It's unlikely to happen, but it can happen. That's what I'm saying.
It can happen if Aaron Rodgers bows down, plays ball. Because if he doesn't, this won't be the first time that a quarterback still thought he was a star, and he wasn't, and he got the boot. Even Aaron Rodgers. It happened last year with Wilson.
I think...
Why is Wilson not with the Steelers now? Because he still thought he was the bee's knees. And guess what happened? Mike Tomlin said, nope, out the door. You think so? You know what's going to happen.
I think the Steelers, after last week with Mason Rudolph getting propped up by Donald Trump, I think that was what drove Omar Khan to get Rodgers in the building. That probably got him. And there were rumors that Rodgers did not want to have a young QB like Shedeur in the room. That was his condition on signing with the Steelers. If they drafted Shedeur, he was not going to sign with the Steelers. The Steelers scouts loved Shedeur just as much as the Browns did, but he was not going to sign with the Steelers if they drafted Shedeur.
Yeah, because he was threatened. I mean, you can see it now. If you watch OTAs with the Browns, you can see why Rodgers would be threatened. Because despite the reporting, Shedeur has taken first-team reps in 11-on-11s. I've seen the clips. It's happened. And he's dominated that just the same way he did against the third and fourth stringers. So why would Aaron Rodgers be threatened by that? Because Shedeur would probably make Aaron Rodgers look his age. It'd probably make Aaron Rodgers look like a guy who doesn't have a full Achilles tendon. And Aaron doesn't want that. That hurts Aaron Rodgers. So while he still has leverage, he's going to say, I don't want this. It's all about leverage. Aaron Rodgers leveraged himself to make sure he had the best situation.
Yeah.
And you can see why he did it if you pay attention to Shedeur Sanders. So I believe that report 100%, because that is a 100% accurate telling of Aaron Rodgers' personality.
And the only reason I have the Steelers sweeping the Browns is because the Browns have uncertainty at quarterback right now, and the Steelers, they know Aaron Rodgers is going to be their guy. If Shedeur is starting against Aaron Rodgers in Week 17, which more than likely he will be, Browns probably win this game, and the Steelers probably go 8-9. But right now, I'm banking on Rodgers and the Steelers with the uncertainty that the Browns have at quarterback. And that could end up blowing up in my face as we progress into the summer and next season of Draft Utopia. So, we'll see. It'll be interesting because I trust Pittsburgh's offensive line more than the Browns. I think both teams are pretty even defensively, but I think the Steelers have the edge at safety. But cornerback, they're about even. Edge rusher, they're even. Defensive tackle, you could give that to the Browns with the addition of Mason Graham, but Steelers, they have Hayward on the interior. They added Derek Harmon at nose tackle to push Keanu Benton. So, you can make an argument for either team on the defensive line, really. And you can make an argument for either team at edge rusher. So, I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm just not optimistic. I think Aaron Rodgers' attitude is it's toxic. And even as great as Mike Tomlin is, he might have to jettison that before it works.
Well, that's the good. If Mason Rudolph is starting, you're 5-12. With Rodgers, you have a chance of going 9-8. Doesn't mean you will. This could end up being a disaster, but I don't think it's going to be a disaster because I think the Jets supporting cast was not great, and I think whereas Steelers, they're an organization consistently known for stability. And the thing is, if the Steelers beat the Patriots in Week 3, then the Steelers would get in the playoffs at 10-7.
You have to remember, Chris.
I don't think they will.
Why was the Jets general manager fired? Because Aaron Rodgers wanted to fire him. Why were a lot of the people that were brought in? Because Aaron Rodgers wanted them in. The Steelers are going to have to tell Aaron Rodgers no. And Aaron Rodgers is going to have to suck it up. And he's going to have to put his ego aside, or else it's not going to work.
I don't think the Steelers will re-sign Aaron Rodgers unless they make the playoffs. If they go 9-8 and miss the playoffs, they're going to let him walk.
Unless Aaron Rodgers has an MVP season, they drafted a quarterback in the 6th that has potential.
Yeah. They also have Mason Rudolph as the backup. So
they'll let him walk. Unless he has an MVP season, he's going to be walking after this year.
And then they'll bring in a rookie to compete with Will Howard for the job next year.
Yep. The only reason they don't have a quarterback of the future right now is because Aaron Rodgers held him up. And guess what? It's going to hurt them. It's going to hurt them long term. They're going to have to restart from next year.
And the thing is, if you don't have a top 2 quarterback, it's very hard to win the division. The Bengals and Ravens have the top 2 quarterbacks in the division. But if you get the right if you're Pittsburgh or Cleveland, if you get the right quarterback, you have the leverage when Burrow and Lamar enter their 30s. That's when your guy begins to blossom, and you want to position yourself so you have the guy the moment the GOAT retires. The Bills did this perfectly with Josh Allen. They waited to develop him. They waited until Brady left the division to get him resources, and they've ruled the AFC East ever since. So that's the thing. Or you can get lightning in a bottle like the Texans did with Stroud right when Lawrence looked like he was about to reach his potential, Texans get Stroud, everything in the AFC South changes. So that scenario is also applicable here.
Yeah, because if Sanders and Howard end up reaching the top of their potential, now you have 4 very good quarterbacks in the division, which is something the AFC North's never had before. Now you have an entirely different playing field, and now things change.
Burrow's 28. He turns 29 in December. Lamar Jackson, I believe, is 27. No, he's 28. He will turn 29 in January. So, yes, Burrow and Lamar are both 28. They both have one more year in their 20s. So, if you hit on your quarterback, long term, you have the leverage. Your window is longer, basically. Yeah, you might be playing third or fourth, but that's the thing. Shedur's only 20. Well, Shedur's 23. Will Howard is so it's possible that Will Howard, if Will Howard or Shedur can play into their 30s, it's possible for one of these teams to turn things around. And one Falcons fan tweeted something really idiotic. If Shedur Sanders gets cut, we can bring him in as a third stringer to Penix and Cousins. If the Browns were dumb enough to do that, I think Shedur might be starting by midseason for the Falcons if that scenario happened.
Here's the thing, Chris, and I'm going to put this out there for every quarterback who is in the league. Joe Thomas said it best. If they're the man, we'll know soon. So if Aaron Rodgers is bad, we'll know soon. If Shedur Sanders is the man, we'll know soon. And I'm giving it, joint practice starting about 2 weeks. Well, training minicamp starts in 2 weeks. Joint practice is starting about a month and a half. We'll probably know, if not by minicamp, we will know by the joint practices.
Yeah, but the joint practices will probably be right after the MLB draft ends, and that's usually when our vacation starts. So we'll have a better idea, much better idea of when everything's approaching for season 15 of Draft Utopia. And the beautiful thing is, season 15 starts on August 2nd. We have 5. Usually, we only get 4 Saturdays in August to preview college football and NFL teams. We get 5 Saturdays this year. So the first week we could just focus on one college conference and then knock out the NFL stuff the following Saturday. We don't have to jump into the NFL the first week of August. We can let things play out for a week and then jump into things. So that's a luxury we have this year. We didn't have that luxury in previous years, previous Augusts, when there's only 4 Saturdays. Since there's 5 this year, we actually have that luxury for once, which is nice. We don't want to take that for granted, Joey. We can't.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I just want to say something that I heard from 2 former NFL players. And this directly impacts Aaron Rodgers. 2 of them said, we have heard from veteran players who are going to get significant playing time and coaches that we're friends with on that team. This is from Shady McCoy and James Jones. Shedur Sanders is the best quarterback in that organization right now. So if that's the case, and Aaron Rodgers held up the Steelers, and they're giving up a potential franchise quarterback, and those friends of those 2 guys, 2 very good players and 2 well-known players, Super Bowl champions. If that's true, what the hell does that make the Steelers look like? That's the question you got to look at. If they love Sanders, and that's what he's looking like in the eyes of Browns brass and players who are going to get significant playing time, what the hell are the Steelers thinking? Passing on him for a guy that's on the downside of his career. Think about that.
Yeah. I'm going to give you guys an MLB draft update. This is a mock that just came out from Jonathan Mayo yesterday, but what's interesting is Ethan Holiday has dropped all the way down to number 4. And the number 1 and 2 picks are pitchers, but they're not Jamie Arnold, the pitcher who entered the year as the number 1 pitcher. Cade Anderson of LSU is now listed as number 1 to the Nationals, and Liam Doyle, the Tennessee Volunteers pitcher, is now projected to go second to the Angels. And what's interesting here is Iva Arquette, the Oregon State shortstop, projected to go third to the Mariners now. But they brought up Cole Young from my old high school, North Allegheny. They brought their 22 first-round pick up to the majors. I don't think they would draft another shortstop. And if they did, it would be a guy like Ethan Holiday that they could move to second base or third base. Unless they plan on moving Cole Young to second base. I'll look into that really quickly because I am curious to see what I am curious to see what the Mariners batting lineup looks like. But Jamie Arnold, who was entered the year's number 1 pitcher, is now number 5, and Ethan Holiday is now number 4, and 2 college pitchers who weren't in the. I think I had both these guys in the first round conversation on my radar, but their ERAs were above 4. I wasn't ready to put them in round 1. They both dominated this year to the point where now they're number 1 and 2. That does change things to a degree. And I think part of it's Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens has been so dominant. MLB teams just want to take the next pitcher from LSU and hope he becomes as good as Paul Skeens. And I don't think that's a smart decision.
I saw Skeens earlier this year. I forget which game it was I was watching.
Skeens has played at a Cy Young level. The problem is the Pirates suck. They can't score any runs. That's the problem.
Because I actually think Skeens took the loss in that game.
Yes.
1-0 because they couldn't score.
Yeah, it was against the Cardinals, I believe. 9 innings, but they lost the Cardinals.
Yeah. Yeah, it was stupid. He had an amazing game, but they couldn't hit the
Okay, so Cole Young is playing second base. I just wanted to confirm that before I assumed him, because Cole Young, he played shortstop at North Allegheny, but secondary position was second baseman. So when he got promoted to the majors earlier this year, he's playing second base. He's batting 8th in the lineup. So that means if the Mariners draft a shortstop, they're getting their successor to J.P. Crawford. That's basically who's 30 now.
I equate that a lot to Arias for the Guardians. He was the second baseman. Right now he's playing shortstop. Great arm. Iffy bat. He's decent bat. Nothing special at this point. He's a slow developer. That's what I'm thinking the comparison maybe is if we're looking apples to apples. Play a different position, playing out of position, good arm, decent bat, still developing. Maybe a little bit of a slow developer, but he's developing nicely.
Agreed.
So I think that would be the apples to apples.
Here's the biggest surprise in the MLB mock. Jay Slaviolette, the player I mocked number 1 to the Nationals back in the winter, has dropped all the way to 13 to the Giants. So I don't think we've seen a player who was the preseason number 1 pick fall all the way from 1 to 13 this decade. We saw it very frequently in the 2010s decade. I don't think we've seen it in the 2020s decade, Joey. I mean, we've seen a preseason number 1 pick fall like to 4, 5, maybe 6 or 7. But to 13, I don't think we've seen I think the last time that happened, Laramie Tunsil got drafted by the Dolphins. I think that was the last time a preseason number 1 candidate dropped that far in a draft cycle. I could be wrong on that, Joey, but that does sound accurate. Because preseason number 1 picks rarely drop in the NHL and NBA draft. MLS drafts are a crapshoot, and so are MLB because of the signing bonuses and slot pools.
At the same time, we do have recent evidence. The Titans said there were 4 people they were considering as number 1 pick. Cam Ward, Carter, Hanna, and Sanders. Sanders fell in the 5th round. So we do have evidence that great players people who are considered potentially number one pick can fall. And this happened 2 months ago.
Yeah.
So there is evidence of this happening. You know, so I know we don't like to beat the Shador Sanders drum all the time, but it was an unprecedented situation, and it did give empirical evidence to draft slide. You know, not just in football, but in other drafts. So that's something we're going to be able to look back on, and the only question we'll have is why.
Yeah, and Andrew Fisher, the Tennessee first baseman, has dropped to the Guardians at 27. 6 for 16, 2 home runs, 9 RBIs in regional play. And Andrew Fisher can play both corner infield spots at first base and third base. He would play first base on the Guardians, but that's...
Yeah, Manzardo is either going to be the permanent DH or permanent first baseman.
I think he's going to be the DH.
Yeah, you hit it on the head. If they do the permanent first base, he's going to be a permanent DH
because if right now, I believe Carlos Santana is the first baseman and Manzardo's the DH. So if that holds up, the Guardians are going to draft their first baseman. That's basically what I said at the beginning of the draft cycle. I had a different first baseman to Cleveland, but that's pretty much what I told Joey in detail.
Something we're learning about Manzardo as the season goes on. Manzardo is a fairly patient hitter, and that goes a few things. That causes strikeout, but he also gets a lot of and a lot of home runs and RBI. That's the thing about patient hitter. The guy you got back into, which I always forget his name because he's relatively new to my scouting list. When Russ is hitter. So they're two kind of opposite players in their thought process. Manzardo is patient, and there's days he's going to get 3 walks. This guy, I doubt he gets 3 walks in 3 games. He's just an aggressive player. For Manzardo is patient. So if you put those guys back to back,
are you talking about Fisher, or are you talking about Fisher, the Tennessee first baseman, or are you talking about Carlos Santana, who's the current first baseman on the Guardians?
Fisher.
Okay, yeah. You're right. He is aggressive. I'm just looking at some of the highlights, but yeah, he has solid arm strength, below average speed and range. Tennessee deployed him mostly at first baseman. He's played second baseman on the Cape Cod level, but lacks quickness in the position. So, and that's the thing. I mean, Fisher is definitely a player. Max Bellew dropped to 31 in the rankings. He was in my top 10 in the preseason for Texas, and the player on Clemson I loved. There was a player on Clemson that I had a top 10 grade on at the beginning of the year. I went to see them in person against Pittsburgh, and they went 4 for 5. I'm trying to figure out where they are on the rankings. How far have they dropped? Because I don't even see that player in the top 100. And I'm trying to figure out, okay, how far did they fall in the rankings? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because MLB's updated this from their top 100 to their top 250. Or top 200, I guess. But where is the Clemson player? Because this is a player that was in the top 15, top 10 at the beginning of the year. So how far they went 4? They were a preseason top 10 pick. They're not in the top 200. They went 4 for 5 when I saw them play. How far have they dropped? I'm not going to critique ML. Oh, Cam Camarello dropped to 39. And I think I saw a Pirates, a Tigers, and a Braves scout at that game. That's it. And it was a rainy game. The weather was bad. Clemson beat the crap out of Pittsburgh. It sounded very depressing when I described the game to Joey when scouting. But here's the thing. College baseball and high school baseball games that are not tournament games are free. High school baseball tournament games cost $5 to get into, or $10, and you have to pay in cash. But the regular season games are free. College baseball games are free to attend. That's the thing, because Pitt baseball, Pitt soccer, they play in the exact same area. Cost $10 to go to a Pitt soccer game. Pitt baseball is free. I did not think Pitt baseball was free like Pitt soccer. If I had known that, I probably would have gone to more Pitt baseball games. But now that I know that,
it's like when I was in Ohio, I would go to local college games. I'd go to local softball games. I'd go to other games in the area, college games. They were all free. College baseball, they don't get their money on ticket sales. They get their money other way. So, yeah, the games themselves are free.
yeah. But yeah, it's interesting that, well, technically Ethan Holiday's still number 1 in the power rankings, but Cade Anderson's moved ahead of Jamie Arnold. Liam Doyle's in the top 10. Kyson Witherspoon's 8th. But they have those 3 pitchers in the top 5, and they have Anderson at 1, Doyle at 2, and Arnold at 5. And I really do have to start getting into the College World Series, or looking at, okay, who's still left in the College World Series. Because I haven't been watching the College World Series as much this year, mainly due to the fact that I've been busy with working on the NBA and NHL mock drafts. But I am genuinely curious to see who's still in the tournament. Okay, Tennessee plays Arkansas today at 5. LSU plays West Virginia today. Let me pull up the bracket. I'm going to pull up the bracket. I think Louisville's about to play Miami on ESPN. Okay, so here we go. I believe it's double elimination in the Super Regionals. So Miami plays Louisville. If Louisville wins today, which is on ESPN right now, Louisville would lock up a spot in the College World Series today. Oregon State plays Florida State. Oregon State beat Florida State in Corvallis. If they win that game, they lock up a spot today. Chapel Hill, North Carolina leads Arizona 1-0 when Chapel Hill. If they win that game, the Tar Heels move on to the College World Series. Upset is Coastal Carolina leads Auburn. And Caden Bodine, the Coastal Carolina catcher who I had in the top 15, fell all the way to the New York Mets in Jonathan Mayo's newest mock draft. And these are the 2 best catchers in college baseball. Auburn has a catcher named Ike Irish, who I think could go in the top 10. And Caden Bodine was my number 2 catcher behind Irish. So Coastal Carolina leads that series. That's significant because if Caden Bodine continues to dominate, he might jump Ike Irish and be the first catcher drafted. So that is very significant.
I'm not sure why you are surprised about that. Coastal Carolina is a good program.
They are. But with NIL, it's just we haven't seen a small school team dominate in college baseball under the NIL era. We've seen some great underdog stories this past year, Joey. Vermont winning the College Cup in men's soccer. Western Michigan coming out of nowhere to beat Boston University to win the college hockey tournament. Amazing underdog stories. Good underdog stories that we want to see at the college level. So I'm not saying Coastal can't do it. They probably are the one team that can in the NIL era.
I will admit it. Catcher who put up big offensive production. But I sit here and watch Bo Naylor. I sit here and watch some of these other guys who put up good offensive production back in college, and then they get into the pros and.
There's 3 underdog teams in the Super Regionals, and I do think one of them will make it to Omaha, Joey. Coastal Carolina, if they win in Auburn today, they will make it. The other 2 are UTSA. They made it to the Elite 8. They won the Austin Regional, knocked out the Texas Longhorns, and they are playing UCLA in Los Angeles. Game 1 of that Super Regional is today. So if UTSA can beat UCLA, they're in Omaha. They're in the College World Series. Yeah. And the third team is Murray State. Murray State won the Oxford Regional that Ole Miss hosted, and they are playing Duke in Durham for the right to go to the College World Series. If Murray State can beat Duke,
they're a decent program, but they're nothing special. They're not as good as the other two.
Look,
that would be the story right there.
Yeah, because really the only way college baseball can top these stories that we've seen, Vermont winning the College Cup, beating Pittsburgh, and then beat Denver, the team you thought would win it all, and then Marshall in the championship, and then Western Michigan to do the same thing in college hockey. Only way they can top that is if one of these three underdog teams wins the College World Series, gets to Omaha, and wins the whole damn thing.
What if all three of them win?
What if all three of them got to Omaha and two played for a championship? And you had like Coastal Carolina versus Murray State? Wouldn't that be insane? It'd be fun as hell, but it'd be pretty insane at the same time, too.
Be the best story in sports. You throw up NFL minicamps, OTA, the professional baseball season, maybe not the NBA Finals, that's a pretty big deal. But all these other things, you just throw them out the window. That would be the biggest story that anybody could cover, because that would be freaking insane. It's like just throw out all this other stuff, and you know how much I love the NFL. You know how much I appreciate a lot of the basketball stuff. You know how much I'm really into baseball, professional baseball right now. But let's face it, if Murray State and one of those other teams,
Coastal Carolina or UTSA, they played Murray State for the championship, that would be the story.
That would be the story. I mean, that would, you can't top that. That would be amazing. We would have to do our research, because let's face it, we don't know all these guys because they're smaller colleges.
We know Bodine, Caden Bodine of Coastal Carolina, but I'm curious who's on Murray State and who's on UTSA that's in the MLB draft. I'm looking up the top 200 right now to see if there's anybody that we need to take a closer look at in the top 200 on either of those schools. Because
if any of them get there, we would be getting online, we'd be looking up and down the entire roster.
Yeah.
All of them. We'd be comparing the rosters, pitching matchups, and everything else. And we'd be, whatever you had on docket for the podcast that week, it'd be like, halt. We got to make some changes, because we're going to have to spend some time on this. But that would be the big story. And if we didn't change direction and cover that extensively, shame on us.
Exactly. Jacob Morrison's a pitcher on Coastal Carolina. He's 181. So Coastal Carolina has two players in the top 200. I don't see a player on the top 200 of MLB.com's list. And they said they had their list updated to the top 250, but I only see 200 players. So let's look at UTSA baseball. Let's look at UTSA baseball. I'm going to just type in UTSA baseball and see what we can find here. And then we'll look at the roster, look at the stats, and see where the talent is. Because I do think one of these teams is going to get to Omaha. I don't think all three are going to get there, but statistically, I think one will get there. And I would say it's probably Coastal Carolina, simply because their talent. They do have a really good pitcher and a really good catcher and a really good pitcher. So, and they knocked out Texas. UTSA, they knocked out Texas to win the their regional.
Okay, the Auburn Coastal Carolina, the game did restart.
Okay, I found two players that are somewhat impressive. UTSA has 6 batters with batting averages above 300, and 3 of those batters have 9 or more home runs. So I'm looking at those players: Mason Little, James Tossig, and Drew Detlefson. I'm going to look up those guys right now, see where they rank, what positions they play, and where they eligible for this year's MLB draft, or are they going to be in future draft classes? That's kind of what I'm looking up right now. Mason Little, he is a senior. He is a senior at UTSA, so he will definitely be in this year's draft. He was a junior last year, led the team in hits, 85, 18 doubles, 3 triples, 11 home runs as a junior. And prior to UTSA, he was at Oregon for a year, and then he transferred to UTSA, and then he was at San Jacinto Junior College for 4 years. So, yeah, I mean, Mason Little will get drafted probably somewhere between rounds 7 through 10. I would think. I know he's not in the top 200 on MLB.com, but I would think somebody's going to take Mason Little in rounds 7 through 20. Somewhere, he's going to get picked somewhere. He's a senior on UTSA. The numbers are too good to ignore, and he's an outfielder.
Coastal Carolina was 52 and 11, and they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 players that had a 292 average or over. Hayden Bodine.
Bodine's the big-time star on their team because him and Ike Irish were the top 2 catchers in the draft. Those two and Luke Stevenson, North Carolina, were considered the top 3 catchers in the MLB draft the preseason. So those and
Colby Thorndyke is 314. Sebastian Alexander is 311. Ty Dooley is 299. Chad Bourne is 317. I mean, these guys are just looking bombing. I mean, they're throwing bombs. They're hitting bombs here. They got Owen McKay with a 1.46 ER. They got Jacob Wars at 2.19 ER. I mean, how were they a 14 seed? With their record, their talent level, this doesn't make any sense.
Well, the 2 power conferences in baseball are the SEC and the ACC, but I agree with you. They got overlooked big time.
Yeah, they're 26-3 at home, 27 away, 6-1 on neutral field, which they're showing was no fluke as the tournament goes on, and 26-4 on the Sun Belt.
And the 3 power hitters on UTSA are the outfielders. And I'm looking at the pitchers. Is there a pitcher with a dominant record? Okay, so UTSA's Saturday night start. UTSA's Robert Orlowski is 8-0 on the year. And he has a 3.23 ERA in 28 games. Robert Orlowski, is he a senior or is he a junior? Because if Orlowski's a junior, Orlowski, I believe, is a junior or a sophomore. Let's see. Orlowski is a sophomore, but he was drafted by the Red Sox in 2023 out of high school, and I believe sophomores can declare for the MLB draft now. They can. If sophomore, it used to be you had to be a junior to go re-enter the MLB draft. He got drafted by the Red Sox out of high school, but he didn't sign with them. And he's also the nephew of Robert Orlowski. He's the son of Robert Orlowski, and he's the relative of Joe Orlowski, who played for the Blue Jays. So Robert Orlowski, the UTSA pitcher, who's 8-0, he's the relative of Joe Orlowski, who played for the Blue Jays. And he's a sophomore on UTSA. So that's probably the UTSA's highest draft pick. 8-0 as a starter.
You want to about the success of the Orlowski family. But man, when it comes to sports, that group, whether they're brothers, cousins, uncles, whatever, look, they're smart people.
He was drafted in the 20th round of the 2023 MLB draft at pick 598. He was picked 598 as a high schooler, which is like one of the last picks in the draft. Didn't sign with the Red Sox. He's going to go much higher this time around. He'll probably make more money. I think he's got a chance to sneak into rounds 5 or 6, honestly. Orlovsky's a guy who needs to be in the top 200 of MLB's rankings, in my opinion. That's a guy that a lot of people are sleeping on right now. Pitcher. 8-0 as a starter. 3.23 ERA. Only gave up 10 home runs all year. Had 76 strikeouts, which is second most on the team behind Braylon Owens, who had 97 but a 4.38 ERA. But Orlovsky, 3.23 ERA, 76 strikeouts, in 250 at bats. That's pretty good. That means he's striking out almost. He's striking out 30% of the batters he faces in 69.2 innings pitched. And he has 9 saves out of the bullpen in addition to 8 wins. In addition to 8 wins as a starter, he has 9. Well, those wins could be out of the bullpen, too. We don't know, Joey. We don't know if those wins are as a starter or out of the bullpen. He could be a bullpen guy, and that adds more value.
If you don't draft him early, be a middle reliever, if he's getting wins out of the bullpen, you are missing stuff. There's 9 wins out of the bullpen. That's not sneezing.
Saves, 8 wins out of the bullpen. 8-0 with 9 saves. I thought he was a starter at first, but when I saw the 9 saves, and UTSA's only had 13 saves this year, and Orlovsky has 9 of them, that leads me to believe he might be the closer. Because at first I was thinking he's a starting pitcher, but he has 9 saves, and the team only has 13 saves on the year. So he might be the closer, not the starter. But he's 8-0 out of the bullpen.
Out of the bullpen. That means when he comes in, it's either a tie or he's behind. And he's shutting things down. Okay? He's shutting the other thing down.
He needs to be in the top 200, Joey. As much as I enjoy reading Jonathan Mayo's rankings, they overlook this guy. He probably belongs in the top 200.
Yeah, that's missing the boat. Because that is, remember, in college baseball, there are only like 63 games. Okay, 63, 64 games. You're coming out of the bullpen, not only getting.
He started 11 games as a freshman, but he has 9 saves this year. I don't know if he does not start any games this year. He moved from this. He had a 5.94 ERA as a starter, so they moved him to the bullpen this year, and he's 8-0 out of the bullpen with 9 saves, and who went from being 3-5 as a starter to 8-0 out of the bullpen with 9 saves. So they moved him to the bullpen, and he found his calling in the bullpen.
And that's significant because that means he's done at least 18 games this year. 18 games out of 63. And he has led the team to win 8 of them, which they normally wouldn't have done, and saved an additional 9.
He came out of the bullpen and pitched 4 innings for UTSA in a road win against Texas A&M, last year's runner-up in the College World Series.
The 7th directly responsible for winning in a 63-game season.
He is responsible for winning 8 games in 26 appearances, but he gave up 0 runs against Texas A&M on the road, last year's runner-up. He gave up 0 runs against Texas on the road.
Also the saves. You know, when you save a game, you're responsible for winning that one too. So
exactly. He got a save against Florida Atlantic, UAB, Wichita State, 2 saves against South Florida, save against East Carolina, a save against Florida Atlantic, and a save against Texas. Despite having an ERA of 9 in 3 innings, he still got the save. Texas probably brought everything they had in that super regional. That's probably his regional game. We're in the super regionals now, but the regional game, they probably brought everything they could to try to rattle him. Still didn't matter. He picked up the W. So, and the save.
Amazing school when it comes to baseball. Because, like you said, they probably threw everything that kitchen sink at him. And the fact that he was able to, despite the ERA, if he was able to hold up.
He got the save and the win.
Yeah, that's an amazing feat. If Texas went in there and said, we are not going to let this guy beat us, and we're going to throw everything at him, and then he still beat them, even if we gave him a run for their money, even if they gave him a run for his money, dude, that's still amazing. You know, you might not come away overly impressed, you know, from the performance, but you can look at it and say, he got it against this, and they do this action. That is impressive.
Yeah.
Texas is no.
Yeah, I want to see what Murray State has, but very impressive stuff by UTSA. I mean, Joey went over the Coastal Carolina roster. I kind of want to see what Murray State has as far as prospects and as far as the statistics go, because didn't see any Murray State players in the top 200. They're still in the College World Series. I kind of want to see what they have, because if some of these guys do not end up in the MLB draft, they're probably going to get poached in the portal next year, and that's the shame of it, because it's harder for these smaller schools to compete with the transfer portal. That's the other thing you got to take into consideration as well. Jonathan Hogarth, 19 home runs, 339 batting average for Murray State. Hogarth is a... What position is Hogarth? Outfielder. They don't say what position he played in the outfield, but he had 304 batting average with 14 home runs last year, and this year he's got a 339 batting average and 19 home runs. So consistency's there with Jonathan Hogarth. But what position? He plays all three outfielder roles according to Baseball Reference. So yeah, he can play all three outfield spots. And he's improved each year. And he is a redshirt senior. Transferred to Murray State from Louisiana Tech. Good job, Murray State.
Yeah. So he should be good for me to baseball draft.
Yeah.
Good enough to get drafted. Top 200.
Yeah, I would think. And the catcher, Will Veerling, is pretty good, too. He transferred to Murray State from Louisville this past year. His cousin, Matt, played baseball at Notre Dame. He's majoring in criminal justice. So the catcher's pretty good, too. Will Veerling, 312 batting average, 10 home runs for Murray State. Not as good as Hogarth, but Louisville's a good school. Remember, Louisville, they had a catcher that went number 1 in the MLB draft, the Pittsburgh Pirates. So the fact that he transferred from Louisville to Murray State, that's nothing to sneeze at. I believe it was Henry Davis. Yeah, Henry Davis was a number 1 pick in the MLB draft. He played catcher at Louisville. Will Veerling, he played catcher at Louisville, and he transferred to Murray State. So
what little I remember from watching Louisville last year, he was never a power hitter, but he was a good placement hitter. He could hit the ball, put it where he wanted it, and walk around that. Now, that's not necessarily what you would see from a pitcher, but like I said, you don't see a lot of pitchers that are power hitters these days. I mean, Mike Young ain't walking through that damn door. Okay. So being able to do that and hit the high average, that'll lead to some RBIs, that'll lead to a lot of things. I mean, if you can get Steven Kwan a catcher, I mean, I wouldn't argue that. I wouldn't be upset about that if I was a team drafting him. You understand?
Yes. But here's what's so fascinating about Murray State. Every pitcher in their rotation is an ERA above 4, but they have 14 batters with an on-base percentage of above 400. 14. So that doesn't include their starters. That includes their bench players, their utility hitters, too. So they have 14 batters with an on-base percentage of above 400. Above.
Everybody on their team 40% of the time.
14 players. On,
That's like, and we've already seen they don't have power hitters. That means
they have 2 power hitters. Or 3. They have 4. They have Hogart, 19 home runs. Will Vierling, 10 home runs. Carson Garner, 16 home runs, but a 278 batting average. And Dan Tocken, 10 home runs, 263 batting average. So they have 4 power hitters, but Hogart and Vierling are the only power hitters with batting averages above 300. The only guys that can consistently get you home runs or get on base to win you games.
one home run every 6 games. I wouldn't exactly call that a power. But the fact is, they're getting on base. And if you're getting on base 40% of the time, everybody's getting on base 40% of the time. You don't have to have a lot of power because guess what?
And what's even more impressive is they are 47 for 57 when stealing bases. So not only are they getting on base 40% of the time, they are 47 divided by 57. I'm going to load up the calculator app here and find out the base stealing percentage. 47 divided by 57, that's 80. So they are successfully stealing bases 83% of 82.4. So 82% of the time they're successful in stealing bases. So they have a base stealing percentage of 82% in addition to having 14 batters with a 400 on base percentage. They are stealing bases 82% of the time successfully.
There's a thing. I'll run over Vietnam. But there's a thing. Vietnam didn't have bombs. They didn't have the big tanks or all that. Well, what they did, they wreaked havoc. They just got up, did what they were going to do, the Viet Cong, did what they had to do, and they were calling havoc until the United States brought in the thing, and then it was just a total shit show. But these teams in the college World Series this year, they don't have the thing coming in there we can have. So a team that's sitting here just ding, 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 causing havoc in an untraditional way, like the Viet Cong did back in the day, that's going to cause problems.
Yes.
Because, and I know that historical reference, some people aren't going to like it, but it is you can talk about how painful it is later, it is accurate in this situation. They don't have the bombs, they don't have the big guns, they don't have the big hitters, but they are smart and they know their environment and they know what they're good at.
Each of their top 8 batters that's a regular starter has 44 or more hits this season. And in addition to that, each of their top 8 batters has 42 more runs this season. So while they're not a dominant team in terms of home runs or batting average, they're getting on base consistently, they're stealing bases consistently, they're hitting consistently, and they're scoring runs consistently to the point where it makes you look past the pitching. To the point.
If you can do that, that is obscene. Because you are causing chaos. If you can get on base at that frequency, steal bases in that frequency, put them all in play, that frequency,
ESPN.
You're causing chaos. And that is one thing pitchers hate more than anything. They're orderly group. They hate chaos. They like to manipulate the game, manipulate the situation. If you're causing chaos, pitchers hate that. Hate chaos. That's why you have a lot of pitchers, Biden, Greg Maddux, a lot of these guys that they like to keep it low. They like to do these other things. Doesn't always work out for him. Well, Greg Maddox has worked out for him every time except for against Tony Gwynn, which he still curses that today. But that's why you get these pitchers that like to take the corner, but keep it low. They like to get it up a little bit when they get a pop out. It's because they like to control the narrative.
I agree.
Not like chaos. Pitchers hate chaos. And that's what Murray State, that's why Murray State's winning the way they are, because they're creating chaos. Pitchers hate that it throws them off their game. When chaos starts, traditionally speaking, pitchers lose it. They lose their composure. They do not do chaos well.
And that game, Murray State Duke, is at 1 p.m. Eastern on ESPNU. The Auburn Coastal Carolina game is on ESPN2 at 3. And the final other game, I'm not going to mention Tennessee, Arkansas, the bigger programs. Those big school games are going to be on ESPN. UTSA UCLA is on ESPNU. So both UTSA and Murray State are on ESPNU tonight. So
You just mentioned again that you weren't going to mention it. How do we deal with this?
At Murray State, I said I was going to mention the smaller school games. I was going to try to avoid mentioning the bigger school games. The only one I mentioned was Tennessee, Arkansas. I didn't mention the other two in the super regionals.
The unmentionable. I don't know how to deal with that. You mentioned the unmentionable. I'm going to have to, I'm going to have to meditate on this.
That's fair. That's fair.
You made me hate pitching my artist. I'm not like Colin Buckner. How would you ever make me do such a thing?
I don't know.
This is not cool.
You're right. It isn't cool.
I'm going to have to pray to the sister works if I figure out what's going on. Take a darkness retreat. I'm going to have to do the Aaron Rodgers thing.
Yep.
And if I'm going to sign with Pittsburgh Steelers or not. I know I'm going to sign with Pittsburgh Steelers. Oh, no, that's just a little too far. But you know what?
All right.
That's the stuff that needs to be mentioned simply because Aaron Rodgers is made.
Okay, I will get to the MLS midseason update in a second. Somebody's asking me to get to that in the chat room. I'll get to that in a second, I promise. But Tracy Porter requested we talk about the Women's Softball College World Series. Tracy requested that, so I'm going to pull that up right now.
I'm all for that because, Chris,
anytime we get requests from anyone, whether it's Tracy or Oren, we will look into something. And we usually don't get requests for the College World Series. And Joey's a softball guy. He loved covering fast pitch back in the day, so we will get into that.
I love softball. I appreciated it. I love it. I don't think I would watch it since being in Jacksonville as much as I would like to because Jacksonville sucks.
And ESPN's basically promoting the Savannah Bananas versus the Party Animals. ESPN2, ESPN Plus, Disney Plus. Here's the thing. The Savannah Bananas have moved into Bank of America Stadium, Dave Tepper's house, and they haven't left. And I love the fact that a team like the Savannah Bananas has managed to infiltrate Dave Tepper's territory. I do think that's so. Texas played test night and they won the College World Series, but was even more impressive is their third baseman tore her ACL and still played through the ACL injury.
That takes guts because I did play third base. I know the type of movement that takes. How you have to play on those knees all the time, the anticipation. So that she could play through that, that's just freaking, that's amazing. It's amazing. Give that young lady all the praise in the world because that That's just amazing that she was able to do that. Especially a freshly point,
Mia Scott.
Strength center. She doesn't even have time to strengthen the muscles around it to keep it stable, which you can do over time. This was freshly formed. She is literally doing it without support. That is amazing. It took me 2 years to be in my right knee, and I still have a MCL. She's doing it within minutes.
Not only that, her caption is only needed one. Basically, Poe took a selfie and said only needed one.
Okay, I don't know what the new regulated professional softball league is right now in the United States, because the United States softball league and everything else went under during COVID.
Yeah, because National Fast Pitch is no longer the main league. It's the Women's Professional Fast Pitch League. It began in 2021, and then it took over in 2023. So, because after National Pro Fast Pitch became defunct, along with the Women's Pro Softball League, they sort of created a new league merging those two, and it became the Women's Professional Fast Pitch League.
Yeah, I was going to say those two came together, but, it's still not what I haven't heard a whole lot about it. So it's still not what the other two leagues were to this point.
Yes.
But those would be in consideration for a tough life, just based on what she did in that game. You have to be consideration. Because if you got a person that have gone there, I told my ACL. Oh, let me just take it off first and throw it on. I'll be fine. You go out there and still perform at a high level. That's hands down, because you deserve consideration. Because that's amazing.
Yes, and Morgan Howe, Texas Vipers, college draft. College draft took place at the let's see if we got anything for the 20. No, I'm looking for the women's fast pitch draft for 2025. Women's professional fast pitch.
Does their draft still take place in the middle of the Women's College World Series?
No, apparently it does not. Athletes Unlimited Softball. Apparently, the inaugural Sam Landry went number 1. Oklahoma. Arkansas's corner infielder went second. I don't know if she got drafted. I don't know if there is a. That's the thing. So the draft was May 3rd, and I'm looking to see the results here. I don't think she got drafted, the Texas MVP, which kind of stinks because I think she deserved to get picked, but only 12 players get picked. It's only a 4-team league right now. The AUSL, Athletics Unlimited Softball League, is only a 4-team league, and the draft's only 3 rounds, so only 12 players got picked for that draft.
The player was Mia Scott.
Yeah, Mia Scott, player. She posted a signed average, 97 hits. If her batting average is 602, she better be the number one pick. If she played with a torn ACL and she has a batting average of 602, she better be the number one freaking pick.
And she hit a grand slam against Texas Tech.
Yeah, that's huge. Her batting average is 446, and I believe she had 20. Is that 28 home runs? I thought it said that cannot be correct. No, it was 10. 10 home runs, 28 28 walks, 10 home runs. I was going to say, if that was 28 home runs, that's otherworldly. 10. Yeah, I pulled up Mia Scott's numbers. 10 home runs, 446 batting average.
I'm on the Texas website, and this is what he played.
And she played all game on May 6th. She played a different position each inning and she pitched one inning. So she played all 9 positions in a senior day win. That's otherworldly. Yeah, she deserves to play professionally if she wants to.
She had 60 RBIs as well.
Yeah.
For me, I'm looking at...
This is saying she won't seek a pro career. So she's choosing not to seek a pro career, but the coach is hoping she changes her mind.
She does do a lot of community work. So her major is youth and community studies. So she may want to stay in Arlington. Where she's from, she went to Arlington High School. She may want to stay in Arlington and work to improve her community, which is admirable. And she probably would have gone through as a pro career if there's a team in Texas.
I believe there are some teams in Texas in the main fast pitch league that took over, but the ASU Athletes Unlimited does not have a team in Texas, but the other fast pitch league, I don't know if it still exists, not National Fast Pitch, but the league that replaced that has 4 teams in Texas.
She may, if they've got a team in Arlington, she may do that part-time, but I think her main focus is,
main focus is probably community service, but the women's professional fast pitch existed in 2023. It still exists today, but the only 4 teams are the Oklahoma City Sparks, the Smash It Sports Vipers, Oxford, Alabama, the Texas Smoke in Austin, and the USSA Pride. If the Texas Smoke gave her a contract, she'd probably sign with that team. But the Texas Smoke still exists. A women's softball team, yes, they do. They were 2023 and 2024 regular season champions. So if the Texas Smoke give Mia Scott a contract, I do think she'll play professionally as a hobby. I don't think she'd play anywhere else, though, and that's her decision. Kudos to her. Anything you want to add to that before I get to the MLS standings? Because we're at the halfway point. MLS, a 34-game season. We're 17 weeks through the season. It's the first time I'm looking at the standings. We'll start with the Western Conference. We'll work our way up. The worst team in the league is the LA Galaxy. 1 win, 4 ties, 12 losses in 17 games. They matched the Cleveland Browns and Detroit Lions for an 0-16 start in MLS before winning last week against Real Salt Lake. And when I texted you that, your response was, thank God they won a game. Because if they broke the Browns and Lions record for losing, that would just be embarrassing. They could not live through that. And they're the defending champions. That's the worst part. They're the defending league champions, and they started 0-16. They did win a game. I count ties as losses. I know you get a point in soccer when you tie. A tie is a loss in my book. I mean, so right now, the other team with one win is Montreal, CF Montreal. So the Galaxy, CF Montreal, St. Louis only has 3 wins. They've already fired another coach, but they've kept their GM aboard. They're on their 3rd head coach in 3 years now, after making the playoffs as an expansion team. Toronto only has 3 wins. Atlanta has 4 wins in the Eastern Conference. DC United has 4 wins. Chicago has 6 wins, 22 points. New England has 23 points. So those are the teams outside the playoffs in the East. Real Salt Lake has 15 points in 17 games after losing the Galaxy. Sporting Kansas City, 16 points. FC Dallas, 18 points. One Clark Hunt team. Yeah, that's the thing. They traded Jesus Ferreira to Seattle. Austin is at 20 points, but outside the playoff picture, because their goal differential's -9. Houston is -3. So Houston earns the tiebreaker for the play-in game. And right now, the Eastern Conference play-in game would be New York City FC, who knocked last year in an upset. And they would be playing Charlotte. 2 months ago, Charlotte had the number 1 record in the Eastern Conference. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Dave Tepper's team, the mighty, have fallen. So, Dave Tepper would be hosting New York City FC. Man, if Woody Johnson owned New York City FC and this was a playoff game, that would be absolutely hysterical, because either Woody Johnson or Dave Tepper would win a play-in game. That is my only regret. Yeah, I'm an asshole for saying that. I'm not apologizing, and yeah, Joey knows I'm an asshole for saying that. Okay. The play-in game in the Western Conference would be the Houston Dynamo versus the Colorado Rapids. The Rapids, they drafted Alex Harris 4th overall. They've put together a really good team, gotten some good free agents. So they would be hosting Houston. Go through the East. 7 seed in the East is Orlando City. The LA Galaxy traded their 1st-round pick to Orlando for an international roster slot. So if the season ended today, Orlando, with Duncan McGuire, who's missed most of the season with an injury but is healthy now, they would get another star player to pair with Duncan McGuire with that number 1 pick, which is huge, because Joran Gerbey, the player they drafted 27th overall, has played regularly off the bench as a right back. And Joran Gerbey, he was the Pac-12 Freshman of the Year at Oregon State. He won a championship at Clemson in 2023. Player Florian was very high on and has had a lot of success as a rookie. So you got a right back, you've got a striker, McGuire. Now you're going to have the number 1 pick, assuming the Galaxy keep losing. So that is huge. I mean, it's almost unfair that a team that cost Joey money last year, because Joey did bet on Orlando to win the MLS Cup last year, they get to have the number 1 pick in the draft. Like, they made the conference finals last year, and they get the number 1 pick in the draft because the Galaxy traded their pick away for an international slot. Galaxy are a great team, but when you trade draft picks away for international roster slots, players win now, and it backfires like this, it's not a good look for your team. Okay? The Browns and Lions, when they went winless, they did not trade their number 1 picks away. Okay? They got Stafford and Baker Mayfield. At least they tanked properly. The New York Red Bulls, the team that beat Orlando in the Eastern Conference Finals, are the 6th seed. Columbus Crew are the 5. Nashville FC is the 4th seed. Inter Miami CF. So, Inter Miami CF would host the New York Red Bulls in a playoff game. Nashville would host Columbus. The 2 seed is FC Cincinnati. So FC Cincinnati, Orlando, that would be a very fun wild card game. Duncan McGuire versus a very good FC Cincinnati team that Joey picked to win the MLS Cup. I picked Miami to win the MLS Cup at the beginning of the year. But the number 1 team in the Eastern Conference is the Philadelphia Union. And the Philadelphia Union, they have a goalie who was drafted number 1 overall in 2014, Andre Blake. He got to the 22 MLS Cup, but he could never get over the hump. And, it's interesting. You got Roman Celentano, the goalie who was drafted 2nd overall in 22 on FC Cincinnati. And you've got Patrick Schultz, the Columbus first-round goalie. So, if Philadelphia plays Cincinnati or Columbus in the Eastern Conference Finals, that could be a very fun conference finals game. So,
and the thing is that no matter what you think about Matthew Stafford or Baker Mayfield, they help the teams they have now, the cultures with the Browns and the Lions, would not be what the culture is now without them. So when you if you draft somebody at the number 1 pick, or if you have a chance to have somebody at number 1 pick, they have the culture change.
And the LA Galaxy traded the number 1 pick away for an extra international roster slot. And Orlando agreed to that. So Orlando essentially has the number 1 pick in the draft now.
And that's the thing. Gotta make sure you get culture change.
You already have Duncan McGuire, and you got a good right back in last year's draft. But now you're going to have the number 1 pick. So if you can get a good center back or a good midfielder that has the type of impact Duncan McGuire's had, 10 goals in each of his first 2 seasons, if you can get that type of player at if you got a goalie who had that type of impact Celentano and Schultz had with the number 1 pick, you'd be in this conversation to win the conference. So, yeah, Orlando having that pick is a huge deal because they already have stability at striker. They don't need another striker. And they probably could trade the pick away if they wanted to. If they wanted to trade the pick away for allocation money, they very well could. So,
and that's the thing. If you have 2 through 5, you have to get a very good player. If they don't have any culture changes, when you have the first pick, that has to be a culture change. And if you blow it, whether it's through trading it and you miss out on a culture player, or you just whip on the kid. That's what your franchise.
Yeah, and Orlando got Duncan McGuire with a trade they made with Chicago. Chris Muller, the 20-year, was on Orlando. Chicago wanted him. So they trade first-round pick to Orlando. That has backfired for the Chicago Fire. Because if they had just kept that fucking draft pick, Duncan McGuire would be in Chicago. He's in Orlando. And Orlando trade baited you. And they robbed you. They hosed you. And here's the ironic part. The Chicago Fire have not won a playoff game since 2009. So the Chicago Fire, not the Bears, the Fire actually have the long sports, Joey. As hard as that is to believe. But that gets due to how bad the White Sox were last year, due to the fact that the Bears haven't won a playoff game since 2010, 2011, and those teams just have more fan interest and coverage. So the fact that the Fire have not won a playoff game since 2009, it continues to get overlooked, Joey, because the Bears have been just as big of an embarrassment. The White Sox have been just as big of an embarrassment. And they've been more embarrassing as of late, which is what people are looking at. But I do think the Eastern Conference is very interesting right now. Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Miami, Nashville, Columbus. I could see any of those 5 winning it. You can't dismiss the Red Bulls after they won the conference as a 7 seed last year. They're a 6 seed, and Orlando City's a 7 seed. So very deep 1 through 7 at the mid-season point. And I'm curious to see if New England or Chicago, who've only played 15 of their 15 of their 34 games. Can either of those teams catch Charlotte or New York City? Can Chicago or Rob Kraft catch Dave Tepper? I think they can, because Dave Tepper's Charlotte FC only 25 points in 17 games. New York City, 25 points in 17 games. New England Revolution, the team Rob Kraft owns, 23 points in 15 games. So if they win one game, one of those two games, they move into the play-in round. They just have to win one of the two extra games they haven't played, and they move ahead of Charlotte and New York. Chicago would have to win multiple games or win and tie to move ahead of Charlotte, which is going to be a little bit more challenging for a young and experienced team like the Fire. They have potential, yes, but, they are also an inexperienced team. 28 goals scored, 28 goals allowed.
You underestimated the White Sox ineptitude last year.
I know the White Sox were historically bad, Joey, but the Chicago Fire have not won a playoff game since 2009. And that is getting downplayed due to the White Sox ineptitude and the Bears playoff drought since 2011.
Well, that moves to a bigger issue of are the Cubs the only team in Chicago that has been worth a shit?
Wrong, Joey. The Blackhawks won 3 Stanley Cups in 2010, 2013, and 2015. And you downplay that because you're not a hockey guy. The Red Wings won 4 Stanley Cups before the Lions returned to the NFC title. And you think the Lions are more exciting because you're not hockey's like your number 4 sport. You can put up with it, but it's boring compared to football, baseball, and basketball for you.
You did pay attention to the structure. I asked if the Cubs were.
Okay. So the Cubs and outside of the Cubs and the Blackhawks, nobody in Chicago has been good. I mean, you can count the Bulls; they got close, but Rose got injured. But I'm not counting the Bulls.
The Bulls haven't done anything really since Jordan.
Yeah, you're right. So really, outside of the Cubs and the Blackhawks, who won 3 Stanley Cups from 2010 to 2015.
Well, I take that back. Bulls still have a great graphics department, and
they've made the playoffs a few times, but they haven't been able to take that leap in the playoffs. Okay, they've at least been competitive, which is more than you can say about the Bears or the Fire. Fire have not made they have not won a playoff game since 2009. I graduated high school in 2009, so the last time the Chicago Fire won a playoff game, I was at CCAC Community College, and this was a year before I started doing the phone calls with Joey leading up to the 2011 draft. This was a year before that. So that's the last time the Fire won a playoff game. If you haven't won a playoff game in that long, something's wrong. And honestly, I'd rather see New England and Chicago in a play-in game than Charlotte or New York City FC.
That's longer than the Steelers playoff drought, which is 8 years. Okay, the Browns only have a 2-year playoff winning drought. The Steelers have 8 years. This is going 2014 years.
We could do an entire show on what franchise is the most dysfunctional in Chicago. I could make an argument for the Fire since they haven't won a playoff game since 2009. You can make an argument for the White Sox. Shit, we could both make an argument for the Bears.
Yeah.
Because they have not won a playoff game since 2011 when they reached the NFC Championship in the 2010-2011 season. So... And you know what's ironic? The Bears, the White Sox, and the Fire all want to build new stadiums in Chicago. And the Chicago Fire took the exact location where the White Sox wanted to build their new stadium and presented the renderings. And it looks like they're going to get the private funding for a soccer stadium. So the Fire basically stole the White Sox location for a new stadium. They came in like bandits, and they took the exact location where the White Sox want to build their new baseball stadium. You lost your stadium location to a soccer team that hasn't won a playoff game since 2009. That is genuinely embarrassing.
was wrong. I mean, we harp on the Tampa Bay Devils and the Cleveland Browns and all that for their stadium situations. I think the White Sox just took all of them and made them look very, very, very good. Because that's like, how much lower can you get? You are a major league baseball team. They were giving away tickets last year so that people would come to the game, and now they lose their stadium. That's a comparison.
Because they had a stadium location where they were going to build the new White Sox stadium, but the Chicago Fire swooped in, stole that location from the White Sox, and apparently the city would rather pay for the Fire stadium than the White Sox stadium. And that's the thing. The White Sox have at least made the playoffs since 2009. The Fire have not won a playoff game since 2009. So for that franchise to steal your location for a new stadium is embarrassing.
That's what's sad about it. There was a time when, believe it or not, the White Sox had the best.
Yeah, they won a World Series with Ozzie Guillen in 2005. They had a really good team in 2005, okay?
In the 90s, they had one of the best top 5 batting lineups in baseball. They had one of the best top 5, anchored by Frank Thomas. They were really fucking good. And now it's just like, okay, guys, what are you doing? What are you doing? I don't get it. I don't get what ownership's doing. I don't get what management's doing. Oh.
I don't think Chicago's going to move into the top 9. I'm guessing we'll see New England and we'll see Charlotte in the play-in game, and it'll be Rob Kraft versus Dave Tepper. I'm calling it now. That's probably going to be the play-in game in the Eastern Conference. I can't see Chicago moving into the top 9. They could if they get hot. 28 goals scored, 28 goals allowed. I mean, they're actually scoring enough goals to earn a play-in game, but they're giving up too many too. So
it goes back to the tape doesn't lie. Like, why is it so difficult to figure out what talent is when you get the tape right in front of you? I don't get it. I don't get it. Tape doesn't lie. Tape doesn't lie. Remember that. Tape does not lie. Stop sucking. Watch the tape.
agreed. The Western Conference has all sorts of chaos, and I am here for it. I mentioned Houston and Colorado as the play-in teams, but the number 7 seed in the Western Conference actually leads the Western Conference with 34 goals. The San Jose Earthquakes under Bruce Arena lead the Western Conference with 34 goals, but they've given up 28 goals, which is the tied for the most in the conference as well. And the defense was the issue. The offense was never the issue. The defense was, but I'll give Arena credit. I mean, Useni Buddha, a player I was lucky enough to interview at Stanford in the 22 MLS draft, he has blossomed under Bruce Arena. 3 goals this year, including 1 against my Galaxy. He has blossomed under Arena, and they've been patient with him. So you can't say he's a bust, because most MLS rookies, they get cut after their first year. He's been with the Earthquakes for 4 years now. You could say he's underachieved. You can't say he's a bust. He's been with the team that drafted him for 4 years, and he's gotten better each year. His passing percentage has improved from 79% to 80% to 82% to 85% this year. That's impressive. And because passing percentage in soccer is like completion percentage in football. So it's gotten better each year. So even if he's a bench player, you have to look at that as a positive. And Max Floriani, they drafted him number 2 overall, but the guy they took number 5 overall, Reed Roberts out of San Francisco, started at right back and had a lot of success there. And it looks like Reed Roberts might be a better player than Max Floriani. It's too early to say. A lot of people love Floriani at St. Louis. I know Kevin Kalish, who I interviewed during the 22 MLS Super Draft, was very high on Floriani, but it looks like Reed Roberts, who they took 5th overall, is having more success. And if Roberts and Floriani can both step up for San Jose, 2 defensemen they draft in the top 5. Bruce Arena's great at developing defensemen. If those 2 rookies can step up, the Earthquakes might be the surprise team in the Western Conference this year because they lead the conference with 34 goals. 6 wins, 4 draws, and 7 losses, but they are still 7th in the conference despite a losing record. So Earthquakes are definitely a wild card. They could get knocked out in the first round, but they could also end up winning the whole conference. But I wouldn't bet on them to win the conference. Super volatile. What's interesting is LAFC, the team Joey picked to win the Western Conference, is 6th in the Western Conference. They're not even in the top 5. They would have to go on the road for all their playoff games. Number 5 is Portland. They had a really good offense last year, but their defense sucked. Their defense has been more respectable. Rookie Ian Smith leads the league in minutes played. He was in your top 5. I love the fact that you got that pick right. And Portland Timbers are number 5 in the Western Conference. 7 wins, 5 draws, 4 losses, 27 goals scored, 22 goals allowed. Or 25 goals scored, 22 goals allowed. So the LAFC +5 goal differential, Portland +3. The number 4 seed is Seattle. Seattle and Portland are tied, but Seattle apparently owns the tiebreaker. But here's the thing. Portland's only played 16 matches and Seattle's played 17. So if they both have 26 points and Portland's played fewer games, shouldn't the tiebreaker go to Portland? Because if they just get 1 point, they jump Seattle. And they would have a home game against Seattle. That's huge because if you're playing the Seattle Sounders in the playoffs, you'd much rather play them on your home turf than to have to go to Legion Field where the Seahawks play and have to deal with that big crowd, the 12th man. It's a pain in the ass. So, I mean, if you can steal that 4 seed from Seattle, you got a chance to knock out the Sounders. And we know the last time Portland got the 4 seed, they knocked out the Colorado Rapids and they made the 2021 MLS Cup. Number 3 seed is Minnesota United FC. I love Dane St. Clair coming out of Maryland. Minnesota took him in the first round of the 2019 draft. Year 5 was when Andre Blake broke out after going number 1 in the 2014 MLS draft. Dane St. Clair also broke out in year 5 last year. And you know, right, with how wide open this Western Conference is, I could see Minnesota and Dane St. Clair getting to the MLS Cup. I don't think they'd win it, but I could see them making it. Number 2 is San Diego FC. I mean, a few weeks ago when my mom came over to sew the pillow, the announcers were talking about Potty, McNair, and all the guys we mentioned on San Diego. They swept the LA Galaxy. Not only are they 9-3-5, 9 wins, 5 losses, 3 ties, they are the number 2 team in the Western Conference as an expansion team. And number 1 is the Vancouver Whitecaps with 32 points and a +15 goal differential. They've only lost 1 game in regulation through 15 games. They still have not reached the halfway point of their season. And if they continue to win, they can pull away from all these other teams, get that bye, and get home field. And the thing is, at the beginning of the year, ownership of the Whitecaps was going to sell their team. And there were rumors Irsay was going to buy the Whitecaps and relocate them to Indy, but that did not happen. Irsay died, unfortunately. But Vancouver, San Diego, Minnesota, these were not teams Joey or myself expected to be in the top 3 of the Western Conference. So a very unpredictable, entertaining Western Conference, a very predictable Eastern Conference that's stacked with talent, but a very unpredictable and very entertaining Western Conference at the midway point. Because I don't think anyone had Vancouver, San Diego, or Minnesota as the top 3 in the West at this point in the midseason. Honestly, I would probably take Minnesota to win the Western Conference simply because they have the goalie that broke out last year, but it's tough. You could make an argument for San Diego. You could make an argument for Vancouver. Vancouver's given up the fewest goals of any Western Conference team with 12 and 15 games. But San Diego has scored the most. San Diego scored the second most goals with 29. San Jose's scored 34 goals. So if San Jose can fix their defense, they could end up winning the Western Conference as a lower seeded team. I'm not saying they will. I'm saying they lead the conference in goals scored. Their head coach is Bruce Arena, and they drafted 2 rookies in the MLS Super Draft that are both defenders. So if those rookies step up, this is a very dangerous 7 seed, Joey. That I'm not saying they'll make the MLS Cup, but they could pull an upset like the Packers did when they beat the Cowboys as a 7 seed. I could definitely see this San Jose team pulling an upset and winning a series.
Let's not overstate the Cowboys. Okay, they've been getting upset for so long. I don't even think you can call it an upset anymore. Let's face it, since Barry Switzer left, you know, they've been getting upset a lot.
That's true.
And no disrespect to Tony Romo or Dak Prescott, but let's face it, you know, it's a thing that's going on.
But, you know, you lead the conference in goals. You drafted 2 rookie defenders, and your head coach is Bruce Arena. That's a dangerous 7 seed. I'm not saying they would win the conference, but that's going to be a tough 7 seed to knock out for an expansion team like San, if that's the playoff matchup, the 2-7 matchup.
Arena in himself going into the playoffs is a knockout.
But Arena's team leads the conference in goals scored. I don't think Galaxy teams, Arena teams that had Beckham and Landon Donovan in goals scored. Usually they were defensive oriented. So this is an offensive juggernaut that Arena's coaching. So that's why they're a scary 7 seed. Just the fact that Arena's coaching them, they actually lead the conference in goals scored this year.
Let's face it, Arena, if you're being objective, he's the best coach in hockey.
He is the best coach in soccer. 5 MLS Cups. Yeah.
Why do I say hockey?
They both have nets. Hockey and soccer both have nets. One's on ice, the other's on grass.
Yeah, losing my damn mind. But yeah, it's like, I know this week. Oh, we've been covering him. How long have we been talking about Bruce Arena? How many years?
I mean, we talked about him when he was on the Galaxy, and then we talked about him when he went to the Revolution. He took a few years off after getting fired by Rob Kraft, and now John Fisher basically said, you could be the head coach and the GM. We'll let you run shit. We will not interfere. You get to make all the executive decisions. And unlike Belichick, who was a great head coach, terrible GM, apparently Arena's excelling in that role. But it's only his first year. We'll see what happens. And San Jose has a losing record, 6 wins, 4 draws, 7 losses, but they also lead the conference with 34 goals. The next best total is San Diego with 29, an expansion team. So San Diego would have home field in that series, but so this reminds me a lot of 2 years ago when Sporting Kansas City beat St. Louis as an expansion team, and they didn't win a game until like May, and they made the playoffs. That's what this reminds me of. San Jose is a very dangerous 7 seed. I could see them winning the conference as a 7 seed. I'm not saying they will, but I could see them doing it with Arena. The fact they lead the conference in goals scored, that's not a team you're going to want to play come playoff time.
I agree. You know, because you have to take into account any team coached by Bruce Arena, and you have to take them seriously. Now, if you have the scoring aptitude that these guys have, being led by the mind, probably the best mind in soccer over the last 20 years, if you don't take that as a serious threat to your entire franchise, well, you deserve to get knocked out.
The only team that has outscored San Jose in the regular season this year is Inter Miami. And they have Lionel Messi, who is considered the best soccer player in the world right now. Okay? So
that's a little bit of a, that's like saying, you know what? John Stockton and Karl Malone were great, but they weren't much because Michael Jordan was playing against them. And that's not true. But at the same time, and it's the same thing here. It's like, you could have a bunch of Hall of Famers on your team, or you got the best in the world at that time playing against you. It's going to be...
Yeah, and San Jose's got 34 goals scored on the year. The only team with more is Miami with 36. And they have Messi on their team. They have Lionel Messi, and they also have, I believe, Luis Suarez. He was a teammate of Messi's in Barcelona. He's on Miami too this year. 5 goals, 7 assists in 13 games. So, yeah. You have to deal with him. Because Barcelona, they had Suarez at striker and Messi at attacking midfielder back in the day. And now they're both on Miami, Beckham's team. And what's ironic is Beckham played for Bruce Arena. So if we got a Miami versus San Jose MLS Cup, it would be student versus teacher. It'd be Beckham versus Arena because Beckham's the owner of Miami.
That's the thing. It's like when you have...
And you'd have the 2 highest scoring teams in the league. The number 1 versus number 2 highest scoring teams in the league. That would be the matchup. That'd be a hell of a matchup.
When you have Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, freaking Mario Lemieux, Tom Brady, when you have the best player, arguably the best player to ever do it, I mean, that does eliminate a lot of deficiencies. So when you have a team that may be a better team, but you have an all-time great, one of the best that's ever done it, going against you, unless you have somebody who is an all-time great going against you, to even that out, there's always a chance that you get outshined.
Yeah, and the reason the Galaxy were so good in the early 2010s was simple. Not only did they have Landon Donovan, the best soccer player in North America at the time, they got Beckham to come overseas, and they hit on their first 2 draft picks in 2009. Bruce Arena, they drafted 2 center backs out of Maryland. Omar Gonzalez, 3rd overall, and then he got AJ De La Garza, 19th overall in the 2nd round. Both guys made it to the league as rookies. Both guys started as rookies, and he hit on both draft picks, which is very hard to do in today's MLS. It's very hard to hit on your 1st and 2nd round pick in today's era of MLS. But Arena did that in 2009 when they had Beckham and Donovan, and they had Tim Howard, one of the better goalies at goalie too. And that team was just stacked to the point where it was just unfair to play against them. I like this Miami team. I wouldn't say they're at that level yet. They're the closest thing we've seen to that Galaxy team in the 2010s, but they're not quite at that level yet.
If it doesn't get there, we'll know soon enough.
If it does get there, we will know. You're right. But I do think Miami versus San Jose, that would probably be, if we were doing a list of top 5 2025 MLS Cup matchups, that would be one of the matchups on this list, in my opinion. Because Bruce Arena versus David Beckham, I think that would be a really fun student versus teacher matchup in the MLS Cup finals. And I think that'd be a lot of fun. Honestly, another fun matchup would be FC Cincinnati versus San Diego FC. Expansion team versus team Joey picked to win it all in the preseason. Dane St. Clair versus Andre Blake would be fun too. Philadelphia, Minnesota. I think the East, it really doesn't matter who's going to come out of the East, but what team's going to be the most intriguing? I think basically the Western Conference is the crapshoot conference and the Eastern Conference is the fun conference, but I think there's 3 fun teams in the West. San Diego, the expansion team with Potty McNair. Even my mom was emotionally invested in the San Diego soccer game when they played the Galaxy when she sewed the pillow a few weeks ago. Minnesota with Dane St. Clair and San Jose with Bruce Arena. And maybe Colorado, because they drafted Alex Harris out of Cornell. They've had a good offseason. And they've actually got the right players in the super draft and right players in free agency. And they've got multiple first-round picks next year. So I think there are 4 fun teams in the Western Conference, and then there's everyone else. So if one of those fun teams wins the conference, I think we're going to have a hell of an MLS Cup. And if we see a boring team win the conference, it's going to be a dud, just like last year when the LA Galaxy smoked the New York Red Bulls. I know we only beat them by 1 goal, but the Red Bulls, there were so many teams on paper that were better than the Red Bulls in the regular season. Orlando, Miami, Cincinnati, Columbus, and they all laid an egg in the playoffs. It was just very disappointing from a fan experience. When you had so many teams in the East that were stacked, and the freaking Red Bulls are the team that comes out of the Eastern Conference because everyone else laid an egg. If the Red Bulls were that good, they would have beaten the Galaxy and won the MLS Cup. They didn't. So, and that's because the Galaxy were just a bet. They had a really good goal scorer and just a stacked team. But, it's interesting. There's still another half of MLS soccer. Right now, Tay Barbaro on the Union leads the league with 13 goals. Sam Surich is second with 11. And Kevin Denke has 10 for FC Cincinnati. There is not a player with 10 assists yet. Suarez has 7. Anders Dreyer has 7. Pep Biel has 7 assists. Yellow cards. Edwin Cirillo of the LA Galaxy has 8 yellow cards. Kai Rose is 7. And 3 players have 1 red card. One's on Real Salt Lake, one's on Chicago, and one's on Orlando. So what do we have for MLS goalie stats? I want to look up the goalie stats, and then we'll sign off because I think we've covered everything. I would have done the NHL Draft Simulator, but that was contingent on William being here because the 3 teams that do not draft until later in the draft are Dallas, Colorado, and Florida. Colorado and Dallas don't have a draft pick until the 4th round, and the Dallas Stars have a late 3rd round pick. So I would do a draft simulator thing for the NHL if we had William on. You pick for the Florida Panthers, William pick for the Avalanche, and I pick for the Stars. And I could help you guys out because I found a ton of gems in the NHL draft. Maybe we'll do that next week before we jump into the NBA mock. I'm not going to be committal on that because as fun as that sounds, I don't know what your plans or Williams' plans are, and I don't want to force something if it's not there. But I do want to look at the saves for each goalie. I want to see the exact goalie stats. Come on, you're giving us goals, assists, passes completed. You're not giving us the goalie stats, and that's a very you're used to have all the saves up. Like, come on, MLS. All player stat leaders, and I want stat leaders for goalies. I mean, they used to have this on the website, MLSsoccer.com. They used to have the goalie stats and who were the leaders and saves. I can't believe they took that off their website. That is very disappointing because all the good young goalies in soccer, I would think I would think that stat is somewhat important, like the top 5 saves. So they did take that off the site. They replaced it with yellow card, red card, left-footed shot, right-footed shots. Who cares about left-footed and right-footed shots? Who cares? That's a very minute statistic.
You know me. When it comes to hockey, the big thing I love talking about are the goalies.
Same with soccer. So the fact that you get rid of that.
Yeah, if you take away saves, what the hell? It's like, I was a catcher. I followed. The only thing I ever followed was soccer or hockey. Outside of those days, which were new in those glory days of Penguin and Gretzky with.
Yeah, because the Oilers had Grant Furr back in the day when Gretzky won cups. The Penguins had Tom Barrasso. Okay.
The goalies were always my thing.
Yeah, I don't know why MLS took the saves for each of the goalies off their website. It's not even listed on ESPN either. So Okay, Fox Sports. Thank you. Fox Sports has the goalkeeping stats. Better.
Oh, hell, Fox finally does something right. I love it. Outside of their.
All right. Okay. All right. Number 1 in saves is Sean Johnson, the Toronto FC goalie. Toronto's only won 3 games, but their goalie ranks number 1 with 71 saves. Christian Kalina, the Charlotte FC goalie, is number 2 with 65 saves. And somehow Dave Tepper's going to find a way to drive him out of Charlotte. Brad Guzan, 64 saves for Atlanta.
Yeah, he'd probably find a way to screw something up.
Brad Stuver, 54 saves. Carlos Coronel, he was great in the MLS Cup playoffs last year for the Red Bulls, 52 saves. Roman Celentano, only 50 saves, but he's played 17 games. So if you have 50 saves through 17 games, 17 more games left, you could finish with 100 saves. You can get 100 saves if you get 50 more saves.
3.5 seasons a game isn't bad. But remember, in soccer, a lot of these things, a lot of kids, a lot of shots on goals don't make it to the goal. Okay, they go blind run over top, around to the side. That's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's not bad.
He's had 74 shots on goal and 50 saves and set with a 676 save percentage.
That's not bad. It's not bad. Because in soccer more than any other league, even hockey, the law of probabilities really go askew.
They do.
Because then once the ball hits your foot.
Soccer net is bigger than a hockey net, and it's not just that. You only have 2 defenders in hockey. In soccer, you can have 3, sometimes 4. And when FC Cincinnati lost the Red Bulls when FC Cincinnati lost to New York City FC or the New York Red Bulls, I can't remember which team, they only started 3 defenders, which was stupid, Joey, because they had Miles Robinson and they had Mike Magazi, who was the MLS Defender of the Year, and they were playing Magazi off the bench. That's stupid. Play both of those guys at center back and deploy 4 defenders to take pressure off your fucking goalie. If you had done that, you would have won. If you had done that, you probably would have beaten the Red Bulls or New York City FC. Maybe you would have won the conference. Maybe you would have won the MLS Cup last year if you had done that.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I've played soccer, or at least tried to before my knee decided I can't even kick soccer ball now, and I was blow my knee doing it. But when you kick the ball, you can try. I'm opposed to hockey. When you slap a puck, you can position your stick in a way to control the puck. But in soccer, your leg, you have to use the inside of your foot to kick the ball. You can only maneuver your foot so much, but you only have so much control. So when you go and you say, I'm going to take a shot. Okay, well, guess what? That shot, I'd say at least 5 out of every 7, 6, 7 shots don't even get towards the net. Don't get anywhere close. Because you only have so much control based on the fact that, well, you can spin a hockey stick.
Yeah, if you play 5 forwards, 3 midfielders, and 3 defensemen, yes, you will have a lot more score. The drawback to that is you're also more prone to giving up goals if your defense misses an assignment, which is why I've always been a 4-3-3 guy as far as formations go, as far as soccer formations. 4 defenders, 3 midfielders, 3 forwards, with 1 striker and the 2 wingers as the extra forwards. That's always been my default mindset when it comes to soccer formations. And the only reason Cincinnati got knocked out last year is because they went with 3 defenders instead of 4. If they had just stuck to the basics, I think they may have won, but we'll never know.
And soccer has always been defense because if you take what you can do.
So our thought process as far as coaching is identical. We both believe in the 4-defender philosophy.
It is, because I would even go as far as 5, because you're going to do so much with your leg to control that ball.
Yeah. And some teams have gone with 5 defenders. They go with a left back, a right back, and 3 center backs in the middle. Like the Rapids did that a few years ago when they had the 1 seed. So that does work.
You're going to score. Then you will lose in soccer. And the chances of them scoring is low. You might get 1 to 3 goals every 60 minutes. So if you completely take that away and make that 0, you can lose.
Yep.
So you fuck on your defense because you can only position your leg in so many ways. I can sit here and twist my foot all around. That's only going to throw a ball so much.
Yeah.
You're a great defender, and you've got a great defensive team, you're not going to lose a game.
Yep. So only 25 of the 30 goalies have been featured on Fox Sports, but Patrick Schultz, 42 saves, 712 save percentage, 59 shots. Dane St. Clair, 45 saves, 59 shots on goal. Do we have clean sheets here? Clean sheets are like shutouts in soccer. Okay.
Stupid rumor. Somebody just put out there that the Browns and Jaguars might swap Shedeur Sanders for Trevor Lawrence. That's just freaking stupid. But at the same time, it's like, it got a reaction of freaking stupid at it. So I figure if I'm saying freaking stupid, that's worth mentioning on the podcast.
Yeah. I agree. I'm just trying to get the clean sheets for soccer, like the actual clean sheets for each goalie, like because there's the saves are important, but the other important stat is the clean sheets. Clean sheets, how many shutouts are you getting? You know,
Well, that is important, but that's kind of like
it's secondary. I think saves are more important, but
yeah, it's like a pitcher in baseball. It's like, well, if you got the win, he has a 1.25 ERA. I wish you would have got another shutout.
Yahoo has saves and clean sheets. So Yahoo, congratulations. Yahoo and Fox have set the precedent. MLSsoccer.com, ESPN do not have the goalie stats listed. Frickin' Yahoo Sports and Fox Sports are putting you in your place.
Sports has always been underrated.
They have.
I often go to Yahoo Sports because they do some really nice work. Fox, their stuff is hit or miss, but when you get into the meat and potatoes of Fox Sports and you really dive into it, Fox Sports is really good. Fox program as a whole, not so much. Fox Sports, pretty darn good. Not as much in their reporting, but more in their graphics, ability to keep statistics. Their pregame are second to none.
Yes.
So, they're aesthetic.
And I remember Fox only hosted this NHL for 5 years, but when they had the Stanley Cup on Fox, Susie Colbert did the pregame coverage for Fox when they had the Stanley Cup rights before she jumped ship to ESPN. Fun fact about Susie Colbert.
I don't think anybody ever going to say it well. I say done better paycheck because, quite frankly, I think you were out of your one to do the job.
Okay, so Roman Celentano has 30 career clean sheets, 5 as a rookie, 13 as a sophomore, 7 last year, and he has 5 this year. In addition to the 50 saves, he has 5 shutouts this season. So he's on pace to get 100 saves and 10 shutouts by the end of the year if he can do what he did in the first half and the second half without getting injured. So, I can get the clean sheets, but I have to look up the player names and go to their MLS profiles to get that information under career stats. So that's kind of a pain in the ass, but it's better than ESPN. At least you're giving me something, MLS Soccer. I'm not happy that I have to jump through these hoops, but I will do it to get the correct information. Dane St. Clair had 9 clean sheets in 2023 when he really broke out in 30 starts. He had 7 in 2024 last year, but he improved his save percentage from 68.4 to 70.5. So far this year, Dane St. Clair, 8 clean sheets in 16 games and a 75.4 save percentage. Okay, that is just ridiculously good. If St. Clair can play at that level in the MLS playoffs, Minnesota's going to win the Western Conference. Because I just don't see a dominant team in the West right now. I don't know if Vancouver can sustain that level of play. Right now, I would say San Jose and Minnesota would be my 2 picks to win the Western Conference. As much as I'd love to see San Diego win the whole thing as an expansion team, I don't think that's a realistic projection. I would probably pick Minnesota over San Jose if I had to do a Western Conference Finals prediction right now. Because the way St. Clair is playing, 8 clean sheets in 16 starts, 8 shutouts in 16 starts, 75.4 save percentage. He's just playing on another level. And I interviewed this guy at the MLS draft when he won a championship as a freshman coming out of Maryland. And then he sat his rookie year. And then he started 13 games as a sophomore in the COVID year. Then he started 4 games, allowed 10 goals, but he had a season-ending injury in 2021. But he started 32 games the following year, 5 shutouts, 30 games the year after that, 9 shutouts, 26 games last year, 7 shutouts. And this year, he started all 16 games, and he already has 8 shutouts and a career high 75.4 save percentage. So if St. Clair can play at this level, I do think Minnesota is the team to beat in the Western Conference. Because as good as Bruce Arena is, if St. Clair's goaltending continues to ascend to new heights, I'm not sure Arena's squad's going to have an answer for him. And Minnesota would have home field against San Jose in a Western Conference Finals. So if I had to make a pick right now of who's going to win the Western Conference, I think I would go with Minnesota, Joey. And it's mainly because of St. Clair at goalie. He's just had an amazing season. 8 clean sheets in 16 games, 8 shutouts, 16 games, and 75.4 save percentage, which is a career high for him. So, well, he actually did have 80 per.
Look at clean sheet as much of anything. My big thing is what are your goals again, and what's your win percent? I look at goalies a lot like I look at pitchers. Do I love shutouts? Absolutely.
But are those shutouts a product of your goaltending or your defense? Because usually it's a combination of both in hockey and in soccer now.
Yeah, and it's like pitchers. It's like, was that shutout because you threw a great game? Or is Steven Kwan, who's a bull deliver in right field, make some diving test to prevent a triple that you never could, that would have driven in a run and you never could have anticipated? I mean, same difference. Same thing. It's like, what more is there? So, what does that shutout really mean? Yes, it's exciting. But what does it really mean? It's like not much.
Well, let's see here. Minnesota United have allowed 16 goals in 17 games. 16 goals in 17 games. And
That's good. 16 goals, 17 games. You're giving up less than 1. Now,
there's one other team giving up less than 1 in Vancouver, but they don't have a star goalie like Minnesota does.
well, what are the saves per game?
They do. Let's look at that.
Saves per game.
Because if I were just picking a MLS Cup matchup based on the goaltending, I would probably go FC Cincinnati over Minnesota. If we were just grading this on goaltending alone, nothing else, I would probably go with FC Cincinnati over Minnesota at this point in the season. But
Well, why I want to make this comparison is because you have one of the best goalkeepers in the game and a very good goalkeeper. But if they're both averaging under 1 goal allowed per game, and you take
He has only faced 54 shots all season, but he's made 42 saves. I'd say that's the defense more than the goaltending, as much as I like Dane. I would argue that's the defense, because
What's the other stat?
he's in the 23 percentile in shots faced, so that's
The other player.
Roman Celentano. The Cincinnati goal. Because those are the only two goalies that I believe that were in the top half of the league in save percentage and total saves. So that's why I'm trying my best to get the exact numbers. I'm not perfect either, Joey.
You're good.
Okay, so 24 goals allowed. So while Minnesota's only allowed 16 goals under Dane St. Clair, FC Cincinnati has allowed 24 goals this year. I don't know if that's because the coach is playing 3 defensemen instead of 4. That could factor into it. Only way to find that was to go through the line combinations of each game. And as much as I love doing this research, I'm not going to do that. And you don't blame me, because if you were asked to do that, you'd probably pass on that too. That's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at, man.
Then I'll punch you again because you made my beer flat. And I don't like flat beer.
So, yeah. And FC Cincinnati, though, 25 goals scored, 24 goals allowed. And let's see here. Celentano has more saves, but at the same token, St. Clair has more shutouts and has faced more shots. But
okay, so more shots. That's what I was going to. So, in other words, they're technically, whether one's considered elite and one's considered very good, they're both elite.
They were both first-round picks in the MLS Super Draft, but Celentano was like Andre Blake, where he was good, but he didn't break out and become that star until his 5th year in the league, which is the same thing that happened with Blake. He was good early in his career, but he didn't really break out and become that star until his 5th year in the league after going number 1 in 2014. And that's basically the same thing that happened with St. Clair.
Well, it's all media. And it's something that's missing off some of the stuff that I'm having to watch OTA get the actual story on everything. Because the media is screwing up and giving narratives, and that's all this is. The media is giving narratives. But if you look deep into it, and then you watch it with your own eyes, and you see it, you can tell the media is crystal.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Both goalies were championship goalies in college. Dane St. Clair won a college cup. He won a championship at Maryland in his freshman year. Roman Celentano lost the college cup to Marshall. So they are both capable of getting their teams to an MLS Cup. The tape shows that. So I probably would go with Cincinnati versus Minnesota, but I would probably take Cincinnati to win if that were the matchup. Because I just think the Eastern Conference is better than the West. I felt that way last year, but the Galaxy got lucky and a bunch of fuckery happened in the Eastern Conference with all the teams imploding. Miami imploding, Orlando imploding, Columbus, Cincinnati imploding. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it in all my years of covering sports, where that many good teams that were dominant on paper imploded in the playoffs.
You're good. It's like, but I wanted to get into this deeper because lately I have seen media across all sports pushing narratives that aren't exactly.
Yeah.
And it's pissing me off. So I wanted to get down into, what is true about these two guys and what is not. And what is true is despite what the media says, these two aren't separated by much. These two are basically equally as good. It's just a matter of preference. And that's something
I think St. Clair has done more to carry his team, but at the same token, Celentano's faced more shots and has the better supporting cast. So if we got Cincinnati, Minnesota, I would probably take Minnesota to lose, but it would be a hell of a matchup either way. I really wouldn't care who won because I'd enjoy watching both goalies because I saw they showed Columbus when before the Dallas Stars played Colorado in Game 7, they had Columbus and Cincinnati on Fox. So I got to see Celentano and Schultz go toe-to-toe with each other because usually that game's only on Apple TV. I got to see them go toe-to-toe against each other on TV this year, and it was entertaining as hell from what I watched.
Yeah, it's just, I think right now there are so many agendas going on in the media that unless you do deep dives and everything, you're going to believe whatever the media says rather than actually watch it. And what we're going to give you here, we're just going to give you what is.
I'm going to look up Andre Blake quickly because Andre Blake, the Philadelphia Union do have the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. Home field would go through Philadelphia. Andre Blake has 4 clean sheets, but only a 72.2 save percentage, which is down from last year. They don't list how many saves he's gotten on MLS.com. They list like the exact total of save percentage, but they don't list the exact total of saves, which irritates the crap out of me. Like, come on, guys. You're the league website. You were like NFL.com. You were like NHL.com. You have a moral responsibility to list the exact total of saves.
And that's the thing. You know, you have to look. I will give you.
Okay.
It's Mary Potato. He has been a Kenny Pickett supporter since he was in He, for some reason, hates Shooter Sandwich. We don't know why. He is getting a bias for Kenny Pickett and she's using her platform to run with.
Yeah.
And it's not the only example I've seen. I've seen that example.
Yeah, Andre Blake's analytics are not good. He's in the bottom 20% in matches played. He's in the bottom 40. He's in the 42 percentile in minutes, and he's in the 49 percentile in matches started, with only 10 out of 17 matches. So his analytics are, even though he's been a top 5 goalie in the league for many years now, his analytics are much worse. I would right now it's looking like his analytics are his analytics are slightly better than 2023, but that's just based on goals conceded, 1.131. That's just based on goals conceded. Now, if we just look at clean sheets, his clean sheets he's matched his 4 from last year, but he went from 9 clean sheets in 2020 when the Union had the 1 seed to 13 in 2021 to 16 in 22 when the Union made the MLS Cup to 10 in 2023. And then he had 4. He had 4 last year. He went from 10 to 4, and then he had 4 this year. So even though he had that dominant run from 2019 to 2023, the last 2 years he's declined, and he's declined significantly. I could see the Union hosting the Eastern Conference Finals, but if they play Miami, Cincinnati, or Columbus, I think they would lose, even with home field. And that's not a knock on Blake. It's just a testament to how good Messi is. It's a testament to how good Celentano and Schultz have been as of late. And they're younger. They're hungrier. They want it more.
Do you see anybody who watches soccer? You see the beam that these goals take. You're jumping around and
Andre Blake was drafted number 1 in 2014, and he had a great run from 2019 to 2023 where he dominated. He's 34 now, and he's declined each of the past 2 years. That should say something. That says something.
on
Okay. I love Blake. I'd love to see him get an MLS Cup and prove me wrong, but that's going to take a toll on you at a certain point. And it looks like the last 2 years that has taken a toll on Blake.
To give an example, is like in the last year, I started feeling a lot of the pounding I put on my body. I'm 42. I'm starting to feel it. And when you put a lot of pounding on your body, when you have a lot of impact, there's going to come a time you're going to start to feel it. And your production is going to down. It doesn't matter what you do in life. When you do, it's like when I pick up 3-4 cases of water a day.
I don't think Andre Blake's declined to the, but he's also declined to the point where he's no longer the all-star goalie he was when he was at his peak. Is that fair, Joey?
It is fair. It's like I'm no longer the best in the business anymore. But I'm not a liability.
Exactly.
I'm still going. So it's like, yeah, have I declined? Absolutely. Have you declined? Absolutely. He's one of the best in business. Is he anymore? No. Now, that okay? Yes. Is he still somebody who's gonna make an impact?
Is he a high-end starter? Yes. Is he the all-star goalie he was when he was at his peak? No. That's basically what I'm saying about Blake, and that's why I feel like the Union, if they get the 1 seed, I think they could make the Eastern Conference Finals, but if they're playing a team like a Columbus or a Miami, I think that team beats them in Philly. And that,
I understand completely. And you know what it was called? Called getting over. You know, none of us like it. But guess what? It is what it is. Can't do anything about it.
yeah.
You know, what my buddy Brian had to tell me every time I say, I'm going to fight all the time. He just tells me all the time is undefeated. Yeah, you can't do anything about it. Don't like it. You can be as defiant as you want. All the time is undefeated. Get older. You're going to start breaking.
I don't know who's going to come out of the East, but I would pick Minnesota to win the West simply because of Dane St. Clair's rapid improvement at goalie each year. It's either them, San Diego, or Bruce Arena. I can't see Vancouver winning it as a 1 seed. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about Vancouver. I'll look at the Vancouver Whitecaps stats, but then I am signing off. Then we are signing off because it's 1 p.m. I do have to get back to working on my mock draft. Joey's got other stuff he's wanted to do too. But, you know, maybe we'll...
I agree with you, though, that Vancouver, I don't see Vancouver winning.
I mean, they have the best record in the conference right now, but I don't think they're going to win the conference at the end of the day. I believe somebody's going to beat them in the playoffs. Okay, so their striker, Brian White, is he a striker? Yeah, Brian White, their striker, is 10 goals. What else do they have besides a 10-goal score? Because if you shut that guy down, if the striker's the only thing you have going for you on offense, if you shut that guy down, they are beatable. Okay, their leader in assists has 5 assists. That they do have a good variance of assist players with assists, but they've got 5 different players with 4 assists. JC Ngondo, the number one, the guy who played with the midfielder who played with Theo Colum at UNC Greensboro has 4 assists this year. That's good. If he could step up, Vancouver's got a shot to do something. If he could step up, but that's the thing. Can he come in and step up and be that guy?
Now, I will give an example here. In 1986, Sidney Moncrief for the Bucks was one of the best starters in the NBA. They won 60 games that year. 60 games, I'm sorry. One of the 2. They ranked into the Celtics juggernaut that had been ranked into the NBA. Sidney Moncrief got shut down. It was because of an ankle injury, but for the most part, a 61 team they swept.
Yep.
They shut down the one player they had to shut down.
And that's the thing. Brian White's the only 10-goal scorer on Vancouver. Everybody else, the next best total is 4 goals. So if you shut down Brian White, this team is beatable. That's why I say if I had to pick a Western Conference Finals matchup right now, I would go Minnesota over San Jose. Because I think San Jose with Bruce Arena, with them leading the conference in goals, and the 2 defenders they got in San Diego on the road, I think they could even beat Vancouver on the road if Arena game plans around White. The team they're going to have a problem with is Dane St. Clair in Minnesota, the best goalie in the Western Conference right now. They're going to have a problem against him, and if they can't score on him, Minnesota's going to win. It's that simple. And Minnesota's got home field, and it's just very hard to win 3 playoff games on a road. Even with a team as dangerous as the one Arena has, it's very hard to win 3 playoff games on the road. So
I know went through some stats and everything, and went through his whole goalie ring and everything, but St. Clair's kind of lose. I mean, he kind of gets beyond stats in a lot of ways. You know, he's he can have the best player in the league. He can give up a goal and a half a game. But when the chips are down, I don't know if there's another goalie in the league that I would want, in penalty kicks than St. Clair. I mean, St. Clair's one guy I would trust.
And I remember interviewing him at the Super Draft, and I asked him why they won the championship, and he talked about his teammates. He was very humble, very unselfish. He talked about the defenders and how the team took pressure off of him. So
That takes great leadership. Give the credit to your team.
And he was a freshman goalie in that draft. And I think I mocked him at number 1 at one point, but he fell to Minnesota. And he's been the missing piece that Minnesota's needed. And look, Minnesota's arguably the most snake-bitten city. Though if he brings a championship to Minnesota, he is a legend. He is a legend in that city.
I want to ask you, when you look at all these teams, how many top-tier goalies are we looking at? Because something I'm noticing here, everything we're talking about, we look at their goalies. I want you to count. How many top-tier goalies do we have?
If we count Celentano, St. Clair, Patrick Schultz, and Andre Blake, the former number 1 pick in 2014, that is 4 top-tier goalies.
Out of how many teams?
Out of 30 teams, that's 4 top-tier goalies.
No, I mean just in the playoffs.
In the playoffs, you're looking at 9 teams per conference, 18. So 4 goalies in the top 18 and 3 in the Eastern Conference and 1 in the West. That's why I think Minnesota wins the West this year, because Minnesota is due for something good. I know they've won Pro Women's Hockey League's championships. That's great. And they've had a lot of success with the Lynx too. But Minnesota is due for something in men's sports. They're due for something special. I think Minnesota wins the Western Conference this year.
And is it surprising that the teams we're talking about winning are the ones with the best goalies?
I mean, the teams we're mentioning with the best goalies, Philadelphia and Cincinnati are 1 and 2 in the Eastern Conference, and they both have really good goalies that were first-round picks, drafted 1st and 2nd overall. They're 1 and 2 in the East. Minnesota's 3rd in the West, and the only teams ahead of them right now are an expansion team, San Diego, who's had a really amazing season, and Vancouver. Right now, I think LAFC is the 6th seed. And LAFC, that is literally the toughest opening round matchup you could ask for. But if you get by them and you knock them the fuck out of the playoffs, Joey's preseason pick to win the Western Conference, you knock them the fuck out of the playoffs, I think you can run the conference. But you got to get through LAFC first. And that's going to be the real challenge. But if you can get through them, I think you can win the conference. But you got to get through them first. That's literally the worst first round matchup you could ask for if you're Minnesota.
That's the only team I believe that is without an elite goalie that can win the whole thing. But if you knock them out and you got an elite goalie sitting around, you got 4 elite goalies.
And you've got the only elite goalie in the Western Conference. That is a huge advantage.
Yeah, you have the one guy that can actually shut out what I feel is the favorite. And so, you have one guy in the conference that can make sure you get the upset. Are you going to take advantage of it? And that's what we're going to find out.
Yeah, because last year, Real Salt Lake, I think was it Real Salt Lake? Somebody beat Minnesota in penalty kicks last year in the playoffs, first round. I think it may have been Real Salt Lake, but.
Yeah, I remember you were talking about it quite a bit. I think it happened when we were on the air.
Yeah.
And you were giving us updates.
Okay, they are the Athletes Unlimited option for that commercial on ESPN, and a game is Tuesday at 8. So Tuesday at 8 on ESPN2, they are going to have an Athletes Unlimited softball game.
Nice.
I'll look at San Diego. Some requests in the chat room to look at San Diego. San Diego, they swept my LA Galaxy as expansion team, and the Galaxy are defending champions. I don't remember an expansion team sweeping defending champions, so that's pretty impressive. I'll look at them really quickly. Okay, San Diego does not have a 10-goal scorer, surprisingly, but Dreyer has 8 assists and 6 goals. I'm guessing he's the attacking midfielder. Chucky Lozano, 5 goals, 7 assists. They did not take a striker in free agency or the super draft that had 10 goals. And really, Dreyer and Lozano is where a bulk of their offense comes from. So if you can shut down those two guys, you can beat them.
Now, here's the thing. The striker is usually the power.
Yeah, the striker's usually your best offensive player, the 10-goal scorer. And you don't have a 10-goal scorer. You have 2 guys with 6 goals, 8 assists, 5 goals, 7 assists. That's good, but it's not great. And that's the problem.
Not always the top goal scorer, but what he is the one that's going to put the right feet.
Yeah.
And that's the psychological way. You have a good striker. He may finish second or third on the team in goals, but he's the one that's going to be in your mind. He's going to kick this thing.
And that's the guy the goalie's the most afraid of.
Yes.
Exactly. And Herving Lozano, Chucky Lozano, he's a great left winger, but he's not a striker. He's not a guy who puts fear. And you got a good left winger and a good attacking midfielder, but you have nothing else to show for it. That's what worries me about San Diego. I don't think they win the conference. Maybe they get to the conference finals if they beat San Jose in the opening round. I don't think they would win the conference. I think either LAFC or Minnesota would beat them.
The striker is like a great defense man. Is like they will strike fear in the hearts of whoever's going against him. We're strikers because if he kicks it on goal, there's a good chance we can't stop it. For a defender in hockey, if we get cut, he's going to kick our ass.
Yes.
It's instilling fear and intimidation. It's in every sport. It's like a power pitcher in baseball. Strike fear. And it's like Jose Ramirez. The Angels walked in 3 straight times intentionally. That's striking fear in the hearts of your opponents.
There's only 7 players with 10 goals so far. I'm curious how many of them are strikers. Ty Barbaro, he's the new striker for the Union, 13 goals. So basically, if Barbaro and Blake step up, the Union can finally win an MLS Cup. Because Barbaro has come out of nowhere and he leads the league with 13 goals this year. Sam Surridge has 10 goals. Nashville, when you think of Nashville, you think of Hani Mukhtar, the superstar attacking midfielder. You don't think of Surridge, but Surridge has 11 goals at striker for Nashville. So if Surridge and Hani Mukhtar can both dominate, Nashville's going to be a tough team to beat because their goaltending's good but not great, but they always put a huge emphasis on drafting defenders in the MLS Super Draft. That's been their bread and butter, their forte. So if Surridge, because Nashville wanted Alex Harris out of Cornell, but they just didn't offer enough to get him. And Surridge has stepped up as a result. So Nashville could be dangerous if Surridge and Hani Mukhtar can both dominate come playoff time. Vancouver, Brian White, good striker. Messi's an attacking midfielder. Chapao Moting has 10 goals with the Red Bulls. I'm not sure. He's a forward. I'm not sure if he's a striker, though. 6'3", 198. That's a striker body. That's striker size, 6'3", 198. Wingers are not that tall. Wingers are usually like 5'7", 5'9", 5'11", and they play on the outside. Strikers are usually 6'2" or taller. So,
where, somebody is a little outside of their rank when it comes to
Hugo Cypers has 10 goals for the Fire, so that's pretty good. I mean, and the Fire have only played 15 games, so if Cypers can keep this up and Dean Bolts, their first-round pick, can step up as a late-season call-up, the Fire could very easily get to the play-in round, because remember, Charlotte and New York FC, they've played 17 out of 34 games. New England, Chicago only have 23 and 22 points, but they've only played 15 of their 34 games, so they have a 2-game advantage. To where if they win those 2 extra games that Charlotte and New York have played, they can catch them. So, and Dean Joveljic, he was the striker on the LA Galaxy last year. He had 23 goals with the Galaxy. They traded him to Sporting Kansas City. That explains why the Galaxy are the worst team in the league this year. Because he's a 23-year-old striker, and he had a very dominant season. And he has 9 goals this year with Sporting Kansas City. Doesn't have the supporting cast he had with the Galaxy, and he's getting triple teamed just as frequently, but he still has 9 goals, 8th in the league. So, yeah. So there's a few teams that have interesting strikers. Hani Mukhtar, 7 goals, 6 assists. That's a little bit down from what you're used to seeing, but you'll take it. Joseph Martinez, he left Montreal to go to San Jose to replace Jeremy Ebo-Bice, and Martinez has 7 goals with San Jose. I do not know how much Patrick Egamong, 6 goals with Charlotte. They drafted him, and they got him with a 12th pick, and they actually got that right. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the second half of the MLS season goes, second half of the MLB season goes. We'll have a mock draft next week, probably NBA. Because the NBA draft takes place before the NHL draft. So if I've only got 2 shows with Joey where I can break down one draft, I essentially either have to finish my 7-round NHL mock, which is on pick 140, or my 2-round NBA mock, which is 59 picks by next Saturday. So I'm thinking probably do the NBA first, and I'm 10 picks through that. So I have today to work on the NHL mock, and then next week I have to lock the F in on the NBA mock. If I'm going to get 59 picks up by next week, and I've only got 10 done, I have to lock the F in on the NBA mock starting tomorrow. I do. I mean, that's the reality. As much as I enjoy multitasking and rotating between the 2 mocks, that is the reality. And I'm alert enough to recognize that, which is why we're a good team. But yeah, next Tuesday, William and I will be here. We will be doing a sleeper on the Sleeper app, a rookie draft, like rookie drafts for Dynasty leagues. William put the league together for Dynasty. That'll be Tuesday night, and then we'll be back here Saturday. Probably going to do an NBA mock. because I think it'd be a lot easier to get through 59 picks versus 224. Even though I've got the first 142, 143 write-ups typed for the NHL mock, I think it's a lot easier to type 49 write-ups for the NBA draft versus the 90 I'd have to do for the NHL. I just think that's easier for me to accomplish in 1 week, Joey, and I think you're in agreement with me on that. Plus, the NBA draft comes before the NHL draft. So logistically, if we're going to break down one first, we should break down the NBA first, because it technically does come before the NHL, because we really only have 2 Saturdays left until these drafts begin in the final week of June. So we really don't have a lot of time. So probably going to go NBA next week. But today's really a free day where I can watch baseball and have a little bit of fun. Let's check in on the Murray State game before we sign off. ESPNU, Murray State, Duke, that's on ESPNU. Let's check in on that. And Duke just retired Murray State, 1-2-3. Okay, they're going to need pitching like that if they're going to beat Murray State. We talked about Murray State earlier on the show, how they get on base 40% of the time, they get runs, they steal bases consistently. They're a pain in the ass for pitchers. Duke's going to need their pitcher to be perfect to beat Murray State.
Yeah. So what's the score?
It's 0-0. Duke just retired Murray State's batters 1-3. And they're going to need that in order to beat Murray State.
Yeah, I didn't know what inning it was at. Like it just started.
It just started. It's on ESPNU. I was watching Louisville, Miami on ESPN during the podcast. Louisville won the first game. Miami is winning the second game. So that'll probably go to a third game tomorrow. And I'll check ESPN2. ESPN2, because I'm pretty sure there's another baseball game on ESPNU. Yes, it's North Carolina, Arizona. That is tied at 2 in the 4th inning. And North Carolina won the first game. So if Arizona loses, North Carolina would clinch the series. And this is the Chapel Hill Super Regional in North Carolina. So Jeremy Fowler's reporting Nick Chubb has interest for multiple teams, likely to make a decision soon. Ryu likely, but it's also not completely off the table.
Heard yesterday, there are concerns that is no longer the player. It was unconfirmed. I have a lot of that because of the need. And teams don't want to take a risk on it, or else he would have already signed. There are a lot of people that are really upset right now with not only teams like the Bears and the Patriots, but also the Browns. It's like, this is a guy who 2 years ago was arguably, depending on who you ask, the best running back in the sport. And now, because he blows out his knee and he's coming back, you can't even give him a roster spot.
And people are going to say, no, Derrick Henry was the best running back 2 years ago. He was, but Nick Chubb was right up there with him. A 1A to his 1B at the very worst.
Yeah, and you can't even give him a veteran minimum contract. You know, there are a lot of people that are upset. It's like, even if Nick Chubb only has 1 year left in him, what? He is.
You know, last year Nick Chubb had the second highest rated running back on Madden, behind only Christian McCaffrey. He was game last year. That's not a.
The big thing that ticks me off is that, generally speaking, he is one of the best individuals in professional sports, just as a person, and he deserves better than to.
He does not deserve to be blacklisted by the league because teams want to get back and pay running backs the bare minimum.
Yeah, it's like he is as good a man and has been as good of a representative for the league as anybody has in the last 20 years. And you got to give this man more dignity. Let him go out. Even if he's not great, doing a roster spot, doing some carries, let him go out on his own merit and say, I did it. I came back twice, and I was still good. Maybe I have been great, but I was still good. Let him go out with dignity. He has been too good of a representative, too good of a man. They're even Brown fans don't like anybody. They love Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb is just that guy that everybody loves, everybody wants to love. And he has done such a great job of representing not only the Browns, but the NFL and the sport of football and how it's supposed to be. Let the man go on a ticket. We know he's only probably got 1 year. He's breaking down, no matter how it's ready. His body's breaking down. We know he's got 1 year left. Give him the dignity of going out. As the man he's always been.
Yep, I agree.
Give him that. He deserves it.
And I know we're going to see another NFL signing or trade next week because whenever I want to avoid talking football and talk about the NBA or the NHL draft, the NFL does something to grab our attention so we're glued into the show, whether we like it or not. So something NFL news related is going to happen next week. I don't want it to happen. I want everything to be quiet and to die down until training camp, but if we're locked in on the NBA and the NHL draft, the NFL has to hold our beer and watch this moment where they do something big. This week it was the Aaron Rodgers signing. I have a feeling it's going to be the Nick Chubb signing next week.
That's the only news that's left that will be worthy. But yeah, we got many camps starting next week, mandatory mini camps. But let's face it, unless there's something one of these rookies does that really stands out, the Nick Chubb signing is the only thing that's really huge in this situation. And that's just because it's Nick Chubb. I think I just spoke my mind. But yeah, Nick Chubb is. I'm just so ticked off right now about how NFL teams are treating Nick Chubb. Every single team should be ashamed of themselves with how they treated this man who has done nothing but represent the entire league with dignity and respect since 2008. And just
Nick Chubb, Mari Cooper might sign with somebody too. He's also a free agent, but I don't think that's as big of a story as Nick Chubb because it felt like Cooper declined last year.
So that's not as big of a deal. But Nick Chubb only fell off as a and that is, to me,
All right.
you know,
I will look at the free agents quickly. I've gotten some requests to look at the free agents that are still available at each position. I'll look quickly, but
there's not much there, I swear.
I don't think there is there either. Most of the quarterbacks have been signed. Who's still available at quarterback? I think anybody is. Nope. Aaron Rodgers was the last domino at quarterback. So, yeah, every quarterback that was a free agent has signed with a team. Oh, come on, Spot Track. You don't. I know it's list. It's giving. There's two tickers. There's a sign and there's an available ticker. Let's click the available ticker. The available quarterbacks on the market: Carson Wentz, Teddy Bridgewater, C.J. Beathard, Tyler Huntley, Driscoll, Ritter, Jake Fromm. None of these guys warrant a contract. Huntley's the one guy on this list I could see getting something. Wentz is screwed up too many times. Bridgewater wants to get back into the NFL after taking a year off coaching in high school. I'm not sure if any teams need him at the moment. Huntley is a guy who's been around the block. I could see him getting another opportunity. The rest of these guys, the rest of these guys are only going to get an opportunity if somebody gets injured. Wentz,
Bridgewater has an interest, but it's not enough interest to.
He has enough interest for a training camp invite, but not enough interest for a permanent roster spot, which is what he's looking for. If a quarterback tears his ACL and they need a backup, they'll call him. But until then, he's going to be on the back burner. That's the unfortunate. Well, right now, their Spot Track has Jamal Williams, Gus Edwards, and Jeff Wilson as the top 3 free agent running backs. They have Nick Chubb at 4 because his average salary is lower than those 3. They're basically saying because his average salary is lower than those 3, he's not as talented. That's basically what Spot Track is saying.
That's bullshit.
I was about to say, if you were going to say fuck you to them, I was about to turn a blind eye for you. Because I'm in agreement. Nick Chubb should be number 1 on this list.
Nick Chubb is, until he proves that he can't do it anymore, because let's face it.
You have a few other guys available, Williams, Edwards, Wilson, but the only other guy I like outside of Nick Chubb is Dobbins, who was amazing last year, but that was the only year where he was amazing. Akers probably will get an opportunity, but it's going to be when a running back gets injured. It's not going to be right now. It's going to be when somebody goes down.
Yeah. Akers is a good back, but he's one-dimensional in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's true. There's a bunch of receivers on the open market, not just Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen, but Keenan Allen's 33. The age is the only reason. And he made $20 million last year. So teams are worried they're going to have to overpay to get him. Amari Cooper made $20 million last year. Teams want to pay these guys, but they only want to pay him a fourth. Like, these guys are willing to sign for half of what they made last year, but the truth is teams only want to pay them a fourth. Like Cooper, you're only going to get $5 million tops if you're Amari Cooper. Same with Keenan Allen. And do you really want to sign with the...
Amari Cooper only made $20 million because the Browns did him a solid. They said, thank you for your years of service. We're going to guarantee $20 million instead of the $14 million he was going to make.
Yeah.
To, just as a thank you. Thank you for your years of service. They did Amari Cooper.
Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper are the top 2 free agents. They have Gabe Davis at number 3, but it was very evident why the Jaguars cut him. Tyler Boyd's a free agent. I think Boyd will get another opportunity. He was a good slot receiver in Cincinnati. He was a good number 2 in Tennessee last year. I would think Boyd's going to get another opportunity. Rashad Bateman got a 3-year extension with the Ravens.
Was a really good player. Gabe Davis, I went to 2 Jaguars games last year. I think it was. He was pretty much non-existent.
Yeah, and they're listing him as the 3rd best free agent. If he was good, he would have been signed with somebody by now. I'm sorry, guys. That's just...
Like 2 passes, and wasn't paying attention on the 3rd that I saw. It was like, he was just not good.
Yeah, free agents, Gerald Everett. I thought Gerald Everett had 1 more year left on his contract, but I guess the Bears cut him after they drafted Loveland to save cap space, since they're paying Cole Met a lot of money too. But Everett, Mercedes Lewis are Mercedes Lewis is 41. I don't think anybody, even if he can still play, I don't think anyone wants to sign him at his age. Hayden Hurst is available. But again, a lot of these guys probably aren't going to get called up unless a tight end gets injured in training camp. Now look at the left tackles. Who's available? There's only 4 left tackles available. Tyron Smith, still good, but not really seen as an asset due to his age. DJ Humphreys is available. And then you have Gerard Christian and Jackson Barton. And Jedrick Wills got removed from this list because he chose to take a year off.
Yeah,
So
Christian is underrated. He's not great by name. He is a backup. But at the same time, he is underrated. And how this is when he's with the Browns, and then I think
I never viewed Christian as a guy with high potential. I always viewed him as a backup. And if I don't view you as a starter coming out of college, I don't see the value in having you on my roster. And I know that's a flawed thought process to a degree, because when your best players go down with injuries, you have to rely on your backups. But he's not a high potential guy, but I can see why people like him and why people keep giving him chances. But there's a reason he is where he is now. Okay?
Absolutely. He can do the job in short bursts. You give him a 3 to 5 game stretch, he can do the job. Maybe guys could chip a tight end or whatever, but he's not going to make you look like a freaking godsend.
Basically, unless a left tackle gets injured in training camp and's out for the year, he's probably not going to sign. I'll get to the guards here. Brandon Scherf is a UFA. Shaq Mason, UFA. Will Hernandez, UFA. How is Hernandez still in the market? I mean, he was great in Arizona, and he was good with the Giants in his rookie deal. How in the hell is he available? Will Hernandez is available.
You and I were thinking the same thing at the same time. You said that name, and I'm like, the hell? Why? It's like, what did he do to get so much
Dalton Risner was solid with the Broncos, but horrible with the Vikings. I understand why he's available. Whitehair was good with the Bears, declined with the Raiders. Feliciano, I understand why a lot of these guys are available. I don't understand why the Will Hernandez is available. He's not even 30 yet, and he's still available. Anybody could claim him.
Yeah, Will Hernandez is the only one that I'm looking at. But sure, I say he had a decent year last year, but Hernandez is like, he's doing his prime. Like, why is he still? But I don't get.
Let's look at the centers that are available. David Andrews is available, but he's probably going to retire. Brunskill's available. Nick Harris is available if a team wants to take a flyer on him, but I think all these centers probably going to stay on the open market. I really don't see anything exciting right now. That could change with injuries, but really the standouts so far from this free agency group are Nick Chubb and Will Hernandez, and that's pretty much it.
Nick Harris is a specialty player. He can back up the center, but his big thing is he is a very good back in this situation for a center. So he has to have a special team.
I agree.
Works with a fullback or whatever. Because one of the things he is a great blocker out of the backfield. He really is the prototypical fullback, from the 90s. And there's just not much of a place for that.
Yeah.
But he's a very good player. There's just no place for his position.
I agree. And look at the defensive ends. Clowney's available. I thought he was with the Panthers. I thought the Panthers brought Clowney back. I guess they cut him after they drafted the rookies because he's available. He's listed as a free agent. But none of the other defensive ends that are good are on the market. And then you look at the...
No, that was a ghost year that they signed him to.
Yeah. There's a few defensive tackles that are decent, but they're nothing spectacular. I mean, Raquan Davis, Linval Joseph, Taven Bryan, Maurice Hurst, Jordan Phillips. They're solid players, but they're not anything special. I mean, so I would argue the defensive tackle market is better than the defensive end market, but I think a lot of these guys are going to wait until injuries occur in training camp and then sign with teams. A lot of the guys on this list, because there's talent at defensive tackle. It's just not.
I love Maurice Hurst. The big thing is, though, the big problem with defensive tackle is we've talked about a few years. Young defensive tackles right now, you got talent all across the board. Maurice Hurst is great at attacking defense. You know who else is great at attacking defense? About 10 of the guys that were drafted this last year. That's working against guys like Hurst. It's not that Hurst doesn't belong in the NFL. It's not that Hurst is not. But he played very well for the Browns last year. But who's going to take them when you have guys
Like Mason Graham that you just drafted? That's the thing.
or, you know, any of these other guys that are drafted this year? I mean,
There's sort of a shortage on defense. There's sort of a bear market for defensive tackles that are free agents at the moment, and it's because the rookies coming into the league this year. Outside linebackers, Von Miller's a free agent. He's still a decent role player, but unless he wants to take $5 million or less, nobody's going to sign him because he made $20 million last year. Matt Judon has a market value of $4.2 million, and he made $13.6 million last year, so his market value plummeted. Kazir White's still in the market. Shaq Thompson, with his 2 season-ending injuries, he went from $3.1 million to $1 million. So Shaq Thompson's market value is barely over $1 million. And honestly, if we can get Shaq Thompson for under $1.1 million, I would honestly do that. 1-year deal for under $1.1 million, I'll do that because I think that's a bargain at that price. If he can stay healthy, Shaq Thompson for under $1.1 million is a fucking bargain, in my opinion.
absolutely. Remember,
So,
back in the day, Paul Jackson had 2 season-ending pec injuries with the Browns, and the Browns let him go because of his injury history. And he went to Indianapolis, and as much as he still covers the Browns, and now he is a coach for the Browns, he had a couple of really good seasons for Indianapolis back, after they let him go because of injury concerns.
So
2 straight season-ending injuries, and he came back and was still one of the best middle linebackers in football for another 2 years. So that is, I feel weird calling him Shaq, but he is still one of the better linebackers. If he ends up signing with the team, don't be surprised if he plays the full season and he's back to that early level that he was before.
yeah, because his market value is $1,010,000. So if I'm getting him for $1 million or $1.1 million, I would do, on a 1-year deal. I would do that because I think that's a bargain. Because
if I'm getting him for $1 million, I'm signing for a 2-year deal. Like, screw it.
that's a bargain in terms of value. Eric Kendrick, $6.7 million is his market value. He only made $3 million, but his market value is $6.7 million. He probably wants $6.7 million, and teams only want to pay him $4 or $5 million for a year. And then you got Neville Hewitt, Chris Barnes, Mosley, Bentley, Quan Alexander, Raquan McMillan. A lot of guys who have talent but have just gotten older in age.
I think Hendricks is still a great leader. He can put him in the middle of the defense, and he's not going to do anything to hurt you. He'll help you out. He'll get the rest of the defense in line. Now, if you have somebody who's going to stand out and do the same thing, not going to sign him. But I think if you need somebody who stand up, get tackles, he's going to throw his hole, and he's going to go ahead and set everybody up correctly, Hendricks would be a great signing, especially for the young team.
There's a lot of corners that are overpricing themselves in terms of value. Rasul Douglas, he made Bradbury. I understand why he's a UFA, why nobody signed him. Rasul Douglas, he made $7 million last year. He wants $11.9 million. He's not worth that. I liked Rasul Douglas when he was on the when he was a number 2 corner on the Packers and the Bills. He's not worth $11.9 million. Stephon Gilmore, $5.3 million. His market value's dropped from $7 million to $5.3 million. He wants If he wanted $2.5 million for a year, I would give him a shot. If Gilmore wanted a 1-year, $2.5 million deal, I would do that. But that's the most I would pay him at his age.
If you want a 3 to 3.5, I'd still do it. Because he could still work within the system. You know,
but $5.3 million is too much. If you bring that price down $1 million or $2 million, I think you can get on a team. It just depends on how badly do you want it.
Absolutely. The thing is, with
Mike Hilton's value's gone up. After playing nickel corner for the Bengals, he wants $12.3 million. He made $6 million as a nickel corner. He wants $12.3 million to be a nickel. No, fuck that. Sante Samuel Jr. wants $11.4 million. I understand that. He played on a rookie deal, but he did get injured, and some of the other corners did take his job. Now, if he wants to cut that in half to like $5 or $6.5 million, I'd give him a 1 or 2 year deal because I do think there's still potential there with Asante Samuel Jr. He's only 25.7 years old, and most 25-year-old corners aren't on the open market for anybody to claim like Asante Samuel. So,
highest contract for a sophomore, because Ransom is on the last year of his rookie deal, which is close to 2.5. So that would be the second highest at $12 million, I think.
actually, I think the Niners, Demondre Lenore, the Niners nickel corner is making like $13 million now. You forgot about that because he's not really a high-name corner. He's more of a no-name corner, but I understand.
Yeah, he didn't even hit my radar.
Yeah. I don't think he's very good either. That should say a lot, but I'm pretty certain he's the highest paid nickel in the league. Safeties available, Whitehead, Julian Blackman, the Colts strafety. He wants $8 million a year. He made 3.7 on his rookie deal. He wants $8 million a year. Teams aren't opposed to giving him like 6 or 7 million, but 8 million's a little bit too steep. A little bit. I do think Blackman's a good player. I do think he should be signed by somebody, but 8 million's a little bit too much. If he dropped that to like 7 or 6 million, I think he'd be on a team by now.
He's the one player on that list that I can say, even in 1 million, I'm willing to negotiate like 6 million and incentives and everything because they're a really talented guy. And Blackman is the only one I would consider looking at. And Blackman is a stretch because he kind of passes time. So,
26.8. He's approaching 27, but he's not quite there yet.
Which one's that?
Blackman, 26.8. That's the age he's listed at. 26.8 years old.
He seems older because he's been in the league for a long time.
He was a 2020 draft. I think he was a draft pick in 2020 or 2021. I'm looking it up right now. I believe he was in 2020. He was 3rd round pick in 2020 at Utah. Yeah.
He's been in the league a lot longer. It seems like he was a lot younger when he was drafted.
He was 22 when he was drafted. He's 26.8 now.
He is fast.
Yeah, I mean, really, looking at the defensive free agents, Joey, the only 2 players I would sign are Asante. There's a few. There's like 3. There's the linebacker we mentioned, the Panthers linebacker, Shaq Thompson, if for $1 million, Blackman, and Asante Samuel Jr. I know the 11 million's pricey, but if he's willing to bring that down a little bit, I can include that much with incentives, but he's got to bring that price per year down. that average per year down. But I'd consider him because he's so young. He's only 25. And 25-year-old players are not on the open market this long unless there's something wrong. Oh, Von Bell's market value has dropped from 1.2 million. It's gone up from 1.21 million to 1.223 million. So you can get Von Bell for under 1.3 million. That might be a good deal, but he's 30.
Yeah, I would sign Hurts because Hurts is, and if you have an attacking defense and you need multiple defense tackles, you know, what are you gonna do?
I don't think I'd sign Hurst, but he's on the waiting list. If somebody gets injured, I'm willing to give him a contract.
Well, it has to be a certain type of defense. What I'm saying.
Yeah, 43 defense. If I think 34 defense would not be a good fit for Hurst. If you run a 43 defense and you need a tackle, I could see this thought process in signing Hurst. Let's get to the free safeties, Joey. Justin Simmons is worth $5.7 million. Marcus Williams, who the Ravens cut, has not signed with a team yet after his injuries. Jordan Poyer is not signed with a team yet. Rodney McLeod, the former Browns safety, has a market value of $1.164 million. So you can get McLeod for under $1.2 million.
Even on there, he is retiring after last year.
I think Spot Track forgot to update that.
He announced it before last season. That's like Spot Track. Keep your ass on the ball.
And Justin Tucker is not listed as a free agent, even though the Ravens already announced they were going to cut him post June 1st. Justin Tucker is not listed as a free agent on Spot Track for kickers. So that needs to be updated because the Ravens pretty much came out and said, we're cutting Justin Tucker. Maybe it hasn't officially happened yet, but that needs to be updated. It just looks really bad on your end that he's not even listed. That's an... Poyer's like 36. He had a bad year with the Dolphins. That's why he's on there. That's why nobody's picked him up.
Started out as a special team ace for the Browns. He went to the Bills and just blew.
Teams want guys who can play safety. Apparently, teams in today's league don't care about special teams aces. That's part of the problem. I agree that's a problem. That's part of the problem.
And then he blew it off with the Bills at safety.
And then he went to the Dolphins for a year, but he hasn't signed with anybody. But if one of the Bills safeties gets injured in training camp, has an ACL tear, they can just sign him for next to nothing and bring him back. That's the scary part because he's still available.
Because he has such a knowledge of it's like he was a Browns defensive back for the special team days. He had a knowledge of all kinds of coaches. Bills, they had 2 great coaches in his era. He has knowledge of a bunch of defense.
Okay, Murray State leads Duke 1-0. Murray State in the 3rd inning. I forgot to flip it back to the Murray State Duke game when I had North Carolina, Arizona on, but I just remember to flip it back to that. Murray State leads Duke in the best of 3, game 1 in the best of 3. So Murray State, okay. Yeah, this is the...
You know, what little is left in NFL free agency by a long mile. So, yeah, please interrupt. Because Murray State's going to win this game. Please let us know.
Yeah, because really all you have left on the market that is appealing enough to get my attention is you have Nick Chubb, you have the guard, I mentioned the guard, Will Hernandez, you have Nick Chubb, you have Will Hernandez, you have Shaq Thompson, you have Asante Samuel Jr., and you have Julian Blackmon, and Justin Tucker. That's it. Those are really the only 6 free agents I give a shit about.
And Justin Tucker, let's face it, last year, even before the holiday, we were shocked to see how he had started to fall off. You know, because he has been so good. So it's like when Larry Bird missed that.
You could throw a few other names like Hurst in there and stuff, but really the 6 guys I named are the main guys left in the market, and that's it.
Because those 6 guys don't need to fit a specific scheme.
And half of them should be off the market. Just those 6. Nick Chubb, Will Hernandez at guard, Shaq Thompson, Asante Samuel Jr. is only 25, Julian Blackmon at safety, and Justin Tucker. Half of those 6 should be signed on an NFL roster at this moment. And one of those 6 is getting signed next week. Because the NFL, with the NBA and NHL drafts approaching, the NFL needs one of those 6 to sign so they have something to talk about. And I'll get you an update from the NHL Combine, because the NHL Combines today, I almost forgot to provide an update on that. But I will get an update on that, because I kind of want to see what happens with Mason West. Mason West began the year as a 5th-round pick. I moved him in the 2nd round. He's listed at 27th on NHL Central Scouting. Mason West, he's a hockey player at Adena High School, but he's also the quarterback of the football team. And he's going to commit to hockey, but I think it'd be cool if he was a 2-sport athlete like Dion back in the day, where he played hockey and quarterback on the football team. And the 2 colleges he's narrowed it down to are Michigan State and Boston College. Now, Boston College lost Costellos to the Florida State in the transfer portal. So if he went to Boston College, I think he could win the starting quarterback job and play hockey, as crazy as that sounds, Joey.
Well, Boston College they were a good football program, but they have gone on hard times over the last couple of years.
Well, Costello's actually beat Florida State last year. Had a really good season, but he entered the portal and went to Florida State. So they need a starting quarterback. I think Mason West could start at Boston College if he chose to commit to football and hockey, but now they want you to only commit to one sport. They don't want to have that 2-sport stuff like they had back in the day with Dion.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the end of the podcast, I want to hit on something I didn't want to hit on during the meet and case. We had other things to talk about, but I want at the very end, last thing we talk about. Keep going.
Colin Potter's talking about the how he loves Arizona State. Theo Stocksellis, it's been cool to be here with all the best NHL players in the world. I'm a 200-foot forward who loves to play physical, competes hard every shift, loves to win. Brady Martin. I mocked Brady Martin to the Red Wings at 13. I describe myself as a hard skill player. A lot of tenacity, relentless, don't like to take a shift off. Carter Bear, the player that I compared to Baker Mayfield on skates. Very humble off the ice, but he's very fiery on the ice. I swear I heard him scream, "fuck yeah," once in warm-ups. I like that energy from a player. So as long as they can back it up, I don't mind them doing that on the ice before the game starts. Now, during the game's a different story, but before the game, I don't mind that, and frankly, I kind of encourage it.
Get a penalty for doing that. During the game, it's probably not smart.
During the game's not smart, but before the game, when you walk out of the locker room and you're skating on the ice for the first time, if you just say, yeah, before an official's on the ice, and you do it very quickly and you just get down to business, I don't have a problem with that, but I'd be very careful about doing that too.
Yeah, it's like you gotta know your surroundings. Know your surroundings when you do it when you can. Because if you go up to an official during the game, after they play, let's go. There's your card. Whether red card, blue card, and whatever they use in hockey.
They don't use red cards and blue card. They use red cards and yellow cards in soccer, but not hockey.
However maybe there was in hockey, I forget. But at the end of the day, probably not a good idea.
Yeah, but I think Carter Bear is going to be a good player. I have him going to Pittsburgh at 11, but it's interesting. It sounds like the Sharks are going to take Michael Misa. So Schaefer and Misa are going to go 1 and 2. That's not a surprise. I was really hoping I was really hoping we would get a hand on I was hoping we'd get a hand on Chicago or some of these other teams, what they're doing with the interviews. I think it's going to be interesting. At the Combine, it was the NHL executive scouts doing the head hunting. You spoke to 23 teams. What was the toughest question? TSN. David Reinbacher 2 years ago. It's World War II and you're the captain of a boat and you have to bomb an enemy of a boat, but teammates are swimming in the ocean. I said, no, I wouldn't do it because I want to save my teammates. I'm like, look, guys, I don't do it because they are my teammates, so I wouldn't kill my teammates. They were like, you have to do it. It's an order. I was like, no, I won't do it. So it's kind of best thing not to talk about. It's World War II, and you are the captain of a boat, and you have to bomb an enemy of a boat, but teammates are swimming in the ocean. And Reinbacher basically said, I'm not bombing the enemy because my teammates are in the ocean. I'm not killing my teammates. So, and the NHL coach is like, no, you have to do it.
That scenario is not accurate. There are things. Okay, so you're talking about bombing.
Yes, you have to bomb an enemy boat, but teammates are swimming in the ocean. And if you bomb the enemy boat, you kill your teammates. It's basically a question to try to get in the player's head psychologically. They come up with these mindfuck questions at the NHL Combine. They do it every year. And they are worse than anything that gets asked at the NFL Combine.
Well, this is stupid. If you have somebody like me, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to talk him off, try to get the exact scenario that needs to happen, but I'm going to answer it. And I'm going to make you look like a fucking gobshite. So that's why I was asking, is it a bomb? Does it have to be a torpedo? What's the depth that the bombers have to be in? Well, in which, if there are an alternative situation that you can rock to neutralize the ship without destroying it, which would create the undercurrent, which would bring the downcurrent.
And Murray State has just scored another run. It's 2-0 Murray State. Runners on second and first with 2 outs. And Duke's starting pitcher's already at 60 pitches in the third inning, and they haven't pulled him yet. I mean, he went 9 pitches in the first inning and retired the batters 1, 2, 3, but he's thrown 51 pitches in the last 1 2/3 innings, given up 2 runs, and he's got runners on second and first with 2 outs. He looks kind of gassed. I'd pull him. I think if you don't pull him now, you risk losing the game.
Yeah, but Chris, can you not see how I would drive NHL GMs absolutely out of their freaking mind?
Yeah, with all the World War questions, and some NHL scouts were asking James Higgins and James O'Brien if they had wings here in Buffalo during the Combine, and Jake O'Brien, OHL Rookie of the Year last year, gives kind of a smart-ass, playful answer, no wings, more steak. Love that answer, because O'Brien, even though he's a good player, he's kind of skinny, so no wings, more steak. I love that answer.
You know, and it's like, if you know your history and you're cheeky enough, dude, it's like, why is it, people were asking, why did Dylan Gabriel get taken by the bottom of the third round? Because he aced the interviews. Everybody loved him in the interview. Man, you were cheeky enough, you were intelligent enough.
So the 2 Swedish players were asked to compare themselves to prospects. Victor Eklund, the younger brother of William Eklund, compared himself to Travis Konechny, which is a fair but respectable comp. Anton Frondell, who did not pass well, did not defend well, did not shoot well, had the nerve to compare himself to Barkov on the Florida Panthers. You are not Barkov, bro. I'm sorry. There was nothing I liked about your tape. I thought your tape was worse than people who doubted Caleb Williams. And you're comparing yourself to Barkov? That just comes across as cocky to me.
Yeah, and here's the thing. First guy, for me, his name.
Eklund, he compared himself to Konechny. Is that a harsh comparison? Yes, but it's a realistic one. Konechny's a high-end forward, but he's not a big-time star. So for Eklund to compare himself to Konechny, that's realistic. It might be harsh, but it's realistic. Frondell comparing himself to Barkov is not realistic. It's not. It's not realistic.
I remember seeing him play, and I'm sitting here like, dude, you're underestimating yourself a little bit. And that may be better than actually
Comparing your game to Barkov, the captain of the Florida Panthers, the team that's been to the last 3 Stanley Cups. I mean,
yourself, but you don't want to give an answer that's going to give you an even playing field. If you underestimate yourself, I don't know how familiar you are with Star Trek, but Scott said when he was asked, why do you always overestimate the time that it takes to do something, and you always get it under? He said, well, how else am I supposed to keep my reputation as a miracle worker? And that's the thing. You always underestimate yourself. Always underestimate. Always underestimate your talent. Always overestimate your situation. Because if you do that, you're always going to come out looking better than you were before. And you're always going to come out looking great. Now, if you don't deliver on the real estimate, now you're going to look like a freaking dog and you're going to be done. But if you can underestimate to the point that you know you can hit, now you're going to look like a miracle worker when you always overachieve.
interesting news. Tri-City defenseman Jackson Smith, who's projected to go in the top half of the first round, is going to take a campus visit to Penn State. And one thing I've noticed is a lot of players who go play in the CHL, back in the day, the CHL was the only way to get paid if you were a 17, 18-year-old hockey player looking to make a paycheck. Now with NIL and the portal, you can get paid to play college hockey as soon as you turn 18. So we're seeing a lot of players leave the CHL, whether it's the Western Hockey League, Ontario, Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, to go the college route. Jackson Smith, who's considered by some to be the second best defenseman behind Matthew Schaefer, is going to visit Penn State right after the Combine. Penn State might be getting Jackson Smith. That is something to keep an eye on.
Here's the thing. This is something that professional scouts in the end are going to have to use. They were criticizing Shedeur Sanders for getting a BMW. Shedeur Sanders made more money last year at Colorado than he will in his entire NFL contract.
The rookie deal. Now, if he pans out and becomes the star you think he is, he might make more down the road. But during the rookie deal, he's going to make less on his rookie deal than he did at Colorado. That your point remains valid. Go on. Continue, please.
You're going to have these GMs are going to have to realize these stars in college, the Shedeur Sanders, the Travis Hunters.
I think Gavin McKenna is going to go to college next year, too, after what he did in the Memorial Cup. He's going to choose the college route over the CHL. That's what people are saying. And right now, Penn State is the leader to land Gavin McKenna, according to Elliot Friedman. So Keaton Verahoff was the number 1 defenseman in the Western Hockey League this year as a +1 at age 16, and he had made a verbal commitment to North Dakota this fall. So, and some people have Verahoff at number 2 behind McKenna in a lot of early 2026 mocks. Others have Ryan Ruberek at 2, but the point remains that the top 2 players in the WHL are probably going to go the college route versus sticking in the Western Hockey League, because you play tougher competition in college versus kids your own age.
One of the big things that are going against some of these kids is that my God, they are desperate to impress us. You know why they're not desperate to impress you? You know why they're saying this was desperate to impress you? Because they made more than your damn contract. They got money. It's not like back in the days when these college kids who are mentally talented.
We got something in the chat room here. Hold on.
You got to hit the NIL. You have to adjust to the NIL. You cannot think like you did 10 years ago. You can't think like you did 20 years ago. If you do, you're going to miss out.
Agreed. It's interesting. Elliot Friedman thinks Penn State's the leader to land Gavin McKenna, but John Buccigross thinks Michigan State's the leader to land McKenna. And Michigan was the early favorite to get him. It's going to be one of those 3 Big Ten schools, but whose intel do you trust more? Do you trust Elliot Friedman's intel more? Or do you trust John Buccigross's intel more? Because they're both big hockey guys. Here's one. Caden Lindstrom, the teammate of Gavin McKenna, did transfer from Medicine Hat to Michigan State. So Caden Lindstrom, the Blue Jackets' first-round pick in 2024, is going to play at Michigan State this fall. See, college hockey is lighting it up with these recruits, like all these stars that are high picks in the NHL draft. They're getting to go the college route.
Here's the thing. One, the NIL has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, it does. That's true. Because back in the day, CHL was the only way to get paid. College hockey players didn't get paid. Now with NIL and with players from Canada being allowed to go the college route, which they weren't allowed to do before this year, you are seeing things explode as far as recruiting. You're seeing recruiting in college hockey on the levels of basketball and football, which I never thought would be possible. I'm not going to say football, but it's on the level of where college basketball recruiting is.
Here's the thing. With the NIL, if somebody who is going to go to the pros before the NIL starts to go to college, this highly recruited guy wouldn't have gone to the pros before, but wait, the guy who decided to take the NIL deal. Now, you have 2 guys who are intimately familiar with each other, who have been playing together for doing these for 4 years, both on their team, both highly recruited, both highly talented. This is the NIL district.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Michael Misa, if he does not make the San Jose Sharks as a rookie, he will take the college route for a year. Boston University, Penn State, Denver are all in the running to get Misa if he does not make the Sharks or Islanders as a rookie. And he's the projected number 2 pick in this year's draft.
Remember, you have scholarships, which are on 1-year deal. They're renewable. Then you have NIL, which are contracts. Okay, that are signed by both parties. Or
2026 is top heavy. I wouldn't say it's a deeper draft than 2026, but everybody who watches hockey gets top heavy and deep confused. Because, like, I'm in the 5th round of this year's NHL mock, and I've already found 4 players with experience on the first line in the 5th round, which is an abnormality. That does not usually happen. Players with that experience do not usually fall to the 5th round. So, that's why I say I think 2026 is more top heavy. There's more stars at the top of the draft than 2025, but I don't think it's deeper. But people who watch hockey get those 2 confused all the time because the casual fans only want to listen to the first round coverage.
Explain that to the hockey fan so that we can.
Because we've explained this to football fans millions of times on this podcast. And the hockey fans still don't get it. In a deep draft, you can get talent in round 5, round 4. If there's a guy with first-line experience and he's available in round 4 or 5, that's a deep draft. If all the guys who have experience in the top line or all the stars are only available in the first round or the second round, that's a top-heavy draft. And there's a difference between the two, okay? There is a very big difference between the two. And it just irritates me when sports fans, not just hockey fans, when sports fans get the two mixed up. It irritates the crap out of me. Because people are treating this draft like it's a shit draft. The first 4 picks in round 5 are players from Russia, Sweden, under the radar guys that have experience on a top line. Team's best line. That's not a shitty draft. If anything, I would argue this draft is better than the last 2 NHL drafts. It may not be on par with 2020 or 2022, Joey, but I would argue this draft is better than 2023 or 2024, just in terms of depth. And I think you would agree with that to a point. Because you were very discouraged in last year's draft. You liked the first 2 rounds in 2023, but then you lost interest. This draft does not seem to have that problem. Okay. And yeah, Finn Bixel's a bargain. I mean, Liam Bixel led the Dallas Stars in hits as a rookie. I know his little brother is 5'10" versus 6'6", 6'5", but you're telling me you don't want to gamble on his little brother in rounds 5 through 7 when he led his team in Switzerland with 113 hits? Come on. It's round 5. You have nothing to lose at that point. If he's as good as his brother, you're getting a steal. And if he's not, okay. You got a minor league defenseman. No big deal. It's the 5th round. That's what baffles me about this draft. That's the thing. The player I mocked the Dallas Stars at 94, Jimmy Lombardi, he actually won more faceoffs against Michael Misa. He won a ton of faceoffs against Misa. So that's a really good player in the 3rd round. Yeah, his stats aren't great. 7 goals, 26 assists, 33 points. His stats aren't great, but trait-wise, he has the wrist shot, slap shot. He has everything down. Trait-wise, everything is there. And traits are what scouts go by. They don't go by stats. They go by traits. And
they do. Traits lead to production. That's why I always push back at you when you say...
And Jimmy Lombardi, he went 8 for 13 on faceoffs against Michael Misa, the number 2 pick in this year's draft. And he's dropping to the 3rd round because he only had 33 points. Even though the slap shot's there, the wrist shot's there, the passing's there, the defense is there, face-off ability's there, everything's there. But because his production wasn't consistent, he is dropping to the 3rd round. Yeah, I mocked him to Dallas at 94 because I realized, okay, this guy's too good to fall any further.
How many games, Chris? 33 points, how many games?
Let me look that up because I do have everything archived here. Jimmy Lombardi, let me look it up here. He actually had 20 points in 62 games. But that was his rookie year. This year, he had 45 points in 63 games. But he only had 13 goals and 32 assists. So people are saying the goal scoring's not good enough. That's bullshit. He's not terrible, and he won faceoffs against Misa. He was like 8 for 13 or 9 for 13 against Misa, the number 2 pick in the draft, on faceoffs.
Not only that, but how many points was he responsible for? Honestly, he was responsible for 60 points. Straight out. By the stat. So, now, you tell me.
And he had 3 assists, 2 coming on the power play, 1 coming on a shorthanded goal, and he showed the ability to rally his team back. Saginaw led Flint 3-1, and he led the Flint Firebirds to a comeback win where they scored 5 unanswered goals. That's adversity. That when Joey and I talk about adversity, that's an example. Your team is down 3-1, and you score 5 unanswered. and your team scores 5 unanswered goals to rally them to a comeback, and you're the best center on that team. That's adversity. That's one example of adversity. Okay? It's not a great example of adversity, but that's one example of adversity. Okay? And the tape shows that.
And my thing is if you're gonna be upset about the goals or goals scored, you also have to look at how many goals he was responsible for overall.
He would have had a goal against because it looked like he scored in the slap shot, but a player tipped it in at the last minute. But the goalie wasn't stopping his slap shot. So he would have had a goal in the power play had his teammate not tipped the puck in the net. Because the goalie wasn't stopping that shot. That's another thing that needs to be factored in with the evaluations. So to say, oh, he didn't score enough goals, that's why the traits matter. If the ability to score is there, but a teammate tips the puck in, that affects his goal total.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Traits are vastly important. Whether anybody likes it or not, the traits are.
And he crashes the boards, he hits forwards, block shots defensively. So, I mean, yeah, Jimmy Lombardi's 120 on future considerations, but I mocked the Dallas in round 3 because the traits were there. The traits were there in spades. Even though we'd like to see the production get better, the traits were there in spades. And if the traits are there in spades and a guy you like falls to the 3rd round, pick him. Pick him in the 2nd round if you have a 2nd round pick. Because guys who have traits in spades do not fall in the draft. And if they do, you need to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. It's like, if they do fall in the draft, something happens. Like, what I wanted to get to at the end of the podcast, one thing turns out, Giants lied about Shedeur Sanders. Why? Is it the first time it's happened? No. Don't see what they might know.
No, they were going to leak the intel of what Shedeur said in the interview, but Shedeur and the Browns threatened to take legal action against the Giants if they did. Even if they showed video evidence of what happened. And then the Giants basically said, we're not getting into a legal battle with the Browns, so we'll just pull back.
One thing is Jimmy had more money. But the bottom line is that was just by the Giants because they were trying to intimidate. Because from what insiders have said, it was all about verbal.
It's 2-2 now in the Murray State-Duke game, but the Duke pitcher just hit the Murray State batter. The Duke pitcher's at 82 pitches. It's 2-2, and it looks like the bases are going to be loaded with 2 outs. You probably should have pulled the Duke pitcher in the last inning, and guess who's up to bat? Jonathan Hogarth, the guy we talked about earlier in the show. He is up at bat, and he's got runners on first and second with 2 outs. But Duke. Okay. Ball 1 to Hogarth, above the strike zone here. And Miami beat Louisville, so that series is tied 1-1. And we have a coach is coming to pitcher's mound for a visit. And the pitcher's at 83 pitches. I think he grabbed his arm like his arm might be tired. He might be fatigued. He's not injured, but he grabbed his arm like, his arm's sore. But he's not injured or anything. He's basically saying the coach, he can keep going, but he's at 83 pitches. We're still in the 4th inning. I think he's going to get pulled here. Near the elbow, shoulder near the elbow, but he's not in any pain. He can keep going, but he did grab his arm for a second. He grabbed it might have been his non-throwing arm. And there is a Yankee scout at this game. There's a Yankee scout. They're showing the Yankee scout on ESPN. So the Yankees are at this game.
Yes, because I want people to realize if you're grabbing your elbow, no matter what elbow it is, that's where all the tendons are.
And Mark Hindy is warming up in the bullpen for Duke. So if Hindi does not. We have a grounder, and Duke. Oh, the pitcher fumbled the baseball. The Duke pitcher fumbled the baseball. He had an easy ground out, and the pitcher fumbled the baseball. God. Bases loaded. Murray State didn't score, but man, what a whiff.
More than likely, that he was having trouble with his elbows. There's muscles, there's tendons that all the connection from the upper arm to the lower arm.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's also a nerve issue.
It's a nerve. You're right. I would pull him. I would remove him from the game just as a precautionary measure. I do think he could finish this inning, but just as a precautionary, I would pull him now. But no, they called it a foul ball, so it's 1-1. That should have been a single, but they called it a foul ball. So it went off the plate. It made contact with the fair ball before colliding into foul territory, and they called it a foul ball. I don't agree with that call, but that's what they did. Because the pitcher touched the ball before it entered foul territory, and I believe the rules are if the pitcher makes contact with the ball before it enters foul territory, it's fair ball. I believe that's the rule. If I'm wrong, please educate me.
I've been out of the game for 20-some years as an umpire, but when I was umpiring, if it bounced off the plate, depending on where it bounced off the plate,
bounced off the plate in fair territory, and the pitcher touched the ball before it went foul.
Where did it hit off the plate?
It hit off the plate right near the foul ball line, but in fair territory, and then the pitcher touched it before the ball went foul, and they called it a foul ball.
It hit the black.
It hit the dugout, but not the foul territory. It hit the
black around the home plate.
No. The ball went forward. It hit the base running area, but not foul territory, and the pitcher touched it before the ball went into foul territory. So that's a fair ball as far as I'm concerned, but the refs called it foul. The umpire called it foul.
I would have to see the play.
Yeah. That's fair. So Duke gets bailed out by the umpires.
Once they got bailed out, there's still a couple more pitches left.
No, that he struck the batter out. 3 outs. Duke's up at bat.
Okay, who is on the foul game?
If you keep that Duke pitcher in for another inning, Murray State's going to score, and you're going to look like an idiot for keeping that pitcher in the game.
I'm not even looking at that. I'm just looking at it's elbow issues. I'm just looking at.
And he's having trouble grabbing the ball on and out. So just do the smart thing.
Just save this kid's career because this could be something bigger. If you don't get him out, kid's got a good future ahead of him. Don't ruin his future because.
And the Men's College World Series begins Friday at 2 on ESPN. So I'm guessing we're probably going to have some College World Series in addition to the mock drafts. Because it's very interesting right now what's happening. We will end this by 4:10. We're going to end this by 3, maybe by 4 at the latest, because the Guardians play at 4. I'm not going to hold Joey. Gavin Williams, I'm kind of curious how that game would go down myself. So we are going to end this by 4. I don't know when we'll end this. My phone's at 15%. So whenever my phone gets to 10% or whenever this Duke Murray State game gets out of hand, we'll end this, because I do want to end this, but it's tied in the bottom of the 4th. I feel like it's too early to end this. We got to wait until one of these teams gets a sizable lead, and then we'll call it a day. But yeah, Duke is up at the plate. Murray State, their pitching was good. But I just think with the NHL Combine, like I said, there's a lot of players that this is a deep draft. There's a lot of talent. I'm not going to say it's loaded. I know one person I talked to called this draft loaded. I'm not ready to go there yet. I don't see a draft that's deep in rounds 1 through 7, but I'm very impressed with what I see so far. And I do think from what I've told Joey, I would say it's better than last year's draft. It's better than last year or 2023. 2023 maybe it's not as top heavy as Bedard, Carlson, Fantilli. Maybe it's not as top heavy as that draft, but it has more depth than that draft. And it has more depth than last year's draft, too. So
it's not going to make me want to beat my head against the wall.
Basically.
That's good enough.
I mean, so far with my write-ups, so far through 140 write-ups here, so far we've got 71 players that have 71 skaters with experience on a first line, and 10 goalies that check off every box. So that's 81 potential star players in this NHL draft if all of them hit their ceilings. I would say at least a third of them will, a third of them might, and a third of them won't. Just realistically, if we're being realistic about this. So if we're just looking at this from a numbers game standpoint, you have 81 potential stars. That means 27 will become stars. Another 27 might become stars, but they don't quite reach their potential. And another 27 fail miserably and underachieve. That's numbers game. And numbers game applies in every draft class. That's the first thing I'm going to teach you guys about numbers game on this podcast. It applies in every draft class, regardless of what sport you're covering.
Absolutely. It's like when we were just talking about it with Hurt. Not Hurt. But whatever his defense tackle.
Hurt.
You know, it's like, is he deserving of being on an NFL roster? Maybe even starting in the right system? Yes. But numbers game, guess what happened? The draft over the last 2 years
has gotten better at defensive tackle. And 2026, you're going to have Dante Corleone in next year's draft. He's going to be the number 1 defensive tackle in next year's draft. Dante Corleone, too.
Yeah, it's a numbers game. Odd man out. Is it because Hurt is...
So if I had 75 players with Pro Bowl grades in the NFL draft that got drafted, that means probably only 25 of them become Pro Bowlers in 5 years. Another 25 are solid starters, but not Pro Bowlers. And then another 25 are failures. They're busts. That's numbers game. That's numbers game, folks, okay?
That's the number you got to look at. You know, if you're looking at Pro Bowlers or All-Stars or whatever they call them, whatever sport, guess what? If the market's saturated with a lot of talent, you're going to have people who's not on the team, who would normally be All-Stars but aren't, so on and so forth. And you know what? That's a numbers game. That is the numbers game. You're going to have people who should be on the roster, some people who should be starting on a roster. But guess what? Numbers game doesn't care about you.
Yep. I think I got up to 146 this morning in my NHL mock without write-ups. Julius Saari, the captain of the Finland hockey team at the World Junior Championships, he fell to the Dallas Stars in round 5. He was the captain of the Finland hockey team in the World Junior Championships. It was like a big hockey tournament. I know Kerm watches it every year. I'm not a big World Juniors guy. Kerm watches the World Juniors religiously. Julius Saari was the captain of Finland in the World Juniors. He fell to the Dallas Stars at 146, and they own the Devils' 5th round pick. That's the pick he fell to. A player with that type of leadership falling that far in the draft, that tells Joey this is better than what we had in 23 or 24. This draft at least is bearable. This
Absolutely. Yeah, it is interesting though, how these drafts work. A lot of times, and rounds in the NBA round too, but in the other latest round.
NBA is only 2 rounds, but I wish they would make it 7 rounds. But rounds 3 through 7 are exclusively for your G League team. Round 2, you have the option to give them an NBA or G League contract, and rounds 3 through 7, it's a G League. Only getting players for your G League team. I know they had a G League draft that was 15 rounds a few years ago, but they got rid of it, and now you can just get free agents from NBA teams. It's just stupid. It's stupid now.
7 are always about future consideration.
Yeah.
This person and for this player. For the first 2 rounds, outside the NBA, which is only the first round, you expect him to be a star. So it's like you're looking at future consideration.
Yep.
So
Yeah, I had 10 goalies in the top 100 of this draft because there were 10 goalies that checked off every box for me. And then I had 2 more goalies in the first 112 picks. And the NHL draft is 224 picks. 32 teams, 7 rounds, minus the comp picks in the NFL draft. So I had 12 goalies in the top half of the draft. 12. And I think we only had 1 more goalie going in the 5th round. I think we had 2 goalies go in the 5th round. But that's because we had 10 goalies that checked off all 10 boxes. We had 2 goalies that checked off 9 boxes. We had a goalie that checked off 8 boxes that went in the 5th round, and then a goalie that checked off 7 out of 10 boxes that would normally be a 3rd round pick go in the 5th round due to how deep this goalie draft is. And that's the one thing I've been telling Joey the last 2 years. 2025 is going to be a bear bull market for goalies. That is the one thing I've told Joey the last 2 years about this draft. Is 25 is going to be a bull market for goalies. And that's showing. Because a goalie that checks off 7 out of 10 boxes would get picked in the 3rd round most years. They're going to fall to the 5th round this year, potentially.
Yeah, because right now goalies aren't in demand as much.
Because most of the teams have stability at goalie. I mean, there were really, at the beginning of the year, there were 3 teams that could have drafted a goalie. San Jose, if they hadn't traded for Yaroslav Askarov, the Predators' 2020 first-round pick. There was Philadelphia that could have drafted a goalie, but their goalie ended up starting for Sweden in the 4 Nations tournament, which became really popular this winter. And Dustin Wolf, was he going to take that leap with Calgary? And he did. All of those what-ifs scenarios where a team could have drafted a goalie early turned into, okay, we have our guy at goalie. Now the market's kind of thin, but if you want to bring someone younger in to develop, go ahead.
Well, here's the thing. When it comes to the situation, you have to look at that they could all be 6 rounds, but because the goalies were so good, but also how good, I guess you could say, are the goalies that you're not going to replace? What do the contracts look like? I want to look at that because those are factors. Those are, it's like Acho said on the field.
You know, a few years ago, Grayson Sachin was projected to go in the top 15 of the 2023 NHL draft. He fell to pick 63, the Florida Panthers in the 2nd round, and he's kicked ass since he got drafted. That pick's going to look like a steal. The Florida Panthers got a top 15 player at 63. That should be illegal. That should be illegal with how good the Panthers have been. But it happened.
Yeah, it's like Acho said, politics and posture. Those have more of an influence on the draft than any rest of life. But we've been seeing it more over the last 2 years than we've probably ever had.
Duke's got the bases loaded with 2 outs versus Murray State. Ball 1. Murray State starting pitchers at 76 pitches now. And Murray State does not have a pitcher with an ERA of under 4. So the fact that it's only 2-2 in the 4th inning, that says something about both of these programs, Joey. Neither Duke or Murray State, both starting pitchers have drove their coaches insane, but neither's caused their head coach to get to the tipping point to where they want to pull them yet. That should say something.
Yeah, they both pitch well. It's only 2-2.
Yeah. And both pitchers are at, I think Duke's pitcher's at over 80 pitches and Murray State's is at 78. And it's only 2-2. So while they've drove their coaches insane at times today, neither's at the point to where they've gotten pulled yet. That should say something.
Yeah, because both these teams are very good at getting on base.
Yeah.
It's only 2-2. And you're looking at 140-some total pitches at this point. That's a pretty good job by the pitchers.
Yeah. I'm thinking Duke's starter's going to get pulled in the 5th inning with all the, because they had a guy in the bullpen warm up. And, they had a guy warm up in the bullpen for Duke. Sounds like Murray State's going to keep their starter in, but Duke's, I would think the Duke starter's going to get pulled for the reliever in the 5th inning, and Duke hits it. Is this a home run? No, it's a ground rule double for Duke. So Duke's going to take a 2-4 lead as runners advance to 2nd and 3rd. I think you could let the Murray State pitcher finish this inning, but you probably are going to have to go to the bullpen in the 5th. This is looking like a game where both Murray State and Duke are going to have to go to the bullpen in the 5th with both pitchers above 80 pitches.
With Duke, I am more concerned about their pitcher.
I'm more concerned about Duke's pitcher than Murray State's. If you want to let the Murray State pitcher finish this inning because there's no health problems, fine. But the Duke pitcher, you probably have to pull with the nerve damage he's suffered. You probably have to pull him and go to the bullpen the rest of this game if you're Duke.
Also, you have to look at Murray State. You're going to come into a backup pitcher, and you are very, very, very good at getting on base.
Yeah.
So you have more of a chance to make up that deficit against a relief pitcher than Duke would have go and increase the lead against the start. That's another consideration.
I agree. And that is a ball. Murray State's getting their reliever out, number 29. I'm guessing they will only bring him in if they give up another run. But Dylan Zenko, my guess is he'll pitch in the bottom of the 5th inning. But if the catcher fumbled it. The catcher fumbled it. And the runner stole home plate. Duke leads by 3 now.
That's not the pitcher's fault. It's like catcher's cut up.
And we talked about this catcher. I guess there's a reason he left Louisville for Murray State. Maybe he's a good batter, but he's certainly not a good defender.
Yeah, if you're running that, it's like you've got to catch the pitch. I mean, it's kind of the primary goal of your job. Catch it when you pitch. Can't do that, I don't know what you're good at.
Yeah. So 3-1. And it looks like Murray State's going to load the bases. I don't know if they're going to keep the starter in or if they're going to go to the bullpen, but it's going to be interesting either way. And that's a strike? No, it's not a strike. It's a ball. So runners on the corners with 2 outs. I don't think this is over yet. Now, if Duke puts in a good reliever with a low ERA, but Duke's had 397 walks drawn this season. Duke leads the country in walks, Joey. The Duke Blue Devils, they lead the country in walks. Murray State, I think, leads the country in on-base percentage. So that's it is a bad combination for both teams.
That was a good combination for Murray State. But a bad combination for me.
Yeah, they lead the country in walks. Duke.
With a rotation that doesn't do well with control, that's not good.
It's 0-1. The Murray State pitcher's at 87 pitches. Duke hits it. Looks like this is a pop-up. It is. Top of the 5th inning. Murray State gets out of that jam. Yeah, they're down by 3, but it could have been a lot worse. Could have been worse. Could have been a 4-run game if you gotten a grand slam, or it could have been 7-2, but it's not good. And I'm guessing both teams are going to turn to their bullpens, with both Murray State and Duke warming up their bullpens last inning. I'm guessing both teams are going to turn to their bullpens in the 5th inning. If it's still 5-2 after 5 innings and both teams put in bullpen guys with shitty ERAs, we'll end the podcast. But right now, I kind of want to see how each team pivots at this point in the game. I want to see what adjustments both teams make with their bullpens. And I think that's a fair argument, Joey. That's a very fair argument.
Once again, you have people who are very good at getting on base. A starting pitcher that seems to be favoring his elbow, you're going to be bringing in a reliever, more than likely. And then you have a team that can get on base like none other in college baseball. The adjustments are going to be incredibly important, because this reliever they're bringing in cannot get the ball, cannot get out, or walks a lot of people. This game could turn on its head real quick.
Let's see. What is Duke going to do with their pitching? Are they going to go to the bullpen here, or are they to keep the other starter in? I see somebody warming up on the mound, but I'm not sure if it's the same guy or if it's somebody else. That's what's puzzling me.
Yeah, it's the same guy.
You're right.
I have to question that decision.
88 pitches. They kept the starter in.
You think that the training staff would have stepped in? This could be disaster. Because not only that, but when you lose control of one part of your body on one side, that affects your balance. And if your balance is off, you're not going to have the control.
I agree.
So this is.
But he did get an out on the first pitch. So he's already at 4 1/3 innings pitched. Last time Duke made the College World Series, it was 1961. Coach K was 14 years old. Roger Maris hit the home run record, 61 home runs, and John F. Kennedy was the president. The last time Duke made the College World Series in 1961.
I'm not saying it's a bad news, it's a good
sign. It is kind of gutsy. Your pitcher's now at 91 pitches. Carson Gardner is runs this year, 277 batting average. He's 0 for 1 at the plate today. And Gardner grounds, it's 2-2. Your pitcher's at 92 pitches. If you can get him through this inning, that does make things easier for your bullpen.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you go from having to play a long reliever to just pitching your middle relievers, your setup, your closer, 1 inning each. And it makes things so much easier.
If
this may come down to your pitcher.
And your pitcher struck out. The starting pitcher got a strikeout. He's at 93 pitches now, 4 2/3 innings. So if this Duke starter can get, it looked like his leg was moving a little bit after the strikeout, but he's not injured. He's okay. But it did look like his leg was hobbling a little bit, like his knee. It looked like his knee bent a little bit after the strikeout when his leg was in the air.
It was I had to watch him, but he looks like he may have some physical issues going on here. Might want to watch him. But at the same time, if he's going to get the job done, at least give you an extra inning. Then
95 pitches. The count is 1-1 now with 2 outs. Foul ball. So, yeah, that's the thing. If you can get to 100 pitches, if you can get this, if you can retire, if you can retire the side with exactly 100 pitches, then you can go to the bullpen here in the 6th inning. But it does look like Murray State with a hit. It does look like the Duke pitcher's starting to tire. So Murray State gets a hit on base, 96 pitches. It does look like he's starting to tire, just from the body language he's conveying. It does look like he's starting to tire. But the coach might let him finish this inning.
That's problem because if there is an RBI for forbid a home run right here, that changes it.
Murray State's a team that gets on base consistently. And Duke gets a strike here. It's 0-1. You're at 97 pitches. Luke Mistone, 345 batting average, but only 3 home runs. He had a single earlier in this game, 50 RBIs. Not a home run guy, but he gets on base a lot. And Duke catches it. Duke, 98 pitches. Duke's pitcher, 5 innings, 98 pitches. Teammates are giving him a pat on the back. I think he knows he's done for the day. I would be shocked if they pitched him another inning because it'd just be reckless at that point. 98 innings, 5 innings. He did his job.
Yeah, I think if they're patting on the back and, all this, they know what's happening. They know he's done it. So it's not going to be one of these things that anybody's shocked that happened. I'm more surprised that they let him go this long, knowing that he had discomfort in his elbow. That shocked me more than.
Okay, better movie, Mission Impossible, Final Reckoning, or Cobra Karate Kid Legends. This is from the chat room. I saw both movies. Mission Impossible Final Reckoning was amazing. It was the first Mission Impossible on steroids. It was the first Mission Impossible and Top Gun Maverick on steroids. Karate Kid Legends was kind of meh. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I enjoyed the movie, but I probably wouldn't see it again. I enjoyed the movie. I thought it was better than the Jaden Smith Karate Kid. And the story structure was good. I actually think bringing Jackie Chan and Daniel LaRusso into that world kind of ruined the story structure of the movie, but I get it. They're the appeal. Chan and LaRusso are the appeal to Karate Kid Legends. So I get the thought process in that respect. But Mission Impossible Final Reckoning was like, it was Mission Impossible 1 times Top Gun Maverick. I'm not going to say original Top Gun because that's an insult to original Top Gun. But it was Mission Impossible times Top Gun Maverick. It was good. It was amazing.
Yeah, I didn't care about either one. Last movie I saw was Wolverine and Deadpool, and I was underwhelmed by that. Not because it was a bad movie, but because you put Wolverine and Deadpool in the same movie, I'm expecting some epic shit, and I didn't get that. So it wasn't a bad movie.
It wasn't a bad movie, but it felt very vanilla from what I read from reviews. It wasn't a bad movie, but it felt very vanilla.
It wasn't even vanilla. It was just you had your expectations versus what you had.
And Murray State is going to the bullpen. Dylan Zenko, 4.18 ERA, is coming in for Murray State.
Okay.
So if Duke can pull away here for their bullpen, then you're looking at Duke possibly closing this. But the bullpen pitches an out to the outfielder and one down, one pitch, one out. And Murray State's bullpen needs that. They need to play this good to have a shot at coming back. Retire the batters quickly, get your guys back up, try to wear down Duke. I think Ballerina could be cool. I love the John Wick movies, but I think spending money on 3 movies in 3 weeks is irresponsible financially. And not only that, I even though I like Ballerina, I don't think it's going to be as good as the original John Wick movies. I probably will watch it when it comes out on demand, but I'm not going to go see it in theaters. And that's a fair verdict. If you're kind of on the fence about it, that's a fair opinion to have.
I'm getting on theater reviews. I watch everything on demand. I went to a theater it was Friday Night Lights, and it came out. That was 20 years ago, somewhere around there. So, no, it was Remember the Titan. So, stuff because guess what? It's going to be on a streaming service and nothing.
Yeah.
Unless you're a girl out.
Adam Sandler gave some love to Derrick Henry the other day after Dan Patrick told him to give him a shout out for 2,000 rushing yards. And it looks like Derrick Henry's going to have a cameo in Happy Gilmore 2. Kelsey's going to have a cameo in that. It comes out on Netflix on July 25th, but they are making a sequel to the original Happy Gilmore. Apparently, the plot is Happy Gilmore comes out of retirement to pay for his daughter's ballet lessons or something. Like, his daughter got into a really expensive ballet school, and in order for the family to pay for it, he has to come out of retirement and golf again.
That's like me with OnlyFans to pay for my girlfriend's freaking nails. It's like, come on, dude. Yeah, you don't have to torture yourself like this.
And one of the final scenes that they filmed is Shooter McGavin stealing the gold jacket, and it looks like fans are trying to catch him, but they fail to tackle him. So are they going to set this up to where Shooter McGavin, Gilmore wins again, but Shooter McGavin actually steals the gold jacket, gets away, and they set it up for a third movie? Because I hope they don't do that.
If Shooter McGavin stole my gold jacket, he would not be allowed. By the time I got done, so planting his ass in the ground. Then you try to get up, planting his ass in the ground again. And I made a textbook. I want to make sure.
You wouldn't just go Mr. Larson on his ass. You'd go Mr. Larson on his ass and then some.
Oh, yeah, I would go freaking big focus on his ass. I just got a gold jacket. They got to slam his ass with a gold jacket on. Just to let them know.
But they show a cutscene of Shooter McGavin stealing the gold jacket at the end of the filming. I don't know if that's the ending for the actual movie, but there's people that try to chase him down, but nobody catches him, and he's completely unharmed. So if that's the last scene that they filmed, that might be the ending, and that might be a cliffhanger for a third Happy Gilmore. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that will be the case. I'm saying it might be. They might go with the Empire Strikes Back plot for Happy Gilmore 2, where the bad guy wins.
It makes me extremely disappointed at Happy Gilmore. That man Bunches that piece of crap into the ground and then put some cement on it because he needed to be like Walk of Fame kind of, in flight.
If none of the guys are gonna catch him, have Happy Gilmore's daughter do like a ballet dance where one of her shoes comes off by accident and the shoe lands on Shooter McGavin.
Not really. I would do something different. It's like, ballet dancers aren't terribly nimble. You don't think Happy Gilmore's daughter could have done a freaking ballerina and spin kick this guy like a face and just it's like she can do it and then she would pose.
I'm thinking if Shooter actually gets busted for stealing the jacket, it's not going to be Happy that saves him. It's going to be Happy's kid that ends up saving the day. I just feel like that's the most basic ending for a spoiler.
You get up there, you have a head over head, perfect pirouette, bring the leg up, kick him like freaking face as he's running by. And then just sit there and cruise like any ballet dancer ending her, routine.
Yeah, and if Shooter McGavin has a son and the son's looking at his dad in embarrassment, it kind of sets up a rivalry with the kids if they decide to do a reboot of Happy Gilmore. It sets up like a rivalry for the reboot.
We have college football Hall of Famer and professional wrestling legend Ron Simmons back there just looking at this thing like.
And look, I love the fact that you got Derrick Henry, John Daly, Travis Kelce making cameos in this movie. But it does feel like they're going over the top. Because Carl Weathers is not going to be in this. One of the big reasons why Happy Gilmore, the first one, was so successful is because of Carl Weathers. He is a big reason why that movie worked.
Carl Weathers, rest in peace. Great actor. But
You do not have a replacement for him in this movie. And I think that sort of makes this one a lot cornier than the original. Because
another reason I do Ron Simmons is because the other college football player from Florida State University. I know he made his big name in professional wrestling, but this dude was a legitimate badass at Florida State University in the late 80s. Okay? He would be a great cameo or a great addition to the acting guild. And he's had time being a professional wrestler and a professional wrestling Hall of Famer as well. He knows how to act. He knows how to cut a promo. And I think he would be great.
Here's what we've got. Sandler, Julian Bowen, Dennis Dugan, Christopher McDonald, and Kevin Nealton, Gary Potter, Ben Stiller, all from the original back. Benito Antonio Martinez, Happy's caddy, is back. Sonny Sandler, I don't know if that's I think that's one of Sandler's kids. That's the daughter in the movie. Kim Whitley is in this movie. She's a member of Hal L's support group, Ben Stiller's support group. They have Lavelle Crawford's going to be playing the son of Chubbs Patterson. Lavelle Crawford, he's going to play the son of Carl Weathers, Chubb Patterson in the remake. And Blake Clark, who reprises his role from Farmer Fran from The Waterboy, is going to make a cameo in this. So the Farmer Fran from The Waterboy, the coach that twisted the piercing on the, was it the piercing in the nipple? That character is going to make a cameo in this. You also have John Farley, Oliver Hudson, Haley Joel Osment, Nick Swartzen making cameos. Golfers, Bryce DeChambeau, John Daly, Ricky Fowler, Nancy Lopez, Rory McElroy, Jordan Spieth, Jack Nicklaus, Lee Trevino, and other confirmed cameos include Eminem, Post Malone, Reggie Bush, Travis Kelce, Derrick Henry, Ken Jennings, and then sportscasters Dan Patrick. Because remember, they had Vern Lundquist and they had that other guy with the glasses in the first Happy Gilmore, but Dan Patrick's going to replace the guy with the glasses and Vern Lundquist and Dan Patrick are going to call the golf tournament. That's pretty much Happy Gilmore 2 in a nutshell. And it is July 25th on Netflix.
Yeah, I can see Dan Patrick because of his role. I don't always agree with Dan Patrick. Dan Patrick is...
He's had a lot of roles in Ben Stiller movies in the 2000s, and it's continued up to this day.
Dan Patrick is as biased and...
He basically said the Cleveland Indians logo was racist during the 2016 World Series. That pissed me off. He went from being my go-to sports anchor to being just another guy.
Yeah. He kind of went off the deep end. He went full religion, full all this crap. It's like, that's good for a person individually, very bad if you let it blend into your sportscasting. He did that. Lost a lot of respect. Every now and then, he'll have a take that I'll agree with. But for the most part, because even
having Adam Sandler call Derrick Henry after he reached 2,000 yards, that was classy. I respect Patrick a little for that. But
absolutely. The thing is it's like when Deshaun Watson was cleared of...
The Duke pitcher's still in the game at 103 pitches now. They haven't pulled the Duke pitcher yet. The Duke starter's still in the game. I'm trying to figure out why, but 104 pitches.
That's fine. I just think Dan Patrick's like with the Deshaun Watson thing. He was cleared by 2 grand juries. And even a federal judge said he did nothing criminally wrong. Dan Patrick's like, he's a criminal? He's a criminal? Why do you know better than a federal judge? What makes, and then New York prosecutor's like, I don't agree with the judge's assessment. He's still guilty. He's a criminal. And I'm just like, what makes you better than a New York lifelong prosecutor? Dan Patrick, your personal opinions don't matter to the facts. And that's what he's become. He's kind of become a shock jock without the shock.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, if you're not going to shock people, don't try to be a shock jock. Don't just give your opinions and try to pass them off as fact. It's like there was no criminal activity. Stop trying to make this dude a criminal. At the same time,
I loved Dan Patrick in the 90s and the early 2000s, and even into the even up until 2016 when he disrespected the Cleveland Indians. That was the final straw for me. And then
he just got way too self-righteous, way too political, and he started dismissing facts and evidence for his own opinion. And it's like, damn, for the love of crap, what are you doing?
Yeah, if Stuart Scott were still alive today, he'd be tweeting on X and be like, Dan, what are you doing, brother?
Oh, he wouldn't even do it. He would just hold him up. Okay, Stuart Scott, a great guy.
Yeah.
One of the greatest ever. And he was kind of a straight shooter.
Yeah.
He was that old school straight shooter type. It's like, dude, what are you doing and why? I'm your friend. I'm going to steer you back in our direction. Stuart Scott was that type of guy.
Yeah, he was.
Scott was just amazing. Amazing man, amazing broadcaster. And to be honest, I miss him.
I miss him too.
Yeah. Like, how different would sportscasting be today?
If he was still alive.
Because you got guys I love. My favorite right now is G. Bush, Garrett Bush.
I would say the only
Stuart Scott and Garrett Bush, if those two, and Katie McCoy's one I love. If you did a 4-man panel with those guys, my God, man. That would be the best.
Right now, the only Sports Center anchors only ESPN anchors from the 80s that are still at the company, you have only a handful. I think you have 4 from the 80s and 90s that are still at the company. Yeah. You have Mel Kiper Jr., Chris Berman, Linda Cohn, and Scott Van Pelt. That's it. From the 80s and 90s. That's it.
And I heard Berman is going to retire here within the next year.
No, he's not. That is false. He got extended. He got extended until 2029 so that he would be the first ESPN anchor to be on ESPN for 50 years.
Oh, wow. So basically he was like, I'm going to retire. And ESPN's like, no, you're not.
They offered him enough so that he would be the first anchor to be on ESPN for 50 years. Now, Lee Corso, on the other hand, will retire. The Texas-Ohio State College game day is going to be his swan song. The Texas-Ohio State College game day in week 1, that is going to be the Lee Corso swan song.
And that's sad. I mean, he's old enough. You can...
Yeah, so you could put him in that group of 5 legends: Mel Kiper, Chris Berman, Lee Corso, Scott Van Pelt, Linda Cohn. You could have made an argument for Neil Everett, but he was affected by the layoffs last year, and then Stan Verrett, his other longtime co-host, because Neil Everett had 2 co-hosts: Scott Van Pelt in the late 90s, and then in the early 2000s it became Stan Verrett. But those were always Everett's co-hosts. So Verrett got fired a few weeks ago. So basically, it's those 5. Those 5 are the only, from the old ESPN regime, those are the only 5 left: Mel Kiper, Chris Berman, Linda Cohn, Scott Van Pelt, and Lee Corso. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember Stuart Scott and Chris Berman hosting Sports Center. Now that was...
Owen Prosh is at 115 pitches now, and he's looking at the manager. He's like, come on, don't pull me. Let me finish the inning. And he's smiling. He's being a wise ass. It's like, dude, you should have been pulled 2 innings ago. You don't get to be a wise ass to your manager when he keeps you in for an extra 2 innings. Okay?
No, that's you're barely pick up a baseball 2 innings.
And now you want to finish the 6th inning?
What's the score?
It's 5-2 Duke, but there's a runner on first with 2 outs.
Okay, so if they get a home run,
it's 5-4.
That freaking smug look off your face really quick.
Yeah. And they're making the decision to turn to the bullpen. The starting pitcher's pissed. He's smacking the reliever on the butt. But, he's happy he got to overstay his welcome. But he did a good job.
The smacking the reliever on the butt, that's nothing new. It's like,
it might be a sign of respect, too. But at the same token, it's like, he's pissed that he didn't get to finish the inning.
Yeah. But it's like, don't get him, bud. Knock it out. It's like, smacking the reliever on the butt's nothing. It's like, unless he reared back and just smacked his ass.
No, it's a light smack, light tap, light tap. So it's a nothing burger.
Yeah, so it's a nothing. Yeah, it's a nothing burger. It's like, don't get him, but now he reared back and smacked him on the ass. Then it's like, the fuck. Then we got something to talk about.
Yeah.
A light smack on the ass is like, go get him, knock it out. Get us to the World Series.
I'm sure he would have liked to pitch that extra inning, but and he's smirking at the GM like, come on. And he should have been pulled 2 innings ago. And he got to pitch an extra 2 innings.
Give him credit for wanting to finish things out.
I do. I give him credit, but it's like you should have been pulled 2 innings ago. You got to 115 pitches. Probably should have been pulled when you had 80 pitches and had trouble grabbing the ball with your arm, but you got the extra innings.
It's like you get it out. I just hope there's no long-lasting damage.
Yeah.
I give you credit for getting it out. Because that was my concern. It wasn't that he couldn't do more. It was what's the long-lasting damage?
Yep.
This dude's arm. Because remember, they're still in college. They still have a long future ahead of them. Like, even minor league players get like $2,000 every 2 weeks.
Yep.
So it's like.
And Mark Hindy is on the mound.
You're getting twice that just playing minor league baseball. So just so I worry about that because that's a good living.
Mark Hindy has a 3.18 ERA this year. He had a 4.15 last year, but a 3.18 ERA this year. So that's better.
Yeah, it's like we're not talking about freaking first round Major League Baseball draft picks here. We're talking, so, the improvement is good.
Yeah, and this is senior, and 2 pitches, get the final out. You're on to the 7th inning. And you got the Duke pitcher patting his teammates on the back. He wishes he could have finished the game, but he's happy his teammates got the out, and so that's good.
Yeah, it's like you give up a base hit and a home run, you get crucified. And at that point, I'm running away from the pitchforks and torches.
Are we at a point to where we feel comfortable with Duke winning this thing? Because it's 3:08. We could continue. We could stop. Are we at a point where
what happened this inning?
And nobody scored. It is 5-2 Duke. It's 5-2 Duke.
Okay, so the reliever got the out.
Yep. So West Virginia leads LSU. West Virginia does lead LSU. LSU's starting pitcher is at 50 pitches. I'm just curious who the pitcher is. Is it the pitcher that got mocked number 1 to the? Is it the pitcher that was mocked number 1 to the? Cade? It is. It's Cade Anderson. I think it is Cade Anderson who Mayo mocked number 1 to. Mayo mocked him number 1 to the Nationals. That's who's pitching today. It's Cade Anderson. Yep, Anderson's still in the mound. So, yeah, I guess because Paul Skeens so dominant, everyone's thinking, oh, Cade Anderson could be another Paul Skeens. He's thrown 50 pitches through 3 2/3 innings and gave up 1 run. That's not bad, but that's not Paul Skeens dominant.
No, Paul Skeens was at the head of one of the best pitching classes we've seen in the last decade.
Yeah.
And he was number 1 in that.
And Rhett Lauder was number 2 in that, to be fair. Yeah. So it's like...
Yeah, and Lauder's doing a very nice job.
And I like Cade Anderson. I just don't think he's number 1 pick material. I haven't seen enough from him, because I think I had a mid to late first on him at the beginning of the year. Now we're moving him all the way up to number 1 because it's LSU, it's their factory. I don't agree with that.
I think he is a top 10 pick.
He might be the first pitcher drafted, but I don't think he's number 1 pick material.
Yeah, you're looking at trying to compare him to a class that was as good as we've seen pitching wise since we started this podcast.
Yeah.
That's just that's not a good thing, because he might have been the 4th best.
He struck out
class.
11 in the regional while just allowing 2 hits. It's the fact that he was that dominant that moved him up to number 1. But he's got to be that dominant today against West Virginia. Otherwise, it's like,
it's like we're not going to take anything away from him. But at the same time, if you're going to compare him to that class...
They're not comparing him to that class, but they're just saying, oh, he has legit 4-pitch mix. Everything's in the tank, and since he's a true sophomore, he is eligible. He's durable. Okay, that's great.
It's awesome. Don't put him in a class.
Don't put him in the number 1 spot just because you think he's another Skeens.
Put him with Skeens. Don't put him with any of the other top 2 or 3 pitchers in that class. That's unfair to him.
Yes.
It's unfair to him.
That is unfair to him. I'll look at his ERA and his numbers really quickly. So, I think I had him in the first round at the beginning of the year. I may not have. I'm looking at what he did. Yeah, I did have him in the first round. I think I did have him. He had a 3.99 ERA, but went 4-2 as the starter last year. This year, he's 9-1, 3.28 ERA, but 16 starts versus 9, 96 innings, 156 strikeouts versus the 59 he had. Those are good numbers, but I don't think those are. I just want to see what Paul Skeens did at LSU versus it, because I'm pretty sure what Skeens did at LSU dwarfed what. Yeah, Skeens went 13-2 with a 1.69 ERA. So yes, what Skeens did dwarfed. It dwarfed what Kate Anderson's doing by a significant margin. Now, he won the Dick Hauser Award, won Pitcher of the Year, was number one pick. How many strikeouts did he have? 209. And Skeens was a beast at Air Force, too. Skeens had an ERA of under 3 at Air Force in both seasons. 2.7, 2.73 ERA in 2 seasons at Air Force. Then he goes to LSU in the portal and just lights it up there. 1.69 ERA, 209 strikeouts. So yeah, Paul Skeens is that guy. Kate Anderson's talented. He's not on the level of Skeens. And the fact that he's getting that number one pick hype does irritate me to a degree. And the only reason I'm taking a look at this game is because Anderson moved up to number one in the mock. And I do respect Jonathan Mayo. I'm Facebook friends with him. He follows Draft Utopia on Twitter. I would love to talk ball with him, but I know he's busy. He's got some stuff he's got to do for the MLB draft. I respect that. So, it's interesting, though, what's happening here. Duke and LSU. Only reason I tuned into LSU is because I wanted to see who was pitching. Was it the player who's projected to go number one? And yeah, I do like the player, but I don't know if I would pick him number one. And it'll be interesting to see what happens. Do the Nationals take a pitcher? Because they do need pitching. But do they pass on a high school talent like Ethan Holiday to get that? And Murray State, Duke now, oh crap, Murray State's relievers now at 25 pitches. They hasn't given up any runs yet, but he's at 25 pitches this inning. How he went from 3 to 25 pitches and only 1 runner's on base with no outs. How did his pitch count get so high, Joey? If there's no outs and there's only 1 runner on base and he's at like 20, how did he go from 3 to 26 pitches with only 1 runner on base and no outs, no runs given up? That's just abnormal. That means hit a ton of foul balls. Like we're talking 10, 20 foul balls in a row.
Hell, when I was a teenager, I actually had an at-bat where it was like 25 pitches because I kept fouling things back because I was a freaking dog shite. Couldn't get my shit together.
All right.
Very hittable balls right over the plate, foul them back.
And Duke just fouls them back again, so the pitcher's at 27 pitches.
Yeah, you just get your bat right underneath him, foul it on things back. And it's annoying, it's frustrating, but it's happened.
Yeah, it has happened.
Yeah, so I saw the Guardian, one of the Guardians players do it earlier this year, not to 20-some pitches, effectively like 12, I think it was Schneemann. Did like 12, 13 pitches. He just kept throwing the ball back. And it's like, dude, come on. Forward.
And this is getting to the point where Murray State's going to send out another reliever. Because...
at that point, it's done.
Yeah. I just want to see what Florida State rolled past Mississippi State behind 13 Ks from Jared Arnold. So that's from 21 hours ago. I just wish we could get the actual ERAs and the actual numbers for Florida State's starting pitcher this year. I mean, that's really, what has Jamie Arnold done on the season? How does it stack up with Kate Anderson? I haven't looked at Liam Arnsby, the Tennessee pitcher. I'll look at him too. But the 3 pitchers in the top 5, I'm definitely... Arnold, 3.12 ERA versus LSU's pitcher, 3.28 ERA. So LSU's pitcher is the better record, 9-1 versus 8-2, but Arnold has the better ERA at 3.12. Arnold, 110 strikeouts, 156 for Kate Anderson. So the strikeouts, 78 innings pitched for Arnold, 96 for Anderson. So the innings pitched and the strikeouts are why Anderson's ahead of Arnold now, even though Arnold was the number 1 pitcher in the preseason. Okay, that's completely fair. When you take that into account and you take the research into account by Mayo, that is completely fair. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but I want to see what Liam Doyle's done. Not just with the stats and the analytics, but the tape. What variety of pitches am I seeing? And Liam Doyle, he was on Tennessee last year when they won the College World Series. He's a Dick Hauser finalist this year. And it looks like Duke's going to get on second base. So Duke, 100 strikeouts. He was on Ole Miss last year with 84 strikeouts, and then he entered the portal and got on Tennessee. Let's see what we got here for Liam Doyle. Liam Doyle, 92 innings pitched, 158 strikeouts. And what is his record here? 3, 4. I'm not sure how many of these are going to count as wins in the stat sheet, so I'm not going to try to keep track of the record here. He pitched 8.1 innings against Ole Miss. That's pretty impressive. 92 innings pitched. I wish they would give us the exact total of wins. 3, 4, 5-1, 6-1, 7-1, 8-1, 9-1, 9-2, 9-3, 10-3, 11-3, 10-11 4, 14-4, but wins versus no decisions. 14-4 in 18 games, but how many of those are? This year he's 10-3 with a 2.84 ERA. So if we're going by ERAs, just ERAs alone, Doyle has the best ERA at 2.84. Innings pitched is a tie between Doyle and Ken Anderson. Strikeouts goes to Doyle, 158 to 156. Innings pitched goes to Anderson. Strikeouts goes to Doyle. So I could see how this is like a game of 3-card Monty with the pitchers. Jamie Arnold had 2 shutouts this year. Doyle had 0 shutouts this year. Ken Anderson had... How many shutouts did Ken Anderson have? They do not say, but he did have 1 complete game this season. Didn't say whether it's a shutout or not. Okay, so 0 runs against Purdue Fort Wayne in 5 innings. 0 runs against Oklahoma in 9 innings. So that's a complete game shutout. So Kate Anderson had 1 complete game shutout. Arnold had 2 shutouts, but not a complete game. And Doyle did not have any shutouts this year. So that's what I could tell you about the top 3 pitchers in this draft. And those guys are all talented, but they're 2 tiers below the 2023 draft, and I would say they're slightly a tier below Chase Burns and Hagen Smith in last year's draft. But they're all talented guys, but they're a tier below last year's class and 2 tiers below the 2023 class of Skeens, if that makes sense. But they're all talented guys. I think that provides some clarity for us on the MLB draft. I'm not going to update the mock yet. I've got a lot of other work with the NBA and NHL mocks, but it's the bottom of the 6th here, and if it's 6-2 Duke. So if Duke scores again, we're going to end it after the 6th inning. We just are. It's just like Auburn plays Coastal Carolina on ESPN News. So ESPN News, flip over to that game because that's 0-0. I'll probably watch. Really? They're not. Oh, they are airing that. They're supposed to air a wiffle ball game, but the other games haven't started. So this game's going to start on ESPN News. But yeah. And Coastal Carolina wins this game. Auburn's out. And this is home game for Auburn. So if they don't win, they're out of it. And Jacob Morrison, is that the pitcher from Coastal Carolina pitcher that was? Yes, it is. So Jacob Morrison's Coastal Carolina's best pitcher. The pitcher in the MLB draft ranking, 6'8", 245. So, we got Cade Anderson, we got Jacob Morrison. If Morrison can have a strong day, yeah, Coastal Carolina, Auburn's in the 2nd inning. If Jacob Morrison can have a strong day, Auburn's out of this tournament. Because basically Coastal Carolina is saying, we're going for the fucking knockout today. If Morrison wins you this game, you're in the College World Series. If you lose, you don't have your best pitcher tomorrow in the elimination game. So this is risky.
Well, not really. They could bring him out of the bullpen.
They could. But he's already at 31 pitches in the top of the 2nd with 1 out. No, he hasn't given up a run yet, though. That's the good news.
Yeah, but if they bring him out of the bullpen with like 3 innings to go, that's not going to hurt him as much. If they try to start him for a 6th straight day and go 5-6 innings, that's going to be a pretty freaking big disaster.
Yeah. But Morrison's doing well on the mound today. That's good. Because, if you're Coastal Carolina, you'd prefer to knock this out today if you can. And Cade Bodine, Ike Irish, the catchers, they're going to be big in this game. The Duke-Murray State game is over as far as I'm concerned. Morrison has 2 walks today. But yeah, there's a ton of college baseball on. I feel like if I stayed here, we'd be on this all day. We wouldn't get anything done. We're at should we end the stream, Joey? We can still talk off the air until like.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's
fun, but I have a lot of work I got to do as well. You got things you got to do, and the Guardians game's at 4, and it's almost 3:30. So we are going to end the stream. We'll be back next week with the mock draft with a thumbnail. I tell you, it depends on which one I get. If I finish one quicker, it depends on which. Probably going to be NBA this next Saturday, and then the NHL the Saturday after that. But yeah, we'll end the show there. You can go on ESPN, ESPN2, ESPN News, ESPN Plus if you want to watch the College World Series. I can't continue to provide updates, but if you want updates for yourself, go to those channels, please. And thank you to our 41 viewers on X, Facebook, 37 on X, 2 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch, 1 on Kick. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. Ooh, one more update before we sign off, Joey. Chase Fralick, the freshman catcher, is coming in for Ike Irish, Auburn star catcher. Is Irish injured? That is an interesting development, though.
Indeed.
Because Fralick, even though he's talented and has potential, 337 batting average, 4 home runs, Ike Irish is the main catcher on Auburn. So I don't know what's going on here. Auburn, but I'm guessing. Let's find out quickly. We really do have to end this, but I will find out quickly what's going on with Ike Irish, and then we gotta bounce. Then we really do have to bounce, guys. But it's just that threw me off. But yeah, you can find these games on cable. And the Auburn catcher, the freshman with a hit. The Auburn catcher with a hit. It looks like he might drive in a run. He does drive in a run. Ike Irish, is Ike Irish? Ike Irish, they moved him to first base. That's interesting. So Ike Irish didn't get benched, not injured, but moved from catcher to first base because they like the freshman catcher better. That's an interesting development, though. Definitely something we got to keep an eye on now. Because if Irish shows he can play first base just as effective as catcher, maybe more effective, maybe he's a first base in the MLB versus a catcher. So that's something we'll have to keep an eye on if Auburn manages to win this series. But they pretty much have to win this game and tomorrow to get to Omaha. But it'll be very interesting to see what happens. But yeah, you can watch ESPN, ESPN News. The Valkyries lead the Aces in the WNBA's Commissioner's Cup. That's on ABC. LSU just scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 4th, which is going to take some pressure off Kate Anderson, allow him to go 6-7 innings. So there's just a lot of college baseball. And I would be here until 8 if we talked about college baseball. I'm going to be honest. So we are going to end things, guys. We appreciate the 41 viewers. It was 48, but we had 37 on X, 1 on Kick, 1 on Twitch, and 2 on YouTube. We do appreciate everything. But we'll be back next Saturday with an NBA draft. We'll have some College World Series updates too, and maybe some updates from the NHL draft. Because I know if William's here, we will do the simulator for the NHL draft. Because I think it'd be kind of cool with how deep this draft is for you, me, and William to take a team that doesn't have a pick until late round 3 or round 4, and then try to find gems in the draft. Because there's enough of them to where I think there's going to be gems available regardless of what round you're picking in. And those are the drafts you give a shit about. Whether if it's NFL, you're very invested in it. If it's NHL, you care enough about it not to give it shit. You're not bored, you're not pissed off, so that's good. So yeah, we'll see you guys next week. Most likely an NBA draft, but again, we'll have a thumbnail when it's available. I've got to get to work on updating these mock drafts, watching some college baseball, having fun. Joey's got other things to do.